Hello everyone. Hope you're excited for some StarCraft today. I'm so excited. I'm talking with 5 minutes left on the countdown. Oh my goodness. I'm just organized. I'm ready to begin. I think. We'll let the countdown play. A couple more moments. Give it just a little bit of time. But yeah, hi. Hello. Today's games apparently are pretty good, so I'm excited to get into them. See you guys soon. Hello everybody, how are we doing? Welcome to a beautiful Tuesday evening, which is the new day of Olimoleague. Actually, Olimoleague's on Saturday as well, so that's going to be a double whammy this week where we are basically casting this event that happened earlier in the day. We cannot cast Olimoleague live because if you want to cast it live, you must cast it on the Chiswick platform, which is the sponsor of this event. Whoa! Whoa! Where did those logos come from? Wow! That just appeared on cue, didn't it? So they sponsor that. We're not allowed to cast it live, but they send us the replays after so we can give you guys a broadcast here and give you guys all of these awesome games that happened during the Olimoleague. I've gotten someone to sift through the reps for me and suggest what might be good to start off with, and then put them into different folders so I could see kind of spoiler-free, kind of step-by-step. So we're going to start off with Ryoung versus Clem, because that's a first-round matchup for some reason. I think they've gone for the no-seeding rule to make the entire tournament more entertaining. Kung Fu Cup used to do this, and low-key, I kind of loved it, because it was like, anytime you would kind of have an event, you know, usually the first round or two's like, whatever, because all the good players are seeded to meet each other later on. I low-key kind of love the, hey, look, you know, there's only prize money for top 4, so anyway, is it really so bad if some of the seeding is not great? So that actually, prior to the top 4, you actually get even better matches, and I don't hate it, because it means we get great matches from round 1. So round 1 going to be Ryoung versus Clem. And then I believe we've got Ryoung versus Dark in the round of 16. So round of 32, Ryoung Clem. Round of 16, Ryoung Dark. Obviously, we know what those matches are. I figured them out. And that's spoiler-free. Whoever wins Ryoung Clem doesn't have an impact on the fact Ryoung and Dark will play in the round of 16. So we'll do Ryoung Clem as our round of 32. Ryoung Dark as our round of 16. And then some more matches from there. It might be more round of 16. It might be some round of 8. I will let you guys know after Ryoung versus Dark. I'll give you guys a cheeky update on where we're at, because we are trying to provide a spoiler-free experience, which means that if you guys know the results, you do not say them in this chat, you will be banned instantly, and I will not unban you. That is a straight up, like, that is a bad offense. Like, you get banned straight up. We're not messing around. So that's where we're at. That's what's going on. I don't think there's anything else to really say. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to really say. I think we just get ready for Ryoung versus Clem. You guys good with that? You guys want to watch some TVT to start the day off in all the right ways? I mean, what better way to start than Ryoung Clem? This is always a good matchup, and it's always entertaining. Ryoung got the better of Clem in our tournament the other day as well. I am actually a little bit worried for Clem on this PTR. I feel like Clem's TVT really took a big step forward when he came into that new, kind of new era of, why is my thing not working? There we go. When he came into that new era of Cyclone, I feel like that's when TVT for Clem started to kind of make more sense, to click a little bit, to look a bit better. That's when I felt like he really started to make some improvements in this matchup. So I'm a little bit concerned for him in this series. He's our red Terran in the bottom left, Clem, and obviously in the top right is Ryoung. I'm a little concerned because I feel like going into now a patch with the old Cyclone, I feel like Clem is going to feel a little bit lost again, and we'll have to do some work on figuring that out, getting back on track, and going from there. So yeah, some things to look at, some things to figure as we get ourselves up and running. Hope you're all having a fantastic day. Obviously, again, it's pretty unusual for me to stream at this kind of a time, but this is going to be just something we do for Olimoleague specifically, because obviously it's playing during my usual stream time. It starts a little bit earlier, but we don't get the replays until about, well, we got the replays today about 1 hour ago. So like I say, these are really fresh replays. These games were played just a few hours earlier. We're going to provide you a full spoiler-free tournament experience, so if you want to just sit back and enjoy a bunch of games, we'll take you through the event. We'll try and paint the picture as best we can. I was thinking, because, you know, you guys really love it when we crack out the paint window, I was thinking maybe we'll keep you guys up to date with a paint-based bracket, so that we'll just draw it up on paint, and then you guys can follow the tournament through that on stream, and we'll just fill in the gaps, basically. We'll have our own personalized stream bracket, because we can't link the real bracket because it has spoilers on it, right? So I thought that would be a fun way for us to kind of take the day along as we do get going here. In this first game of the day, Ryoung versus Clem, best of 3 TVT. Not much happening here on Ultra Love to start us off, to be fair. Just a Reaper on the way on both sides, the Command Center coming up. This obviously is on the most recent version of the PTR, the reverted Cyclones, as I was just mentioning. We're going to be using all those new maps that are on the PTR as well. The way the maps work for Olimoleague is best of in this best of 3 system and best of 5. There's one map that's predetermined for the first round, and it's losers pick from there. So the first map is predetermined for round of 32. The first map is Ultra Love, for example. Round of 16, the first map will be something else. And then any map you see after the first map today will be the choice of the losers. So there's always that, whoever lost the first game will have map preference going into a game 2. That's always something worth knowing. Always kind of exciting. So we've seen a Hellion coming through, a Marine coming around. Let's just get a starport coming up. And we've seen our starport continue to come in on both sides. Maybe we just take a few moments, see a pretty peaceful opening. If it moves away, the few Marines and the Hellion going to come down the ramp as well. We got a tech lab coming up. Cyclone is building also. With a couple Marines, Reaper and the Hellion settling down on this bottom side. So it's going to be chilling out there as well. The Cyclones continue to get going. Obviously, again, this TVT is one of the mirrors which is pretty heavily impacted by these changes because of the Cyclone reversion. But it's kind of a weird state where we've kind of seen this meta before. We've seen a world where this Cyclone has existed in StarCraft 2. We have seen these TVTs. In fact, funnily enough, earlier today, someone was messaging me about a replay from 2023, and they were like, yeah, I used a really cool build, and I want to check it out. And I can only imagine that's because they're looking at what they can do with that old Cyclone. So yes, the old Cyclone is something that we're very aware of. So I was explaining this yesterday. In terms of mirror matchups, this is like the middle ground mirror matchup, where it's like there's something different, but we kind of know what the difference is. Whereas PvP without battery overcharge is a very different mirror matchup, and ZVZ is ZVZ. Not much changes patch-wise when it comes to Zerg versus Zerg. There's some minor changes, right? But I think on the grand scheme of things, definitely the least impacted by the patch in comparison to TVT and Protoss versus Protoss, as we do have the Siege Tank just going to pop through. Raven is on the way from the starport. We get the Interference Matrix already building from Clem as well. This barracks lifts off, going to go landing down onto the tech lab in the next few moments. And that will give us a chance to start about upgrades. So Bjorn will be his the first to start up to Stim. He's going to go no Ravens. A little bit risky. Going to give Clem a big tech advantage. Having those Ravens and the ability to Interference Matrix and so on is so powerful. How well will Clem be able to utilize that? Is that something he can really capitalize on here, or is that something that maybe doesn't quite go too well? I guess we will find out. Rex moves over, just going to have our factory coming over, just going to go jump onto the reactor there. As we do have our CC still coming up, the extra barracks and the Raven and the Interference Matrix coming through, the Stim Pack building up as well. SCV is continuing to mine on and away, so they keep going with that. Two Medivacs actually go boosting around the right-hand side. Again, the Stim Pack finishing soon from Bjorn. A few more Marines and a tank on the way out. Engineering bays are producing. The Reaper and the Hellion there going to go chasing out down to the bottom side. That Reaper is on the run! Run, Reaper, run! As the two Medivacs units head all the way down the bottom. And they're going to turn across. When was this played? These matches were played literally a few hours ago. The tournament started, I think, about 7 hours ago. So this match probably happened legitimately 7 hours ago. Or thereabouts, because it's from the first round. Everything you're going to watch today is basically when the tournament ended, we got sent the replays. We went live about an hour later. Yes, so TLDR from just earlier today. As long as you haven't watched any StarCraft today, you won't have seen this. As long as you haven't gone hunting for the Olimoleague games from today, you won't have seen these games. Like I say, this is going to come through as a pretty live experience. If you just want to sit back and enjoy the games and follow the tournament as we move through, then yeah. it should work pretty nicely. As long as you don't care that the end of game screen has like a button missing, that's the one way you can really tell it's replays most of the time. You should really notice no difference in this. As we do have a couple of moments here. Sorry, just readjust my mic. Might have just changed volume a little bit, but a couple of moments here as Bjorn's kind of moving on the map. It's been a very passive TVT, not a lot going on. Clem on the quadruple Raven, so he has a ton of Raven energy compared to Bjorn, who is really just on a couple of extra tanks, and that's kind of about it. Bjorn does have one Raven. No Interference Matrix upgrade, though, so that's purely going to be anti-armor missiles. Maybe auto turrets as well, depending on the fight that you're taking. As Clem just trying to get into position on his third base. These few Marines having that stim a little sooner gave Bjorn the chance to be on the map already, and is already trying to find some damage with this as they continue to nibble onto this orbital command. For just a few moments, the Marines are going to step up. Clem, he does have quite a lot of Marines. He refuses to stim them. He is very late to medevacs because his starport has been busy this whole time building the Ravens. In fact, he does have 2 medevacs out. They're just arriving now, but if you can avoid kind of draining that medevac energy immediately, then that ain't a bad thing either. And that's exactly what Clem will do by just not stimming there. When it was just, like I say, not necessary. If you stim and chase and it actually goes well, your opponent's just going to lift into the medevacs and run away anyway. So, you know, presuming you want to try and avoid that from happening, I think Clem takes a good approach to this so far. Combat Shield continues in from our Red French Terran. World Champion of StarCraft 2. Isn't it cool? I love, you know, as the years go by in StarCraft 2, one thing that we get a lot more is battles between world champions. Bjorn, world champion in 2016. Clem, world champion 8 years later in 2024. 2 Terran world champions now playing against each other here in the opening round of an Olimoleague. Isn't that just a beautiful thing? Obviously, we've had some world champions that have moved on from the game as well, but the fact we still have a bunch of active ones, amazing. And obviously, we're going to see some dark games later today as well. That much I know as well. So we're going to see some dark games. Another world champion of StarCraft 2. Always great to see Dark. I've actually not really casted any Dark lately, so I'm super excited to see how he's looking as we'll get into those games a bit further down the line. That should be heckin' awesome. Marines come through. They take out a Marine on the watchtower. We actually lose the medevac, so Bjorn getting a great jump onto Clem's little group of Marines there. Pretty much annihilates all of it. A couple Marines get away, but even that is not even a couple. One Marine gets away. Great catch from Bjorn. Great just awareness and immediately kind of, you know, getting into the action there. Pulling the Marines straight into range. Target fire down the medevac. Shoot the other Marines down. Very nicely handled, as we now do see those Marines going to hunt into the corner. Those last few Marines go down as well. So Clem is going to be knocking those down. So we do have continuation of 2-2 upgrades on the way up currently, plus 1 vehicle weapons on the way on both sides. We got ourselves the additional barracks on the way up also. Again, tanks and Marines continue to produce right here as we spread across the front of this third base. And a little scan comes through, and we will have ourselves the siege tank and the 2-2 upgrades continuing up from Bjorn. He's actually going to start running up this ramp. There's a siege tank there. I don't think we're going to be able to break through just like that. Both players are going to be maxed out. And yeah, no reason to really believe one is going to be able to break through the other. Single Marine stems up. Unit's just going to gather in. 2-2 upgrades and plus 1 vehicle weapons. There's the interference matrix. We'll just get placed down there. Clem starting to take presence in the middle of the map. A couple of shots coming through. He's going to lose a couple of tanks, but he's able to fight back. Gets quite a few Marines out of this. Gun supply, the one that drops a little bit here, even though that was 2-2 for Bjorn against 1-1 of Clem. Yeah, Bjorn is down a lot of army supply actually at the moment as the sense towers continue up in front of each of the bases. Bjorn already taking a 5th base on location and a 6th base on location. Double expanding, just accepting that this game is going to become a big ol' TVT. Marines, medevacs, and Ravens pull over that left-hand side. A few more units coming up. Here we go with Marines diving down. Bjorn making a play. Clem's going to stand in and fight. The Marines drop immediately. Yeah, not bad for Clem holding that position. Obviously, holding this forward stance is great. I guess the big question sort of becomes, given a little bit of time here, how long until we, how long until we start seeing some counterattacks and some units from Bjorn moving around on different sides. I mean, again, Bjorn is up on a 5th and 6th base now. Clem's not done anything about those coming online. He's building his own CCs, now going to start matrixing to move tanks further forward. Very slow-moving progress. It's actually Bjorn. He's going to go dive down the left-hand side, so he's going to get straight into this base on the left. Get straight in over here. A few Marines are going to try and move up. Interference Matrix will go down and cover those siege tanks. So they are going to get coated in matrices, disabled for the moment. We continue by. Another tank will fall. 3-3 upgrades coming up as well. Marines are going to come dropping on top of those siege tanks. So those tanks take quite a bit of damage. They will all go down. What a move by Bjorn. In the end, Clem kind of recovers from that. He's actually going to step forward into these siege tanks, mind you. Takes a lot of damage on the way in. It's a good spread. A tank on the far left as well. As Clem once again focuses on moving up this right-hand side. Clem's going to get back on the left, and Clem is probably going to lose this base. SCV's going down. The orbital will fall. Clem just did not respect the push down the left while he was focused a bit more over to the right a couple of times. Same move twice over from Bjorn here, as 18 SCVs are dead, and Clem trying to siege some tanks up desperately to start recovering. But he's down a lot of supply from this, and as he loses tanks as well, he's actually going to end up in a bit of trouble, to the point he's going to say GG right there. He's not going to try and stay in it. I mean, TVT can be a very defenders-focused matchup that mostly works when you actually have the siege tanks to defend with. In this case, you're going to be losing too many of them, perhaps, to really be able to stick around and keep it up. So there you go, GG's, and we are going to be seeing Clem tapping out to give Bjorn the opening game, and we are going to be aiming towards ley lines for our second map here. Bear with me for the first couple matches, guys. Just going to run ads a little aggressively at the start of the day here, just to try and make sure that we are as clear as possible. Just in case we have some long games and stuff. We don't want ads to play during the games, so just being a little aggressive with them between maps to start the day off allows us to guarantee they won't play during the games on Twitch a bit further down the line. Let me take you to the beautiful world of our bracket, guys. Now, you might be thinking, Wardy, this bracket is completely empty. What are we going to do with this? Well, let's make this bracket right here. I don't like this pencil. Do we have a thicker pencil? Yeah, there we go. Round of 32. So you guys know what's up. So in the round of 32, we're going to have... Now, this ain't working either. Can we just get a... There we go. Round of 32. So you guys know what's going on today. So we're going to have Clem and Bjorn. Now, the beautiful part of this is that the rest of the bracket in the round of 32 does not matter because we're not casting it. So for now, this is our round of 32. I'll get the round of 16 ready as well for later, and the round of 8. We might actually update these a bit more. Round of 4. I do not think this is enough space. And the round of 2, because I'm too lazy to write finals. There you go, guys. So in case you're missing the bracket and the live look at the bracket, we're going to have an expert bracket drawn up as we go to make sure that you guys are fully aware of what is happening and how everything is going down today. So fear not, we'll keep you updated in that regard, as we will take ourselves into ley lines for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Clem takes the first game lead. Heading into a second map in just a couple of moments. Let's go into it. It is going to be this ley line. So this is going to be Clem's map pick. He decides that out of all the maps in the map pool, this is the one he wants to try and play a little bit of TVT on. As in the top right-hand side, we are going to have up 1-0 our blue Terran player. It is Bjorn. And he takes on the trailing Terran in the bottom left, our current world champion, Clem. SCV from Bjorn comes out over to the left-hand side as we go journeying across. Barracks goes down on the far left-hand side. We're going to be seeing a second barracks on the way as well. Bjorn is going to play the proxy game. Is Clem going to go for a 2 racks opening himself? Not uncommon to see Clem play a 2 racks opening, but he isn't going to do it here. So unfortunately for Clem, one of the builds he might sometimes bring out is not going to be brought out on this one, as those 2 racks will get placed. So a couple of refineries continue up. The SCVs continue through. We're going to be seeing our Deep are going to come out to the front. We are going to be seeing our orbital command coming through. Barracks on the way. Reaper and the factory building up as well as we settle down. Obviously, we'll wait to see what this goes into. Because he's built a tech lab, though, we can already tell that this is going to be some Marauder play. And Marauders it will be as they start up on the barracks. The first Marauder and Concussor shells on the way up. Clem with no scout is completely unaware of this. He has no idea what's going on. So Clem does not know what's up in these early stages. The first Marauder pops, and with no scout, I think we're going to wait for 2 Marauders and concussive shells before we show this. Clem scouts with the Reaper to the south. So you won't see that it over there either. And here he puts this low ground CC down. This is looking like a disaster for Clem early in this series. Game number 2 is looking pretty darn good for Bjorn already, just based on the build order. There's 2 Marauders and the concussive shells are going to come across. And do you have the other Reaper coming in? That's just going to go to the front here from Clem as well. And here we go. 3 Marauders walk in. Immediately the Reapers are like, no, okay, we don't love that. They're going to pull back, cancel the reactor. Clem completely unprepared. The Marauders will get a kill on the SCV. And they ain't going to slow down. They're going to go up this ramp. They're going to try and fight. You just don't want to get surrounded by SCVs here, so avoid that, and the big trades will begin. And as we go back and forth, first SCV is going down. The Hellion already taking some shots. It's going to be low HP very quickly and early on as well. No high ground vision is one of the bigger issues. We're actually even going to drop the scan for high ground vision. We'll finish off that next SCV. So far, no Marauder lost, as now they waltz into the main base, and 4 Marauders will go after these SCVs. A couple Hellions and Reapers are going to come back across. The SCV still trying to chase, but not doing a good job of getting us around. Finally, 1 Marauder dies. But yeah, Clem not knowing about this, not having any preparation, makes it difficult already. A ton of workers going down. Now a Reaper dies. That was a good grenade. Popped one of the Marauders in toward the rest of this army. But the Marauders ain't going anywhere fast, as 9 workers, 10 workers have fallen. Gun has done serious damage at the start of game number 2. Let's see, we'll continue to make sure that this CC gets cancelled as well. We'll try and get up once more. Reaper goes down, another Hellion falls. SCVs are still getting picked off as well. We turn back around. Once again, a couple of Marines trying to come through. SCVs are still taking a chance to pull back. Go back over. One more Hellion going down. The SCVs are still pulling through. They're still trying to get a wraparound on the Marauders. They're trying to see what they can do. 5 SCVs have gone down so far, on top of the ones that had already gone down earlier. This is not stopping. There's 4.5 minutes on ley lines beyond. It's looking like he's going to be in an untouchable position. Marauders still going to go. Banshee finally pops out to try and play defense here, which, yeah, it's something, but at the end of the day, that's a defense finally being made. We're already talking about 26 to 11 workers. Command Center of Bjorn is about to finish as well, so it's going to be 2 bases to the 1. You guys tell me where Clem is meant to come back into this game with some insane Banshee damage? Well, Tech Lab finish on the factory. Cyclone will be on the way. That will be a guaranteed defense against the Banshee as long as we maintain scans. If there was cloaking, but there's not even cloaking, so even that doesn't matter. As we get all the way to the upper right, these few Marauders are going to step up. Factory going to move. The depot here will get taken down, so we're just going to have access again. Because the Banshee tries to deal damage across the map, it's not going to be at home to defend. Now, the second Banshee will be here soon. As this Banshee flies in, it will start to deal some damage, but like I said, any damage that Banshee does is going to be offset by the fact the Marauders are still dealing hits. And the Cyclone will pop out soon enough to play defense. This is the old Cyclone, and we'll have a bit of range. We're even going to build a Viking as well, to be sure. And I can't imagine that this Banshee is going to have a great time. Locked onto, and stays locked on, stays in reach. Cyclone gets the Banshee kill. No more damage done there. Still somehow a Marauder here finally goes down. That will be that, as GG is called. And Clem is going to take a loss, as Bjorn is going to open with a 2-0 on the day. Clem gets knocked out first round. I mean, obviously, you don't expect Clem to go out first round, but also Bjorn Clem in the first round is a bit of a weird. What? That's happening? That's obviously a little bit of a funky one to begin with, anyways. But yeah, Bjorn gets the better of Clem once again, and I do think that's going to be a continued issue, to be honest. I do think there's going to be a continued issue for Clem. This TVT is maybe kind of going to take a step backward after he was just about starting to look so much better as well. All right, I will update the bracket. While we wait for a couple moments of ads to play out. Okay, this bracket's gone horrendously wrong, guys. Alright, this is what our bracket looks like right now. So up next, we are going to go into Dark versus Ryoung for a little bit of TVT action. So we're going to go into Dark versus Ryoung. And then we're going to go into some round of 8 games, some round of 4 games, some round of 2 games. We might actually do a second round of 16 as well. I'm not actually sure what the order is. It's predetermined. I've been sent a good list to follow, but I'm staying spoiler free, so we'll find out after this series what the next matches are. If it is round of 8, then I'll let you guys know what the full round of 8 is. And we'll actually write that down rather than just having... Yeah, we can make some more space as well. We can actually extend the bracket this way if we need some more space to actually write things. You know, we have the ability to... Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that ability. Wow. You don't see that. You don't see moves like that every day. You can't do that in challenge, you know? So yes, that's what our bracket looks like. Like I say, having a bit of fun just because we don't want to give you guys the link to the bracket. And yes, it is single elimination, guys. These are replays that were played earlier today. So these games were played earlier on today. This is our live version of the cast of it. We can't cast it live because they are limited to a certain streaming platform. So we cast the replays later in the day for you guys to enjoy. If you just want to sit back and relax, we'll keep you as up to date as you can without being spoiled. Obviously, like if I was to tell you what the full bracket looks like, that's a spoiler. So this is going to be your best chance of experiencing this tournament in a live manner. And yeah, hopefully you can sit back, enjoy, and just enjoy some games is the hope. Thank you so much, Said, for the 6-month resub. Thank you, Wardy. No problem at all. Was that the first sub of the day? I think so. Some of the time I spent today, guys, it's been a bit of an admin day. I've been doing player payouts and tournament organizing and this and that and schedule making and stuff. And one of the things I did was I actually got the YouTube notifications working. So now that when someone becomes a YouTube member or uses the super chat function as well, we should actually get a little notification on the stream, just like we do for Twitch. So hell yeah to that. Hey, Netbean, thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. You are the circuit now. I sure hope not. I think StarCraft 2 is a lot better than the handful of tournaments I can put on. But yeah, we'll keep the scene as busy as possible and the games coming as much as possible until there is an official circuit announced once again. So yeah, let's go into some TVZ, shall we? Let's get out of that mirror matchup and let's get into some Terran versus Zerg. I'm super excited for this one, as we have Gnoi000 on the 33-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you for the flurry of subs, guys. I'm super excited for this one because, first of all, in the bottom left, our blue Terran Ryoung has been playing some pretty fun games. And in the bottom right, our red Zerg player is Dark, and I've just not got to cast Dark recently. He's not really been playing in my tournaments. I think he's still playing, but he's not playing in everything. And I think my tournaments obviously just don't line up well with his schedule or so. So he's not been playing in my events recently, so I've not really gone to cast him. And so I'm super excited to see how he does today, see if Dark still has a little bit of magic in him. I don't even know if I've casted any Dark on the PTR, so see if Dark does anything fun with the patch. I know it's not maybe the most interesting of patches when you look at Zerg changes. But, yeah, you never know. Dark's a very creative player. He's the kind of guy that you want to be testing out a patch, honestly, because he will show you if something's broken or not. So yeah, let's see if he has some ideas further down the line. Any estimation for the announcements? No, I have absolutely no clue when they're going to tell you guys anything about anything. They don't tell me anything. I have absolutely no clue myself what's going on. I'm very confident there will be a StarCraft 2 circuit in the next year. I'm very confident we're going to have eSports World Cup coming back. That is just completely my own belief off of a couple things I've seen / heard / can make deductions from. But that is not official information. That is not me being told something that you guys haven't been heard. That's just my take on the information that's out there, pretty much. As this drone comes out here to start mining these minerals, so quick mine on those. We'll take a few trips to knock those down and give access to this gold base early. What a great map to start on for Dark Game, because El Dorado, weird map. That bottom side of the map is playable as well. It's cut off initially. And you've got someone like Dark, who's such a creative player, and now we're going to get to see him really be that creative player as well, as he gets to kind of show up and, you know, show us how he's going to play this map, which is not really a very normal map. This is a map that's really kind of out there in terms of how it can be played. It can be super different. It can go in so many different ways. So definitely excited to see how Dark utilizes that as we move our way through these games. Just as we have a quick moment before this does kick all off, guys, I would love to just ask if you are watching on the YouTube stream. You guys know what's coming, don't you? Give the stream a little scroll down. Give the stream a little like. It takes a moment to click the like button. It really does not take long. Couple of seconds. Goes a long way to helping other people find the stream tonight. More people seeing the stream, more viewers means we can do more StarCraft in the future. So take a second to like the video, and we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you can take a moment there. As our Reaper will start to dance, and the Reaper will start to deal some damage as well. So a bit of damage being done. Command Center coming through, the factory in production. SCV still on the way. Reactor continues to produce as well. See the Reaper moving back and forth. A couple of queens coming in. The drones are producing also. All of that coming in at the moment in these early stages. Well, factory just going to be dropping onto a reactor as back at home from Ryoung. Not a lot of super crazy things happening, really. Got the orbital command coming through. The starport is on the way from Ryoung as well. A couple of queens and a few drones in production from Dark, as he does not take any rush to do anything wild. That Reaper does go down. He got the creep tumor, which is nice, but losing the Reaper is always scary, because when you lose the Reaper, you end up in this little situation where it's like, okay, well, the Reaper dies, and now what, right? Well, the answer is, now that the Reaper is dead, you're going to be in a tougher spot in terms of scouting. So there's a lot of scenarios here where Dark all-ins you, and there's just no good way for you to know it's coming in time to respond appropriately. So, yeah, losing the Reaper is always a little bit scary. That's always going to be a little bit of a, yeah, you know, we're never going to love that, so... Marine is going to be there to push the Overlord back the other way. Banshee, Marine, Cloaking, all continuing up on the side of Ryoung, so he is just going to play the Hellion Banshee opener, which is really not too much of a surprise. That is a pretty standard way of going about things. A couple of Hellions are going to come across, and the Queens are going to be there. Dan Cloak and Banshee coming through. The couple of Hellions coming about. Overlord's on the way. Extractor coming by as well. Queens are going to be there. Hellions are going to shoot. Again, Banshee and the Cloaking continuing around. A couple of racks and SCVs are setting up the lair. On the way into play. The Hellions get down the bottom. Still just kind of patrolling the map, keeping control. In the end, Dark doesn't take that gold. The minerals mine out, but he doesn't go there. He will just expand upwards. This is maybe one of the most boring expansion patterns available on this map. It's so funny. I'm so hyped to see how Dark plays the map. He's like, I'm going to play in the most boring, sit back, just 4 bases in a line manner possible. I'm not going to use the bottom. I'm not going to take the gold. I'm not going to take a forward base. Like, no, I'm just going to play... set up for a long game in a way, because it's going to be difficult for Ryoung to push into any of those bases, which maybe that's part of the plan, right? If Ryoung is, you know, someone who does 8 racks, and he does do that a fair amount, by expanding in the line that Dark has done, he's not putting any base closer to Ryoung than he needs to. He's not putting any bases anywhere that are exposed to tank positions and so on. Maybe it's that top, right? Like, you could... Not really, right? Like, none of these bases are, like, exposed by tanks. Like, maybe down here and pushing up a ramp, but even that's not exactly fun to play from the Terran's point of view. So, yeah, this is really maybe just Dark saying, yeah, this is maybe the boring way to expand, but it may just be the safest way to expand against a Terran that he feels may be very aggressive, and I can 100% get behind that. I 100% could believe that Dark is, you know, that Ryoung is the Terran that's going to bring the aggression, bring the 8 racks, and try and kill Dark. I think there's going to be one or two things throughout this series from Ryoung. I think he's either going to 8 racks, or he's going to play naturally just much longer games. Ryoung doesn't typically have the speed and the multitasking to play like Clem does. Play everywhere, try and kill the Zerg at a certain point with multiple drops all over the place. Like I say, Ryoung is either going to have a very sick timing to kind of just make it so that he has to focus on one big attack, or he's going to, like I say, maybe play the other route of that, which is just to kind of play it longer, play it later, and let that kind of go. Didn't really upgrades. Baneling speed coming through. The burrow upgrade is coming up as well. Yeah, that band speed about to finish. The melee upgrades all coming by. The hive is in production as well. Instant tanks head through the bottom. Again, as the melee upgrades about to finish up. Burrow's halfway done. Hive halfway done. So Dark just tacking. Does not see any reason to do anything otherwise. That's the 3 additional barracks from Ryoung, by the way. So the 8 racks is going to come online. That is going to be his play for the moment as Ling Bane into the center, takes the watchtower. And we're just going to try and jump on this immediately. Some Ling Bane from the right side as well. I mean, he will get the tanks very quickly. A lot of the Marines falling as well. This was pre-combat shield, pre-1-1. So it's just a fantastic time to fight here from Dark, and he is going to come smashing through the entire army of Ryoung. I think Bane going to get into this mineral line. A couple of Banes going to go into the mineral line as well. And as I see a few more Lings going after those SCVs, damage being dealt. And that is going to be a, 24 workers killed apparently at the same time. So Ryoung loses the army and he loses the economy. Fantastic trade for Dark, who puts himself in a great position here in this game 1. And a couple of Lings sneak in. The Marines are going to be there to clean those up. As combat shield completes, I think we're already in a fantastic position. Dark is on his way to an Ultra Cavern. Ryoung, if he's going to make something happen in this game, he has to make this happen very, very soon here as the Marine tank takes the center, moving over to that right-hand side. The Ultra Cavern, as mentioned, is about halfway done currently. Marines will stim across, just going to be seeing that hatch taking a little bit more damage. Lings on the other side, going to get a couple of SCVs. The Lings do burrow back up. Still got the 2-2 melee upgrades, still got the adrenal glands on the way in. The Ling Bane still producing, and we are going to have a hatchery. Taking a few more shots of damage. Ling Bane on the other side, I mean, okay, Dark is up against the wall in one regard, against that push. He's still got these few Lings burrowed up over here. He's ready to attack as well, if he can decide where to go for. Adrenal gold will fall. I mean, Dark has the bases elsewhere, so it's not too much of an issue. The tank's on siege as he engages through. No splash damage to help the bio out. There's a couple of Banes are going to start crashing into Marines as well, and Dark is just going to absolutely wallop Ryoung in this opening game. A few more Banes are still going to continue over to that left-hand side, chasing down the Marines as well. Looking as though we are going to see Dark winning a convincing opening map here against Ryoung. Just looked good at every point, picked some great moments to counterattack in, picked some great moments to be aggressive on. And I think fair to say that Dark put himself in a very good position there. And Ryoung kind of struggled to really find his way out of that position as well. So definitely a couple of issues across the board. And we will head into ley lines for our next map. So yeah, we're going to go to ley lines. So it's going to be about 30 seconds for some ads to play, but I think we can just go to TVZ. Get into ley lines here and see what goes down as Dark and Ryoung head into their second map. So we'll kick this off. We'll get this underway. Bottom left, now Red Terran player who will be down a game. We'll see what he tries to do differently here on this map. It is going to be Ryoung. A map here which definitely does, even if there's doesn't want to kind of expand forward, at some point you're going to expand toward the Terran. The Terran can kind of force it. The middle of the map is somewhere the Terran expands to. Maybe more chances for successful 8 racks on this map, if that's what Ryoung's plan will be. It's also a very large map with a lot of bases, and it's Ryoung's map pick, so you would think that this is likely going to be the map that Ryoung is going to feel the best on. As in the top right-hand side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Dark. Game number 2 of the series, entering ley lines. So I see a little hatch going down on the low ground there. Just going to get that in position straight away. Start that off. Nothing too crazy. How are we all doing? How's everyone feeling? Hopefully great. As that Rax comes through, the hatch in the pool is on the way in. Barracks is about to complete the SCV on the way as well. It's going to be seeing the Overlord still heading down to the bottom left-hand side. Run the orbital, continue up, and get hatches coming through. That forward base is going to be one choice from Dark. So after in the last game where he decided to go only backwards and kind of in line with his bases, now he's going to be like, cool, rich Vespene gas. Let's kind of take this forward location to start off with. Interesting choice. Definitely a... I wouldn't say it was that crazy if I hadn't seen the first game, where I'm just like, man, you went from being so safe to now you're just going to take the most forward base on the map as your third. Like I say, maybe he really does crave the benefit of that rich Vespene. Maybe he has some plans for that. Could maybe get aggressive. There are builds which, you know, you use a rich Vespene, a forward base, and your Roach attack's going to hit a little bit more strongly, a little bit more ferociously. So that could absolutely be a possibility as well. Things to think on. As the Reaper will drop a little grenade down, a couple of Lings will chase around for a few moments also. And again, we go back and forth, and now we're just going to jump onto that drone for a few moments. Again, the factory coming through the command center, and the third command center on the way, so we do see that Rogue will play triple CC. He will play an economy-focused opener. It's not going to be super aggressive, super early. Factory swaps onto the reactor, the barracks is going to move, the starport will produce. Reaper trying to figure out where it wants to go. Have there been any build order changes due to the queen increase? Well, not really build order changes, because you kind of... You increase the cost of the queen, but the hatchery cost decreases. A couple of extra queens after that. Obviously, you don't just build one hatch per queen, but... couple of queens after that. I mean, honestly, not really. Like, I think in terms of, like, because Zerg is not really super build-oriented anyway, and the part of the game that is Zerg-oriented really kind of ends at 3 hatcheries, right? It's like, how quickly do you get to 3 hatches? What do you do before then? Or kind of up to then? That part doesn't change too much, because, like I say, for every queen that you build, the hatchery is a bit cheaper, so pretty minimal. From what I've seen, it has not had too much of an impact, as we are going to see that early roach run from Dark. He is going to make use of that rich Vespene, potentially, although he's not taking it yet, so... maybe just taking use of the forward position on the map to send forwards and to go try and potentially deal some damage over the course of this first 5-6 minutes of the game. We'll see what the roaches are going to do. We have enough money to make like 5 roaches. Not a lot. We just build a bunch of overlords to free up supply. We have enough gas to continue building roaches. We are going to go to 7, so 7 roaches might just be the right amount for the moment. Things will be coming up. Extra Lings are on the way. The factory, Banshee, and cloaking continuing up. The extra Hellions are on the way through as well. Those extra Lings going to finish. The Hellions are going to get by, so, well, Ling speed just finished up right now. We can chase those Hellions down. Couple drones go down. Lings are going to get a good wraparound. That's a surround on the Hellions. Oh, that's a good defense for Dark. That actually turns into a really nice defense there. As the Lings come across the other side, the Hellion goes down. 2 more factories on the way. Ryoung's going to play mech. I did not have that one on my list of things that might happen in this series. I did not have that one on my list. As Tuner a new guy, it's Ryoung. It's not a name change either. It's just he named himself Tuner on the PTR. And you can't name change on the PTR when you set your name the first time, so... Last week when we were casting this, Zaun also named himself Classic on the PTR. That was a whole thing, so... yeah, Zaun is also in PTR kind of name purgatory. Those mech upgrades come through. Hyperflight rotors, the Banshee speeds. We're going to see a Banshee-focused mech play. Just kind of thrown back as Macfield comes up as well. I mean, like I say, with the Cyclone Reverted, we've seen this stuff before. These things are not really new. they've just not been used in a while because we've had a different cyclone. So like I say, it's kind of interesting because you kind of know roughly a little bit where we're going to, but then not really. Yeah, like it's still kind of fresh because we've not seen it in so long, I suppose. And obviously the Zergs have not played against this stuff in a while either, which might make it a little bit more awkward for them trying to figure out how to play about it, how to play against it, and so on and so forth. Banshee's there getting a good few shots off. The mag field coming through, the missile and carapace upgrades coming up. Roaches will step out into the center. And we'll actually start to head down the bottom left. The Banshees go into the main base for a couple of moments, and they find themselves 2 more drones. In the end, fair to say, I think the Dark is not really finding too much damage or anything, but look at the supply. He's actually supply blocked heavily. Down on workers, down on army supplies. So I think Dark's opening here built a lot of roaches that weren't immediately effective, and then has not really been able to do anything with them. Finally trying to fight with them now, but this is without roach speed. Of course, the lair was late because we invested into the roaches early too, and this has been a bit of a disaster start from Dark. Definitely a good position that Ryoung has been building in, been able to get to so far in this game, as the Banshees will continue to chase. The roaches will be hunted down. Two armories building, as obviously Ryoung will open up options for his upgrades. Now, if we look at the supplies here, and this was Bio versus Zerg, I would be harping on about how much I love the position for Ryoung and how great it is and how difficult it's going to be for Dark, but, well, I'm a mech non-believer. I've seen too many games of mech where the Terran has been in an absolutely fantastic spot. They've been well set up, and they just lose the game. So, yeah, sorry, but I'm not a believer until I see it happen, basically, so... yeah, I've learned my lesson with believing in mech too soon. So yeah, I'm just gonna sit back and wait for us to have Ryoung actually really showing us that this is gonna work out, that this is gonna be okay. That might make a big difference as the Banshees Hellions and the Cyclones come back across. +1 missiles and +1 carapace continue up as well. Continue to go straight into this. Cyclones shooting. The Hellions are gonna come back across as well. A little bit more damage being dealt there. She's got a few more hits toward those roaches, so a little bit more damage, a few more hits coming through for the moment. Good damage dealt over on that side. Cyclones and those few Hellions gather up one more time. You got the Banshees just kind of cruising around the map all the time. Always a threat, always potential to get so much done. We're going to lose one, unfortunately. At the same time, we are pushing to the top. It is Cyclones and Hellions trying to break through, but those roaches are going to come in and do a pretty reasonable job of starting to turn those Cyclones away. The roaches come back over. The Banshees are going to fly in return. Cyclones are going to be able to start getting lock-ons. Of course, Macfield will shred through armored units, so roaches take a lot of bonus damage. That's why you need the Lings to try and get in front of those roaches a lot of the time. If you can get the Lings in front, then those Cyclone lock-ons are way less effective. Every time you lock onto a Ling, it's a roach that probably gets to survive instead. As we do have a couple of infestors out. We dropped the first fungal, but it completely whiffed. Did not hit at all. So that did not land in any sort of meaningful manner. As now the Banshees are going to help to force these infestors back. The infestors step through, but they're actually out of energy. And stepping forward like this, these infestors are going to take some losses. We lost one of the two. It was just unnecessary, right? Those infestors did not need to come trying to chase down the Cyclone army. That was just inviting the Terran player to make an effective and efficient trade. Yeah, a little bit of a shame. Far from being kind of, you know, super terrifying or super rough for you. I mean, this is very playable still, obviously, but yeah, no, you gotta be careful, right? There's definitely ways you can make your life a little bit easier for yourself. No reason to make your life harder or more difficult. That much is for sure. Hellions, Cyclones, get back on the right-hand side. Just going to hit this base for a little bit as well. Roaches and Queens will continue across. The Roaches come back into the middle of the map also. And the Cyclones lock on. The Hatcher is going to take a few more hits. And yeah, the Hellion's going to fire up. I mean, a lot of drones going down as Ryoung is definitely taking some pretty decent control in this game, it would seem. I mean, a lot of drones dying. The Cyclones are going to get cleaned up a little bit. The Hellion in the main base still going big. I mean, I like what Doc is kind of getting to in terms of the units that are available to him, but it's going to be a real struggle for him to continue to afford those units and continue to keep those units in play based on how everything is continuing here as well. So I do think that's going to be an issue as we continue through. I mean, Doc's just not in a great spot. You know, we don't really need to kind of step this up to be something epic or amazing that it isn't. Like, Doc is just in a pretty brutal place right now. It is not looking good for him here. In this game number 2, what can he do to really turn it around? I mean, well, he is playing against Mech. That's a pretty good way to turn it around. I do like that he's going to get to the Lurkers as well. That gives you something more of an option. That feels at least more hopeful than it was going to be in the first place, right? So it's something, but you got to also consider this is a transition here now from Doc, who is on his way, from Ryoung, who is now on his way into Siege Tank. So before, this was a very, sizable army that was just Cyclone-based, but now this army's getting better. Yes, there's still a lot of Cyclones, but there's a bunch of Siege Tanks too, so that army is absolutely improving. I think that's going to be a pretty major issue, given a little bit of time. Going to get the dash on the way, so Dog going to get that Hydra later game upgrade. That's obviously been one of the hotter topics in the world of the StarCraft 2 PTR. It's definitely something a lot of people have been questioning. Let's see, our Roaches coming through. A couple tanks setting up. Command centers on the way. Triple Starport Fusion Core. Ryoung not messing around. He says, yeah, I'm playing mech, but I'm going to play some really cool follow-ups. As we do see one Infestor going down. We drop the Fungal. We get a follow-up. It's going to help you to get rid of a lot of these Cyclones. They're move commanding for a little while there as well. Not exactly ideal. In fact, quite disastrous. And that is going to be Ryoung losing a chunk of units. I mean, trades like that. We're talking about how can Doc get back in this game. Trades like that help a lot. Those are steps in the right direction, no doubt. Is this PTR? Yes, this is the PTR. Do you have to click on the unit to lock on, or do you just hit the hotkey and auto does it? You can right-click the ability and it will put auto lock on into play, so then you will just constantly have the auto lock. And as long as you have auto lock, it'll just lock onto whatever's in the front, so you don't have to do it. But you can, that is kind of optional to you, right? Like, that is something you can or cannot do, or you can or you don't have to do. Take your pick. I mean, Doc's going to lose some base. He's going to try and counterattack at the same time. He's definitely still in a difficult place, and he's still trying to figure his way out of it as Roach Hydra tries to get into this mineral line. Try and have some impact as well, if at all possible. Ravager's going to step through there. The Hydra's going to take down those siege tanks also. Roach Hydra army able to get quite a few SCVs. 11 workers going down. A couple more of those SCVs still dropping here as we speak. You see a few Lings able to close the gap, and that will be some tanks at least dropping. You're going to use the Hydra dash as well, just to kind of get in reach. I love it. That's where I think that's the kind of moment where I'm like, okay, this Hydra range is maybe not the craziest thing in the world, but little moments like that, it's like, well, that's cool, right? A cool little way to use it. One of those abilities that I think it's a good, like, why the hell not just have it? Like, I can appreciate it's not going to change every game in the future of StarCraft 2, but why the heck not just put it to use a little bit? Why the heck not just kind of use it here and there? I don't think it's a bad thing to have. I like the Hydra dash. I'm a big positive on it. I've enjoyed it when we've seen it. Like I say, it may not be the most game-changing of abilities, but it's given us some fun. I don't know if it's just cool moments because it's new. Let's look at Doc's transition. Going to move into Swarm Host. What a different way to now approach the next step of this game. Swarm Hosts are usually better built earlier. The earlier you build Swarm Hosts, the longer they are typically in the game for. The longer they're in the game, the more around the Locust, the more efficiency you can find. In this case, he's going to switch into Locust kind of late. And this might just be a very much so a sign of like, hey, look, we're in trouble. We ain't in a good place right now. We're in a little bit of trouble. We ain't in a good place. This is kind of our time to just try and find something. Like, yes, we're not playing this super normally right here, but we don't really have much choice. So let's just go Swarm Host because I need some value to be found. I need something to come through for me. Let's see if we can make something happen with that as we get settled in. So, you know, Knight Network on the way up, going to give some more mobility options to the army on the Zerg player as Dark. He's going to find himself back to being maxed out. Only 63 drones in the game, so not exactly looking super comfortable there by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, looking to be in a pretty rough spot when it comes to that. As the Hellbats, tanks, and Cyclones continue to step forward currently. More Locusts will drop back into place. And go back the other direction as well. Just going to keep moving through. I like these pushes from Ryoung, consistently coming back through and saying, you know what, like, I'm not afraid, I can't keep pushing back in positions. It's kept the creep spread back. Dark has really struggled to control the map at all. He's had some counterattacks, and that's really been one of the better things that Dark's had going on. Good scan is going to enable the siege tanks to pretty much just play cleanup. So this hatchery topside, this one's died a couple times already, if I'm not mistaken. That's why there's so many minerals left there. It's a slow systematic game for Ryoung, where he is just knocking locations down of Dark, and as he knocks locations down, he puts himself into better and better positions. Cyclones and Liberators coming through, the +1 ship weapons coming up. We do have Locusts spawn on the bottom side. I think any win here for Dark really does come through the Swarm Host, because their efficiency is going to be essential for him to stay in a game where he's down 20 workers and has been significantly. When you drop in here, it's going to be a tank. Gets the planetary. Second tank as well. Wow. Not even a third siege tank. This was a really good wave of Locusts. And that's what you're looking for. Value. Value out of almost nowhere. Yes, you have to pay to build the Swarm Host, but if they can do that over a long period of time and keep on spawning those Locusts in, so they don't die, that is the way back into this game for Dark. At least it's one of the big ways back into this game. It may not be the only way. It may not be the main way, but I definitely think it's a big step in the correct direction here. As plus Team LA finishes up, 5 additional Cyclones producing ship weapons is on the way in, as well as our Liberator siege up across the front of the Natural. Dark trying to hang on in there. That 12 o'clock phase, nothing on it either, so that's just kind of barren of defenses. They are just going to dive. Corrosive Bowels up in the skies. Gonna get a lot of the libs. The siege tanks are dying to the Locusts. It's obviously not enough to really disjoint that position completely, but Dark is still playing the counterattack at the same time. He's been so good at the counterattacking. And as we do have our Cyclones continue to run, they are actually going to end up finding the Swarm Host here a little bit with the scan, enabling to get a few more kills. I actually do not mind the Cyclones going down to get rid of the Swarm Host. I think the Swarm Host is the most difficult thing Ryoung kind of has to play against currently. Taking a moment just to kind of step away and just, you know, clean out those units. I think it's just the right decision as our Locusts continue. Our Locusts continue through. The Cyclones continue to take a bunch of damage. Unfortunately, I think Dark. Dark's actually put up a very good fight from being behind. He's very clearly said, you know what, this is a tough spot for me. What can I do to get back in there? I'm going to have to play a bit of a different game, and he absolutely has done exactly that. But Ryoung was just very far ahead. The opening was extremely good for him. He did some serious work damage early. The opening of Dark in itself was not exactly very good. We're actually going to see GG called right there as Dark just says, I'm out of options. I can't stay in this. I can't make more things happen here. And so he just taps out. And that is going to take us to a game 3 between Ryoung and Dark. How about that? Ryoung and Dark going to go to a third map on the day. That's very cool. Ryoung, bringing us through. Love that. All right, give us a moment here, guys. Let's drop some ads and stuff. Mech confirmed viable. Not sure if it's quite confirmed viable, but excited to see what. I mean, obviously this was just a really good opening. What's fresh, I guess, is that the mech play didn't just die after opening well. That happens so freaking often, where like you get off to a good start and then just you just flop down dead afterward. It happens so often. So yeah, I mean, I've just seen too many mech games where we see that outcome where, like, the mech gets into a great position, or the Terran just gets into a great position, and then they start building the extra factories at home, and I'm like, no, you're losing the game. You're playing mech. It's just not a consistent style. In the bottom right of Whispers of Gold, this is a map pick from Dark, obviously, as he loses game 2. He gets to pick the map 3. So, on his opponent's map pick, it's Ryoung in the bottom right, playing the red Terran, and playing the blue Zerg in the top left. Will be Dark to get this up and running. Let me take a couple moments, we get set up, see where we're going to go early on, figure out what the players are going to get up to here. Is Ryoung going to play mech again? Is he going to go back to an 8 racks or so? Command center drops into place. Hatchery in the pool coming up as well. Taking a moment to take it easy. Last week when we did Olimoleague in the evening, I did I got a little bit too excited during the games, and my voice was definitely not great for this the day after. So I'm trying not to go too overboard early on today. Yo, Lambo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Casting some of the Olimoleague games. These were played earlier today. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. So we're gonna see our Reaper gonna fire up. A couple drones taking damage. A couple things are gonna come across. Queen will fire back the other direction, and that Reaper will get turned as the factory comes online. The command center finishing very shortly. And Ling Speed, drones, hatchery, all continuing through on the side of Darks. All of that coming up as our, again, Queen and the Ling Speed continues into play. Need to see what the next step will be. Currently watching this Reaper. There is a proxied starport from Ryoung. Definitely a different way to go about things. Going to try and go for what, a little alien drop or so. So coming online, couple overlords and the Queen coming through. Hellions and the starport and the orbital all coming in as well. Really will be a question of how well can this proxy starport set us up as Ryoung. Obviously we'll commit to this early. Oh, he's just going to build the Liberator off of it? Wow. Well, Liberator is on the way through. The couple of SCVs are building up. There's a couple of Hellions come across. Queens and Lings will produce. The drones are on the way. Those Hellions head to the bottom left-hand side. Again, a few more Queens continuing in production, about halfway done at the moment. I'm so intrigued by the Liberator. I mean, I guess Liberator comes in quickly, maybe distracts the Queens, you get in with the Hellions. Dark is already on Ling speed, so it's not like he's not going to have effective Lings. Queen's in a good position here for the Hellions, but of course that maybe means they're not in position for the Liberator. We'll see how that goes. That's all the starport is going to do as Ryoung lifts that up and starts to fly it back home. So Starport will begin to return back to the other side. A couple of grenades will go down. The Hellions take some shots on the Queens. Liberator now sieging, and this Queen will be going down as well. So that's going to be a nice grab. Couple of drones here will also get shot down. Turns into a pretty darn good Liberator. 3 drones, a Queen. Going to be able to cancel the eggs out of Morphine as well. Queen gets that. We get pushed back. Ryoung. Honestly, not a bad start, especially because the Liberator survives as well. Smoke roll building. The extra drones are coming by. Barracks engineering base coming through. The stim pack is on the way up as well. Smoke roll is still producing. A couple of questions from the chat. When is the patch live? Nobody knows. And who is Tuna? Tuna is Ryoung. That really was a couple of questions. As a few Marines will get back onto the Overlords. The Overlord will take some damage. The Liberator there to help it along its way. Queens will step up. The Hellions get turned away. Still got barracks in production. One more creep teamer gets picked off. The Queens come through again. The Hellions are once again just chased out of there. Still got ourselves the Roach Roan and Lair Eva Chambers coming through. The few drones are still coming up as well. Hellions continue over now to that left-hand side. That moves about. Wheel drops down. Again, got the Evolution Chambers and Extractors coming through. Creep Chambers in production as well. And Marines all popping out of that barracks in the next few moments as the racks and a couple of SCVs are producing. The Orbital will land momentarily. That gives you a third base to work on here. So funny to go from kind of ley lines, which is quite a big map, if not quite a big map, and kind of plays very interestingly. So there's a goal that is much more condensed. There's 7 bases each on this map. It's not a 6-base map like a Ghost River or so, but it's definitely much more condensed, much easier to go from one side of the map to the other. Maybe one of the big reasons why we play the bio style here as Ryoung. He will love to kind of push and keep on pushing, perhaps, on a map of this size. Like I say, I guess, back to what we started talking about at the start of this series, the big question for me is Ryoung going to go into the 8 racks and really just try and win the game at the 10-minute marker? Or are we going to take a different approach? Team Medivacs going to boost to the top side. 60 Marines inside. First chance for Ryoung to deal some damage. He is going to second factory, so we already see that this is going to be much more tech-focused. As the Queens transfuse each other, we get rid of the Liberator. The Marines get into the main base. Spawning Pool is the target. And that would be a lot more worthwhile if we weren't playing against Roach Ravager. It's kind of unfortunate. The Roach Ravager gets there to play defense, and he chose to go after the Spawning Pool, so it doesn't really delay you in any real way. I don't say that really does much at all. Marine step up, a couple more biles going down. Just gonna see how Roach is gonna go back towards the rocks. Open those up again. Spawning Pool coming up. The Ravagers on the way in. 2-2 upgrades building from Ryoung, who is gonna have to deal with this big Roach Ravager attack in these next few moments. This is Dark surging across the map with the 67 drone Roach Ravager timing. Roach Ravager steps in. The Marines and the Hellbat's going to go the other way. Tanks are firing up. Roach Ravager keeps on pushing through. Corrosive Valves dropping down. SCVs are going to have to pull into this for Ryoung to play defense. I do like the positioning of the tanks, and the Ravagers have really struggled to get in range of the siege tanks. As we get through here, that tank in the front is still alive. It's taking us forever to knock the tanks down, and that's a big reason why Ryoung will hold this if he survives. A few more biles here. We'll get that tank on the right side. Still one on the high ground. That's got to have blasted a few roaches down her. 9 kills, and their expensive unit has been killing. As Dark actually, loses some drones during this as well. He'll get a few more SCVs. 62 to 49 workers, but Ryoung is surviving. He's about to be on 2-2 upgrades. Is there a world where Ryoung is going to see the other side of this? I do genuinely think there is. I think Ryoung's going to come out of this looking A-okay. Knock down another refinery. Maybe not A-okay, but in a playable position. The worker count is playable. His army count is still good. The upgrade lead will help. Just needs these tanks to hold on. This is mostly roaches now as well. Less Ravagers, so as the first biles come down, that will be the only biles. As they get rid of tank number 1, yes, tank 2 will get engaged into by the roaches. No biles necessary when you close the gap like that. Another bile is going to miss as the Marines still step up. Roach Ravager continues through. Ravager's getting chased. Going down. It's going to be the cleanup. Overseer falls as well. Good cleanup all around there by Ryoung. Damn. 2 upgrades on the way up. 14 additional roaches on the way. Drones producing. The tanks and Marines are all coming about as well. As our Ravagers continue to morph on in. So bringing those Ravagers through. Two medevacs over to the far left-hand side. Gonna be dropping into this main base in a few moments. 60 Marines will unload. The Overlord goes down. First Spore Crawl and second Spore Crawl and run into position. Ryoung is going to be kind of caught in the front, so the front defense is going to be good from Dark. How does he do defending the main? Okay, like I say, a couple of spores, a few drones go down. Step in the right direction. Ryoung needs to do some damage here following that attack. He's going to look to maintain an upgrade lead as he has 3-3 on the way already as well, so that should push him in the right direction there. Having 3-3 over the 2-2 will be a big help, a big aid as we continue through. Ryoung is recollecting the tanks and Marines back in the center. And the 3-3, like I say, on the way through for the moment. Got a couple of scans down. As we do have our burrow upgrade continuing by. Seeing the couple of biles coming in towards all of those Marines, so a lot more damage being aimed towards the front there. Massive drop into this main base. Let's stim up those Marines, get those active straight away. Push straight through, Extractor goes down. Love the activity that Ryoung is bringing. Dark only just now going to start up that infestation pit, so he's a long way off any further tech outside of the Roach Ravager. I mean, he is going to have Tunneling Claws and Burrow, so he is going to have some upgrades to kind of make the Roach Ravager better. A little bit of harassment option for him there as well, could be cool. As our units keep on dropping around, that's what you got to do as Ryoung. Do not give Dark a moment to breathe. Get yourself back in this game, let those upgrades put in work. Dark has got the Hydra Den coming up as well. There's definitely a world where he's aiming towards lurkers here eventually. Shouldn't be surprising, and the pieces are starting to fit into place for him to go there. Hive now starting. But we'll still only be on 4 bases. The 5th base killed, not cancelled. Ryoung able to find that on the top right side. Again, these drops working wonders against the Roach-based army. Doing really well with that so far. As the medevacs you have to load up. And if you can keep this on 4 bases each for a while, Ryoung is absolutely still in this game. In the game, but getting into a difficult place, right? Gonna have to be careful about the fact that we're playing against a Zerg that's on the way to lurkers. That's something you have to 100% respect. It's this basic game. Great job there. That's definitely the struggle for Dark. Being able to kind of break out and get these bases up is not going well for him in the slightest. Top right army Gets pushed back. We are going to be seeing the +3/+3 coming through. 5 more lurkers in production. Love to see those lurkers coming online. It's definitely going to help Dark out. And also, it should force Ryoung to kind of tech up a bit further too. Maybe see a bit of an example of these lower ghost counts in late game TVZ because of the supply increase on the ghosts. It means you can't have as many of them up at any point in time. This is the kind of game where that might come into having some impact. Love the burrow play. And burrow on those SCVs, get some friendly fire damage done. Again, just something you have to kind of deal with. Oh! The SCV's all stacked as well, Dark! The burrowed roaches doing amazingly. Using the burrowed roaches, like I say, to splash damage down the SCVs. Cute play. $14 dead SCVs on that. Kind of stuff that's going to make it just difficult for Ryoung to retake control. Kind of needed as well. Dark's only on 58 drones, so 58 workers each right now. Ryoung with an attempt to dive the main base, but that gets disallowed immediately. No love found there. Spinning up that left side. We continue to position. We'll get back to some consuming. We do have our 3/3 upgrades continuing to produce. It is going to be in play for a moment for Dark, so finally the upgrades are going to even out. Just missile upgrades, and there's no sign of Lings in this. It's just roaches, it's just moving into lurkers. 70 minutes on Whispers of Gold. Dark is still without a 5th base. Maybe now, with the lurkers out, he will finally be able to hold on to that. Ryoung has done a fantastic job of just limiting where Dark can be. One snipe goes off on a Ravager. That's the first thrown of the Ghosts. The SCV's going down. This has also been a difficult base for Ryoung to hold on to. Dark's been here multiple times, stopping it from mining. It's been a very good, scrappy, back-and-forth game, really. I think Dark's numbers have always looked pretty good, but Ryoung has been there challenging and doing what he needs to. The +1 melee upgrade finally starting is. I would not mind to see Dark heading up on some Lings. It's not a great dive. One medevac down, second medevac dies. Do not love that at all, actually. It's a little bit brutal on the side of Ryoung as he loses seat. I mean, he gets in. Imagine he actually had those two medevacs units unloading. He would have done so well here. Nearly loses another medevac. Probably will lose because at least the parasitic bomb would get rid of one of those medevacs guaranteed. Doesn't quite happen. Yo, Foster, how's it going, mate? 5-year resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Long time no see as we dash forward with the Hydra to try and engage into the tank line. Gonna abduct the Ghost, but there's not really anything on the left side. I guess that's just gonna pull them out of position. Lurkers did burrow there as well as Dark makes a pretty sizable jump onto this base. That orbital has to lift off. It has to back away here. It has to get the heck away for now. Lurkers will all go down. I'm just trying to minimize damage taken. For how well he did for denying Dark's 5th, he was never able to really set up better himself back at home. And yeah, he did a great job of making life difficult for Dark, but I think at the end of the day here, Ryoung is going to end up with his life made too difficult himself. Dark also kept this game active. He also kept this game busy. And now he is the one stabilized on the other side while Ryoung struggles to fight himself into position. I just grabbed that siege tank. The lurkers are still whacking away. A few more lurkers, we might have been able to keep canceling those snipes, but that is going to be Ryoung overwhelming at least. He's going to try and go to the bottom left base. I don't hate that. A couple lurkers will fall. Lurkers in good places. We do have the Bane Nest coming up, the melee upgrade coming through. Lurkers going to burrow on this bottom left side. That's going to be a siege tank taken out immediately. Continue to snipe. The lurkers are still getting shot at. A few more of them going down. Big kills right away there. Ryoung is holding on at the finest of margins. Not really feel like it's going to be enough. I mean, he's just got no way back in this game anymore. It was very different when he was denying the base of Dark, where he was a bit more control on the other side of the map. But that time is definitely passing. Now we're going to lose a lot of the control he once had. I just trying to step up. I mean, again, this base is not allowed to mine. At least we've got the bottom left online, but a fresh fourth base versus just actually mine. I mean, I guess that base is mined out, so it's less impactful, but it would have been completely mined out if Ryoung had been able to just mine from it the entire time. I'm getting credit to how annoying Dark has been himself while dealing with all of the annoyances that Ryoung has put into the game as well. Impressive too, because Dog is one of the best players in these kind of scenarios as well, where it's like it's scrappy, it's low eco, or lower eco than it should be for the state of the game. You know, he's one of the masters of these kind of games. And Ryoung definitely put him to the test a little bit and made life difficult. Unfortunately, not quite able to take good enough control as Dog now takes both center bases. Again, just kind of, the game's been so active, probably not a bad thing to slow it down and to just let the game kind of, you know, build further into Dog's side. Like, Dog can see he's got the lead, so Dog is in no rush to end the game, because it's only going to get better for him if he expands and makes money. He's going to have a bank to rebuild. He can't lose to one bad fight. And Dog knows what he's doing. He knows he's gotten to a position now where he can just let this play out and finally take advantage of the lead, which he's finally wrestled away from Ryoung. Well, I say he's wrestled the lead away from Ryoung. I don't know if Ryoung was really leading. But he's definitely been able to wrestle Ryoung to a point where he's gotten pinned, and so he can actually take a lead comfortably once again, instead of Ryoung having some control on the map, some positions he was able to dictate. That definitely has been a big factor. Big swarm of Zerg moving to the south. Plus 2 melee, 6 more lings. Ryoung is going to try and build sensor towers. I mean, sure, why not? But like I say, I'll kind of believe in those being worthwhile when I see him not die. As he loses 19 SCVs to the Bane Ling attack on the bottom. Finally, Ling Bane on the way as well. Plus 2 melee will be done soon, but I think being so much more effective at this stage of the game, it's much more mobile around the map, and it's a great throwaway composition of units to throw into the front of Lurker Fire, so that your Lurkers are protected. Lingbane's difficult to deal with, the Lurkers can get good positions and then put some good damage out. Lots you can do there. Awesome with a 107-month resub. A once legendary player, StarCraft 2. Thanks so much. Almost 9 years of subscribing. Isn't that crazy? That's actually ridiculous. Alright. Well, Bane's are morphing. Hydras are moving. This game is definitely... I'd like to make it more exciting, guys, but I do not see the way in which Ryoung wins this. He's maxed out, but only because Dark has taken so many good positions. Lingbane Hydra, I'm going to start to run on over. Jungle Growth going down, catching a lot of that bio. We dash forward as well. I like how Dark uses the dash. It's just like, hey, I'm going to close the distance, get a bit more value out of my Hydras, get a little bit more done with those. I like that. Feels like a very responsible and effective way to use that ability. Used it in the previous game as well. Looked good then. Doing the same right now. Good method of managing this game currently. Bane's, Nidus Network, more Lings. And choose your poison. Dark is winning this game, guys. Like I said, it's not one to get super excited about. Again, love the dash on the Hydra just to kind of close the gap a little sooner, take a couple less tank shots on the way into position. Holding out for the moment. 2 more tanks on the way. We're going to get to this bottom right corner tonight. There's a few drones going down across the map. Yeah, tank on the high ground is going to get a bunch of kills. That's lovely. You've got to take what you can get in terms of positive moments for Ryoung right here, unfortunately. It is definitely getting to a point where this is not really going anywhere anymore. And Ghost Peel back over to the right. A couple of Lurker shots are going to fire. Good chunk of Lingbane Hydra making their way through the tanks over here. Base in the bottom left goes down as well, so that's going to be a big loss. In the main base, the Nidus actually goes up, so we're finally going to get rid of the production lines, and Dark is going to get the GG off of Ryoung to take this 2-1 in his favor. Dark wins the round of 16 and gets to the round of 8. And yeah, got there with that 2-1 victory in the end. Took a little bit, but he got there in the end. Alright guys, we're going to go to our super professional bracket right now. And I have been able to source the information needed to fill this bracket out for the round of 8. So, in the round of 8, at the top is going to be Classic versus Trap. And then it's going to be Oliveira versus Hero, apparently. We're going to have Beyond taking on Zaun. It's another cool ZVT. It was actually, sorry, not ZVT, PVT. Actually, Beyond Zaun was last week, actually, after Clem Zaun in the Olimoleague. There's some cool matches there. On the very bottom, we're going to have Shin, and if you haven't realized it just yet, then he should obviously be playing against Dark. We just saw Dark win in the round of 16. So that's what the bracket looks like in the round of 8. I think it's kind of... So we're going to probably cast a couple of these round of 8 matches. We're going to do Oliveira Hero and I think Beyond versus Down. And then we'll do both semifinals and the finals. So that'll give us 4 best of 3s and a best of 5 still to cast. So yeah, I think we'll do the Oliveira Hero. We'll do Beyond versus Down. And we'll do semifinals and finals. We'll skip out on the mirror matchups. I actually would like to see Classic Trap, but... Last week I did the thing where I actually tried to cast too many of these matches, and then my stream went a little bit longer than it should have done, maybe. So we're not going to do the PvP or the ZVZ. I'll check the scores on those when we've casted Oliveira Hero and Beyond vs. Down, because that's pretty much all I can... I can't do that before I've casted the other games without spoiling myself, so... We will do that. That's what our bracket looks like at the moment, so... Love that. Beautiful bracket. As we'll head into more games here. We'll just give a couple minutes for some ads to roll out, guys. I'm just going to have a couple bites of my evening meal as well. As we get to go into our next series, which we'll do Hero Oliveira next. Hero Oliveira, then Beyond vs. Down. Seems like a plan. What am I eating? Toast? Beans on toast? No. That would be very British of me, though, wouldn't it? I think what I'm eating is very British as well. I'm eating a Yorkshire pudding. It's like a doughy little pudding that you have on roast dinners. Sunday roast? Yeah, kind of. You don't know what that is? Yeah, it is a pretty British thing, actually. I would put this on the break screen, but I'm pretty sure you guys appreciate the high quality content of me eating. You know, when I eat on stream, I always feel like I eat in like a really weird way for some reason. So yeah, I'm just gonna finish this, guys. Then I can push it to the side and not get distracted by food for the rest of the day. What time is it? It's 6:30 p.m. Dirty Shark, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Is Zest gone from the scene? Yeah, Zest didn't return after his military service. I'm obligated to report myself for self-abuse if I don't give myself a proper lunch break. The problem is I could take a lunch break before or after I stream, but that's not when the food gets made, you know? Hi, Roro75, thank you so much for the 37-month resub. Yeah, these evening streams kind of suck for mine and Helen's daily schedule, so... You know, a lot of the times if I end up streaming like a bit later and stuff, we have food when I finish, but like... this is just like, it's too early to eat before the stream starts, it's too late to eat when it finishes, so... Just gotta slop it in the middle. So yes, we're going to go into Hero versus Oliveira first, and then we're going to do the other semifinal, quarterfinal between Bjorn and Zhao. Let's do it. Let's not waste any more time. Let's cast. Thank you for the resubs, guys. Appreciate it. Oh, we had the drop-off. It happened. I told you guys it was going to happen over the next couple of days. The drop-off minus like 200 subs. All right, guys. The road to 1,000 subs begins here. Thank you, Vanilla67, getting on the road at the start with the 11-month resub. Came for SE2, stayed for the paint content. Love that. Let's get into Hero versus Oliveira. Best of 3. I wanted to update the bracket command. Okay, let's do the intros. I'm going to quickly update the bracket command once the intros are done. In the top right corner of the map, this is going to be the blue Protoss. It is Hero playing on ley lines for this opening game. As in the bottom left, our red Terran is Oliveira. It should be a fun PvT, right? Give me 1 second here, guys, to just edit the bracket command. Alright, I'll post that on the YouTube as well. Give me 1 second. Apologies. While I'm doing this, if you're on the YouTube, give the stream a cheeky little like. Appreciate it if you do. We're on 57. We've had 300 viewers on YouTube. I think we can get that up towards a little closer to 100. Place that pinned message, and we'll go back in game. The frames will come back. They'll not be dropping anymore. Frames get capped when you're tapped out of StarCraft 3. This was a really weird update that they did. At some point, they made it that if you were tapped out of the game, there was a frame rate limit. So if you're tapped, like if I press Alt-Tab, you can see how the game just gets a little like less frame ratey. And that's because the game is capped at a frame rate and you're tapped out, and you can't get rid of that anymore. You can't change it. In the past, you could tap out and the game would run perfectly smooth. You would not be able to know that I was tapped out, you know, trolling people in different Twitch chats, you know, bitching about base rate TV, or whatever I used to get up to back in the day. You'd have no idea. Or, you know, for the most part, tapping out to, like, fix something on the stream or so. Nowadays, you know, because the frame rate just drops instantly. So, I always thought it was a very unfortunate update. It's one of those updates where it's just, like, they added it, probably because it's, like, it doesn't affect anyone other than me and, like, 7 other streamers, you know? Yeah. Exposed update. I just can't. It's just so funny. Like, it literally probably doesn't affect anyone apart from like casters. Because like, it doesn't matter if the game runs at a lower frame rate when you're tabbed out to anybody else, right? I really feel like someone was watching my stream one day. I said a mean word about Blizzard. I was like, Blizzard didn't announce the tournament circuit yet. And they were like, you know what, Wardy, we're going to make an update specifically to mess with you. I can fix the frame issue by changing the full screen mode to off-on. Yes, but then I can't tab out. Because then when I tab out, the entire game minimizes and my PC freezes up. So that actually doesn't help at all. The problem is I need to be able to see the screen while tabbed if I'm doing things, you know? So yeah, unfortunately the full screen doesn't help us at all. It's okay. You guys just have to live with the slightest of frame rate drops while I fix brackets and things, you know? I'm sure you guys will manage. I'm sure you'll be okay. Blizz Nation scouts up in this early moments. He's gonna obviously see what's up. Sees the Widow Mines jumping into the medevac. Oliveira looking for a little bit of dropping action in the early stages. The medevac coming through the center toward the upper right as we speak. So away we go as we look to make some action happen very soon. Couple of Stalkers in the sentry. Gonna put some damage out on that medevac as well. 2 more Stalkers on the top. There's a medevac turned back around. Blink still coming through. Nexus producing. Raven, Siege Tank, extra Marines all on the way. Barracks and additional Marines coming out as well. This Rax lifts off from Oliveira. Gonna move to the tech lab. And the medevac is still cruising up at an altitude in the top right of the map, waiting to maybe make a play. Will Widow Mines improved, or why does he try and do this drop? Because this is very standard TVP, especially when you can't build Cyclones. So because the Cyclone is now kind of worthless TVP unless you're playing against a Stargate and you want a Cyclone for Oracle defense, this is kind of just the build that you're going to see in TVP pretty much every single game again now. this or like sometimes like a tank drop or so, but the Widowmine drop is going to be a pretty much a mainstay in this meta for TVP. Couple of gates, some Wolfen in, charge on the way through. And you have Stim Combat and +1 all coming up, so all those bio upgrades kicking in shortly. And give Oliveira an opportunity here. As you see the Raven work its way around that bottom right hand side. Seen by the hallucinations, so you know it's coming. I'm going to turn that Raven away in case it gets sniped. Apparently Oliveira going to play it safe. Flurry, thank you so much for the 38-month resub over on the Twitch. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for the resubscription. Hallucination gets into the main. Marauder popping out. Bio units starting to make their way out onto the map as well. So a little bit of bio. Heading through the center. +1 on charge all coming up. The gateways and a robo facility are building as well. Stalker goes down, that pylon will have to cancel. Medevac from the Widowmine drop is going to come back over. Widowmine's dropped into the back of the third, just got a couple of workers. Now the Widowmine's going to try and burrow here. We're not going to get a Zealot. And anti-armor missile didn't do much either, unfortunately. This is just going to be a back away from Oliveira. I don't think we can go any further forward with that right now, so we're just going to back it up. Stalker's coming through, Marauders are running, and the probes are going to pull to actually kill those mines. It will get them, just takes a few moments to clean up. Zealot's going to chase. We're not going to be seeing the siege tank is going to get picked off as well. And a couple of Widow Mines going to retarget. Dead center on those Zealots, and they do actually eat a pretty big explosion. Of course, we'll stop the Terran chase down, but Heroes coming straight across the map. Ghost Academy coming through, because of Shells coming in, Robo Bay, Prism, +1 armor all producing. The auto turret finally getting into play there, the Raven able to put itself into some usage outside of the joining up and kind of being part of the fight. It wasn't very useful in the fight. Able to do a little bit more harassing at least. Is this EU only? This is on the PTR. The PTR only has NA Central and NA West servers. So this will be played NA West. Korea versus China. NA West is the best server we have on the PTR. Colossus +1 armor. Extended thermal lance coming over. So I'm just going to pull back a little bit. We do see the Zealots. Just going to go after those Marauders, which are going to go down as well. SCV is going to pull away. More of those SCVs going down. A little bit of bio showing up. The Zealots will get picked away at. So let ourselves Ghost and the armor upgrade and so on continue to come through as well for the Marauders. Both sides going to be taking quite a significant bit of damage as we take some shots. Damage being dealt. Dark Shrine building. Colossus extended thermal lance. Hero trying to get into some more splash. With both sides losing workers, the work count stays kind of fine. Hero's about 10 ahead, which is kind of spot on against a 3-base Terran. That Colossus is very fortunate. It was really in the middle of nowhere and it just about manages to get away. So that Colossus scrapes itself out of trouble. I was genuinely thinking that was going to be a bad time for Mr. Colossus there, but he is going to live through it. He will live to fight another day. 2-2 upgrades on the way through. Extended thermal lance also coming out. Now Hallucination tries to step through onto the Raven. Raven will take a couple of nibbles, but obviously Hallucinations do no real damage, but it will keep an eye on it. Is there any MaxPax today? No MaxPax today, unfortunately. I don't know if he lost in an earlier round, because I haven't actually looked at the earlier rounds completely. More likely he just didn't sign up to play in this competition, if I had to make a guess. I'll try my best to stay spoiler-free myself. As the Stalkers blink it up, and Hero going to come across the map here. Gonna take a little bit of a position. This map's such a fun one, actually. I kind of like how the bases work. I feel like there's a lot of ways to move around as well. Zealots try and go on the bottom, but the Stalkers are going to come around the top. And I think there's a lot of cool ways to see the map kind of working, and especially just kind of the base layer can be so different each game, but then the movement of the units can be very different as well. This map has grown on me. I think at first sight I was like, oh my god, it's got so many bases, I'm terrified of it. But actually, over time, this one's grown on me. Which is nice. Wardy, how many hours delay? I guess this was played like 6 hours ago or something. There or thereabouts. I don't know how many hours exactly. These games were played in a tournament that started like 8 hours ago. So, you know, these games are not very old. Doing our best to give you guys as live an experience as well out to. As the Widowmines will get a Zealot at the front. Stalkers step up, a Widowmine goes down. Starport, Vikings coming through. The 2-2 upgrades and the ship weapons coming about also. 3-3 on the way up Hero. Extra gates coming in. The Observer is building. Probes continue to patrol. We do see the few Zealots going to get back around the far left. DT's going to get to the bottom as well. Morphine Planetary going to be taking a hit or two, but nothing serious. It obviously stays alive. Now the Bio steps up. A couple of Zealots going down. Again, 2-2 upgrades. Getting very close to being done on the side of Oliveira. He's down in upgrades at the moment, which means that getting 2-2 would even things out for a little bit. Trying to take a fight right here. The Vikings going to put themselves on the Colossus already. First Colossus going to go down. Oh, this is a horrible fight for Hero. Everything's just dying. Wow, what happened there? I mean, the DTs are going to need to be scanned, and they will get scanned now, so they will drop as well. I think Hero just got kind of bullied back. The fact this happens with an upgrade deficit for Oliveira is kind of surprising for just how one-sided it became. Oh, nice wraparound here as Oliveira obviously feels as though he could keep going. And he wasn't necessarily wrong. The surround is obviously just extremely powerful. And that surround will force Oliveira to lift off and pull back. I will fight a couple of Zealots. We'll take hits. 3-3 upgrades continue through from Hero. Couple disruptors on the way about. Our DTs get all the way down to the bottom. Plus 2 ship weapons coming through. Again, Ghosts, Liberator, Marines continue around as well. Extra disruptors and Nexus on the way about as our DTs will go and jump onto this planetary fortress. Swipe once, swipe twice, swipe 3 times, and it's dead. He did blink in though, which means that the DTs now, their best choice apparently is to turn and fight. And they actually do okay turning to fight. For a couple of moments. I mean, a few DTs died, but they got some units in return. Gets a sense tower before the turret is done. Now Hero's back to the top side, poking around with Zealots as well. They need to keep moving away. Don't want to get them stuck in a corner. As a 5th base is going to come up from Oliveira, as he also reestablishes the 4th base on the bottom side, rebuilds that after it just got lost. Model Disruptor coming through. A couple Widowmine shots will fire straight into those Zealots, so damage being done right off the bat. Now the Disruptors are starting to show up as well. First Disruptor shot is going to hit and clip a Marauder that will fall. Disruptors firing in against Zealots and DTs trying to brute force their way down the bottom side. That Disruptor gets denied. Next Disruptor denied. What else is going to get denied? Well, these Zealots are probably going to get denied now, but you know what? 14 SCVs already went down. They're pulling the army away, and that's going to allow you to come up over here as well. Hero is really accepting the kind of the Chaos Protoss kind of life that he leads. Trying to just cause trouble everywhere. He's going to win out on the bottom portion of this army. The Stalkers had to get away on the top. He lost both the Disruptors without being able to fire them. Cleans up a Liberator at home. He's been taking damage himself because this game is just absolutely hectic all across the board currently. Bio gets that Disruptor. We continue to move through. Marine Marauder coming up. Plus 2 ship weapons coming in. I mean, love that the DT's still there as well. 31 SCV is dead for Oliveira, but he sits at double the army supply of Hero. As long as he doesn't eat disruptor shots, Oliveira might just end the game with a shove across the map. And there's not that many disruptors because Hero's not done a great job of keeping those disruptors alive. He is going to have one disruptor shot there, but the disruptor gets very low. It doesn't hit anything in the end either. The split is good, so Oliveira will maintain the extremely powerful army that will work its way through this base. A DT going to show up to force a scan. We can actually walk into the scan we just used in a forward position, or we can just, you know, attack there as well. Scan a second time. Why not? Kind of a weird one because it's like we do have 3 orbitals still. It's like, that's fine. But you don't want to overuse scans because you want to make sure you always have scans if the DTs really do become an issue in a large number again. As Hero definitely trailing here on ley lines. 136 to the 186 supply currently. Coming back through, Zalstorger Disruptor coming over. All shots go down, SCVs getting picked off. Let's continue to move about a little bit, seeing what's going on here. You see another couple of disruptor shots coming through as well. They're going to try and land also. Not quite going to happen. And now we push back up to the top side. Viking Bio coming chase through. The Stalkers get forced backwards. I mean, Hero is really relying on these disruptors. Oh my goodness! He was relying on the disruptors, and what happens? They connect. Hero shoves a 30 supply lead of Oliveira away, and Oliveira still losing SCVs across the map. A recall to the top is going to defend this Nexus. Did Hero just turn this game around? He's continued to do damage throughout this. Oliveira, army supply now, is just going to even out. He's actually going to GG. It's going to completely twist the game. Oh my god, Oliveira was on his way to winning. Wow. 178 to 152 supply. He's 50 army supply ahead. Oliveira has been doing this the last few minutes where he's just like, he's ahead. He's basically ending the game. He just needs to kind of not take disruptor shots. They might be the worst disruptor shots you can take. Look at them. Oh, That was a lot of supply. And because he loses so much there, it allows Hero to play cleanup everywhere else as well, right? Like, now he's able to jump on this army. The Zealots are still going big on the other side as well, because Oliveira is fully committed to defending. Jeez. Can you guys first-person view? Sure, we can do his first-person view, and then we'll jump into the next game. Okay. From Oliveira's point of view, guys, he's over here, he's fighting. He's over there, he's over here, and his army's dead. No? Yeah, his army's dead. He just did not see the disruptors. And, like, he was there to watch it die. That's even worse. He sees it die. He was there for like half a second. Ugh, the pain. The pain. It wasn't over. I actually think he might have stayed in a little bit longer, but I think he's probably feeling like he's taken too much damage, and he's also... The major issue with a moment like that is you just took massive psychological damage. You know? That's the beautiful part about Disruptor. They don't say this in the StarCraft 2 kind of, you know, stats about the unit, but they actually have like plus 20 psychological damage as well. You take 2 to the face like that, bang, bang, 40 damage. It's over. Yeah, how do you ever recover from that as a Terran? You don't. You just don't. Alright, let me write down that one for highlight. So we gotta write the highlights down in this day and age, guys. That's what it's becoming. Yeah. Psychological damage is irrecoverable. It really is, man. It really is. That's a rough first game loss for Oliveira, because I thought he was on his way to winning that one. I was kind of losing, not hope, but I was kind of just assuming he was going to die, like he was continuing to play with disruptors. But man, they were amazing disruptor shots. Like, that was picture perfect as well. Bam, bam, fireworks. Game's done. Let's go on to game number 2. We're going to Whispers of Gold for our second map. Kick this off. See what happens as we go into game number 2. We're going to start off with the Blue Protoss player who has just disrupted his way to a cheeky Game 1 win. It is going to be Hero in the top left corner of the map, trying to bounce back from a Game 1 where he was not in a great position for a lot of it. There was a lot of moments where I think was okay for him, but the last 5 minutes or so was bad. He just about stole the game away with those disruptors. Now he's going to have to look to be in a more solid position in this game number 2, as in the bottom right, our red Terran player is OLIVEIRA. Where in the UK am I from? I'm from the northeast. Loving the other answers everyone's giving though. Making me giggle. Inside. Inside? Internal giggling. Not actually memeing, but like genuinely. This is now a moment where I worry for OLIVEIRA, because game 1 going like that, you're in a good position, you're winning, you're probably feeling it. You are able to basically just say, you know what? This is a really good place. And then, boom, you lose the game, and that's I mean, that's just wrong. And OLIVEIRA has definitely been one of those players at times to absolutely kind of mentally fall in games, so yeah, I think that's definitely a little something to look at as we get ourselves into this game number 2. Proxy pylon here from Hero. Command Center goes on to the natural. The Cybernetics core is building. Reaper Command Center factory all building up as well. You get all of that coming through for the moment. Here in Whispers of Gold, Stargate will go down on that right hand side, so just going to get the Stargate in position on the right. Reaper going to fight, Zealot going to shoot, go back and forth. The Zealot will fire a couple more shots up. OLIVEIRA's time, yes! Renamed, won a world championship. Best rename of all time. Went into that world championship, kind of memeing on the name change a little bit. Well, can't go back on that one. Can't go back from there, as Reaper gonna come across. Azal gets chased in the Oracle, and the Adept continue through. Warp Gate on the way as well. Here in this second game, the Command Center going to load the SCV in to keep it safe and alive for a couple of moments. Nicely done over there. As you have the Adept moving about, a couple of Marines and a Hellion going to come in and play chase the Adept. That will take some pretty serious damage, and that will be dropping down right there as well. Nice little cleanup for the moment. Woodermine does not get a go off on the Oracle. Oracle commits and gets all those Marines. Cannot chase the into the Woodermine though. Yeah, don't lose the Oracle. It's nice that you've done damage, but you know when enough is enough. Runs out of energy. That's going to be the end of this. Second Oracle on the way forwards. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we actually well, we at least put a couple of SCVs low. Reaper Hellion doesn't do much. The Oracle will now get that Woodermine and will go after some of the SCVs. Some of them are low, obviously, from the friendly fire of the Woodermine, so we get a couple more easily, and that is going to be that. 3 workers going down. And obviously a bunch of units went down with it, as the Reaper currently chasing the Zealot. And they get that kill, and it's going to back away. Now a Void Ray coming out of this Stargate, so Hero is going to be able to continue to bring the damage here. With that Void Ray popping in a few moments, Reaper going to jump onto the pylon. Void Ray comes to the bottom, Stalker and the Adept moving through, a couple of additional gateways building from Hero. Twilight Council is on its way. Bunker finishes, Adept moves up that ramp, the Oracle still coming through, and the Cyclone, the Twilight, all building. The Cyclone going to be a big part of helping to defend future Stargate units. Having that anti-air range is definitely a big plus. As the Vikings get through there, the Oracle gets pushed all the way back. Void Ray Stalkers, Adept and Phoenix coming through, getting a little grab in the front as well for the moment. Off the starport and move that over to the sides. Factory gonna go following in its footsteps as we get another reactor on the way up. Still a chunk of units just kind of poking around the front, but it's mostly just stasis wards setting up. A few gateway units here. Here we're gonna back away from this aggression he's been set up for so far, but pretty committed to the Stargate at first. Definitely puts him into a bit of a weirder spot right now. Void Ray gathers, the Cyclone coming through, the Adept comes over. Again, charge and +1 attack on the way as Hero starts up some upgrades to improve his army, because right now his army is very much so Stargates and some very basic, gateway units. That's not really going to see you through a lot of this game, so yeah, something I think on there as our Stasis Ward. Just setting up in the center, Marauder and the Marines still joining together too. And gather everything up as that Adept will continue to move on through for the moment. Alright, Impact Combat and +1 then, all of that building. That will give Oliveira a big power spike in this game. A couple of Medivacs, Marines, and Marauders coming up. Widow Mines producing as our bio will step out. Stalkers take some damage. Stasis goes off on just the Widow Mine. Second Stasis might be big though. It's going to be huge! It's a lot of those units, and that's going to buy you time as Hero. Anytime you can get for more upgrades at this point, more tech to come online is a good thing, because the Terran is hitting their power moment right here with their upgrades. Anything you can do to get away from this exact moment right now is typically pretty decent. We actually are going to bring units forwards here as Hero. I do not love this. I actually think this is a moment where it's like, we want to be getting away from this, not kind of continuing to kind of engage on this side or create fights on this side. He doesn't have a lot of units. The sentries obviously can force field. They can make something happen, but this is what I was kind of afraid of. You start to lose units. You have to use a lot of your sentry energy for the sake of what? Being out there on the map? Like, this didn't gain you anything as Hero. I just don't think this was, like, Protoss players love to be out on the map when sometimes they shouldn't be, and there's a lot of benefits to it if you get away with it, but I think this is one of the times where, okay, it hasn't been a major problem, but you've ended up taking some damage from it, essentially, or some losses from it, compared to expectation. +2 attack, extended thermal lance, and blink, all important upgrades again, continuing to come through right now. Again, the units coming about. It's going to be seen as Zealots coming over. Marines taking damage as well. Since Stasis Ward goes off, catching a Marine. Talon goes down. It's going to be everything in the front is going to be completely depowered. Disruptor, Extended Thermal Lance, +2 and Blink. Going to see these units kind of getting surrounded a little bit. Hero continues to sit there. Sentries are going to take some damage. Bio units will continue to chase. The Colossus will go down. Oliveira just has way too much. Hero, an interesting start because it felt like he did a fair amount, but he's very clearly struggled to kind of get everything going that he needs. And obviously that pylon is a huge loss. I don't know if that pylon depowering everything changes too much, right? Like, he wouldn't have gotten Blink, he wouldn't have gotten +2, maybe a Disruptor gets out. Extended Thermal Lance finishes, I don't think that saves the Colossus anyway. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit too much in the end, as I think we're on the verge of a GG. Oliveira going to tie this up, and we are going to go to a third game. Let's continue through. A couple Stalkers still going down. Widowmines coming to the front as Oliveira is, going to clean up everything. GG's. It's going to be a game 3. Man, Oliveira is going to be kicking himself. If you've just joined us from the Loco raid, welcome everybody. Oliveira was winning game 1, and he took the picture-perfect disruptor shots to the face that lost him 50 supply and ended the game moments later. So he could have been 2-0 right now. Instead, here we are now tied up 1-1. He is going to be, well, going to have to still kind of mentally get himself through that one. Otherwise, that's going to be a toughie continuing through. We're going to go to Ultra Love here for game number 3. Kick that off in a moment and get that underway. Get this going. Alright, so we're going to go to Ultra Love. We'll give it just a second, guys. I had to run some ads. I'm sorry if you just joined us and you're getting ads. You probably can't hear me apologizing. Is this the bugged Cyclone? If the Cyclone is still bugged on PTR, then yes, it's the bugged Cyclone. I don't know if they fixed it or not. Probably not, knowing our look. Alright, we'll give it 30 seconds or so, guys. We'll jump into Ultra Love for our map number 3 of this series. We'll get that on the way. Alright, let's go in again with 3 guys. Sorry, just chatting back. Alright, we're going to go into game 3. Hero versus Oliveira. Let's hop on into the bottom left-hand corner. In this tied-up series with the red Protoss player, Hero. And the Stargate play just did not quite get him where he needed to be. I feel like almost like did a little bit too much, like Stargate. Then he went Charge, which is fine. But then he went Colossus, and when the opening doesn't go amazingly, it feels like that's a little bit too much, kind of like going from here to there to there. Like, Charge and Colossus don't usually combine, because for Charge to work, you kind of need to be on a lot of gates. But for Colossus to work, you need to get to Colossus, you can't afford a lot of gates. Right? Like, it's this kind of weird conundrum, so I feel like Hero did this weird kind of mix and match of units to follow up from that start. Definitely a little bit of a funky one. Oliveira in the top right, our blue Terran player, still going to be kicking himself over game number 1. Even if you bring back game 2, you got to think what could have been. Well, that's 2 games now where you've been playing as the stronger player, it would seem. Got to really try and capitalize on those moments, you know. Got to really try and capitalize on those moments. You can't let those slip through the cracks. As a probe comes in, SCVs will take damage. Gateway about to finish. Barracks coming up. When are they going to put the new patch on ladder? Sorry, I missed that question. It's a popular one. So I'll answer it because a lot of people are probably thinking it, but yeah, no one knows. My personal guesstimate last week was 1 to 2 weeks. So my current guesstimate is within the next week. But there's no guarantee of that. It might be a little bit longer. I don't think they're purposely holding it back for anything, so I think it should just be good to go very soon. Hopefully good to go very soon. If the Cyclone goes into the full patch, that'd be an evil self-nerf. It's not going to go into the patch. They'll just fix it. The only reason they've not fixed it is because updating the PTR is a whole thing. If they put it live, they would absolutely fix the Cyclone. I'm pretty sure it got reported on day 1. There's no way they put the bugged Cyclone live. I actually have that much faith in them. I don't know where this faith has come from, but I have that much faith in them that they wouldn't just put the book cycle on live. Reaper goes patrolling on the high ground as we have the sentry on the way as well. Push that Reaper away with the Stalker. We'll wait to see what the tech structure will be. Sentry pops early. Obviously, an early Sentry allows you to energy overcharge onto it, get a lot of hallucinations out, consistent scouting in the early game. The Sentry is still a gas investment, though, and hence it does hold up your tech structure. So there is a little bit of investment and commitment to that. This nation just sitting overhead. Again, Twilight Council building, gateway coming about. Stranger in a strange land. How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 55-month resub. So good to see you this month. Pleasure to have you with us as always. Thank you so much for big resub here today. As our hallucination goes chasing the medevac, couple of Widow Mines inside. Of course, hallucination being able to spot this medevac, so you get a good idea of where it's going to come from. So there's no guesstimating where you should put your defense at. Could really limit, any potential damage from this. The medevac even going to turn around. It's a nice start for Hero. It's no killing of the medevac, but you don't even have to pull any probes at any point. I think you take that as a pretty decent win, right? Like, that's a pretty solid just push back and defense. G-Stalker's come to the left side. Yep, he's figured out where that medevac's coming from. That is going to be the pushback. Medevac gets turned away. Banshee, tank, marine. It's all about the firepower from Oliveira right now. It's pure damage output units. And he is going to come swinging towards Hero's side of the map. Hero on that fast third base. It's already finished up, so it's going to be a big question as to whether or not we can play defense. The hallucination does go into the main base. Did just see the cloak on the Banshee. So that is known about. Observer should start pretty quickly from the Robo. So you need an Observer. You probably want to get an Immortal too. That would always help you here. Techie, tanky units against the big damage output units of your opponent. Generally a good match. We'll see what Hero's approach is. Does he just give up the third base? Does he try and... He's not meeting this out on the map because Blink's not done yet. This is a very quick push from Oliveira. These are the exact kind of pushes which I think Protoss players think they're going to struggle with a lot now that battery overcharge is gone. Can energy overcharge do the job here from Hero as these units begin to approach? Battery is going to finish in a moment. That's extremely important. Sentry doesn't have much energy. Would not mind seeing the Sentry actually getting some energy to Guardian Shield as we do get the tank blinking away from the Widow Mines. On the bottom side, the Marines are doing serious damage though, but if you stop the tank from being there, you get rid of some of the hold, the kind of the positional kind of advantage. Next Banshee shows up, it flies through a bunch of units initially, now cloaks and the Observer's out of reach, so we do not detect to finish that off. First Banshee did go down, second Banshee, like I say, very close to being dead, is going to fly itself toward the main base as we start to play. Sorry, the first Banshee actually came over here, killed a few probes apparently. 11 probes going down, these Marines will get cleaned up. This is why it's so nice to have gotten rid of the tank, because now continuing to play cleanup is going to be okay. That's something you can handle. New tank shows up, but that's obviously very much so on its own as Hero blinks forward, and that is a hold. It costs you 11 probes, but you're still on the third base. You can really pump up the probe numbers now. We're going to recall into the main where we're going to deal with this Banshee that is just going to get one more worker before it goes down. It just drained the battery of energy in the end. And Hero will stabilize. Charge coming through, Immortals on the way. +1 attack to accompany this army. And look at Oliveira. Upgrades only just now starting for the bio units, so +1 stim and combat shield are quite a ways off. And that's the commitment that he's made early in this game. He said, I want to play the factory units, I want to play the Banshee, the tanks, the Marines, and just push. By going into that commitment, you delay now your further tech, which is where this game's going to get troublesome. Because now Hero has the freedom to, probe above 3 bases. He has the freedom to tech up, get units out. And before Oliveira has the tech to really come across the map with the bio himself, I just don't see what else he's going to really be able to do. +1 attack and their 6 extra gates coming up. Templar Archives is on the way from Hero as well, so we get that Templar Archives in production. Again, the upgrades all finishing up on the Terran side of the map. As we do lift that barracks off, gonna move it over to the tech lab here as well. That's going to float to the third base. That's going to be a forward position from Oliveira. Trying to move forward from there. We're here on Ultra Love as we do see the Storm upgrade. Researching now from Hero, so he'll get that Storm available to him. He'll get that on the go. See what things are going to look like. Fire spreads out. Whoop. A little bit of friendly fire there. That was an SCV that died. Not sure how that went down, but okay. Prism in the main base, and the Zealots are going to go jumping in to try and do some damage. I love the target of the reactor. It's a really cute way just to deal very good damage very quickly. Reactors are cheap in terms of, you know, how, you know, they're not really cheap. Like, for what they are, I mean, it's only 50 gas, but 50 gas. One of the big things about reactors is the build time. Like, it takes a lot of time to build a reactor, and during that time, the structure can't build anything else. So replacing the reactors is really a pain in the butt. And that takes up some serious production time. So reactors are just very good targets. Like, they're kind of cheap targets to get, but like I say, 50 gas ain't nothing either. And they're low HP, so they die quickly. They're almost guaranteed kills if you've got a couple moments to hit them. A couple SCVs as I was explaining the whole reactor scenario as well. On the tail end of that, we do have the +1 armor still coming through. The Forge is producing. You're just going to send this. I do not even need to commentate that. Pure disgusting storms. The next storms are not so good. Storming your own Zealots is not quite going to be the miracle kind of Giga Brain play from Hero. But the first storm was extremely good. As we unload from the prism, we drop straight onto the army. The storms deadly. And like I said, the next storms were just pretty bad. Otherwise, this might have been game right then and there. It's already very good damage here, though, from Hero, and he's going to continue to be very happy with that. Ghosts and Libs on the way up from Oliveira. He cannot get to some of those tech units quickly enough right now for where this game is going to. Definitely one more thing to be moving toward as the couple High Templars extra build in. Hero just taking a 5th base behind this, by the way. This game is absolutely in his control, as it should be, right? He completely defended against that initial attack. Yes, lost probes, but the investment into that attack to lose everything as Oliveira for Hero to clean up gave Hero that freedom to build workers. It gave Hero that freedom to get infrastructure and tech online. And you're seeing the repercussions of that now, that the Terran did lose a lot of momentum in the game with how that attack went. Hero has 2 High Templars here. In we go for the Storm Drop on the mineral line. 10 SCVs go down. Unfortunately, it's not that great because the Prism falls, the bunker initially, and then some Liberator shots able to knock it down. 10 SCVs is still pretty good, but like that's a 250 mineral prism. One of the High Templar died. That's definitely not like perfect, as we are going to dive through here again. Siege tank goes down pretty quickly. The Liberator Siege is going to help to push a couple of those Zealots away. Another Storm comes in. Feedback's coming through the bio. Going to try and close the gap on the rest of that army. Trying to move through there initially as a couple more shots coming about. +2 attack halfway done. The Ghosts are building. Medivac's producing 10 additional Zealots on the way here from Hero. All of that coming through as the Archon coming online. The Immortal coming up. The Zealots are going to get there to swipe their way through that bunker for a couple of moments. Bunker will die. Now some more storms. Bio units taking damage once again. Knock down the cooling tower to put some rocks in the way. Try and slow down this Hero offense. And, you know, I'm saying it's all about Hero. The supply isn't bad for Oliveira. It's just I have no faith in his supply. Maybe this Liberator can help out. Zealot's getting in reach. I mean, Marauder's just dropping down dead. Yeah, this is why I had no faith in his supply. It felt like that number was a little bit fraudulent. Equal army supply, and yet he loses this fight massively. As the Zealots get a missile turret on their exit. They can't actually escape to the south there, but they could run out to the east or southeast. And that's what they will do in the end instead of coming back through the army, which would have been a mistake. Oliveira will just continue to try and dive into more Liberators. 3 of them in production at a time right now. The more of those Libs we get up, the better a shot we have at making this a... defense, I suppose, and just hanging on in there. He has 4 bases. If he kept all 4 alive, maybe there'd be a way. I mean, that's not the prettiest to fight for the Zealots, but I tell you what, the Immortals and the Archons are just blasting in the back of this army, and they are going to blast Oliveira out of this series. Hero turned it around in Game 1, and he brings a convincing game home in Game 3 to take the 2-1 victory over Oliveira. Oliveira knocked down and knocked out. This is a single elimination event, guys, so when you take the loss, you get knocked on out. That means that Hero moves through into the round of 4. I'll confirm that on our super professional bracket here, guys. As Hero moves through into the round of 4, we'll take on Classic or Trap. What we will do next is we're going to cast Beyond Zaun, and then we're going to cast both the semifinals and the finals. So yeah, we'll cast Beyond Zaun, we'll figure out what the scores were on Classic Trap and Shin vs. Dark, and then we'll cast those round of 4 matchups. So that's what's coming through in the near future. Our bracket looking beautiful today. Don't hate on the bracket. I bet someone's like, oh, it's all black and white, you know. I'll start adding some colors in, guys. We'll make it a bit pretty as we go through. All right, I'm going to take a quick moment to BRB, guys, just while we get this next series up and running. We are going to go into the Beyond vs. Zaun matchup, so let's get that ready. And we'll be starting up on ley lines again, obviously. Let's take just a moment here to be right back, and I'll see you guys in a sec. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you as we continue the games here today. If you are enjoying the stream, do consider supporting the channel, of course. You can like and subscribe on YouTube. We have also integrated all the YouTube support stuff into the... we've integrated all of that into the beautiful world of the stream, so stuff pops up nowadays as well. Don't forget to like the video. It really does help liking the video. We are currently at 73 likes. You can 100% push that up to 100, guys. So keep that going. If you're on Twitch, of course, you can follow the channel. And don't forget, you can check if your Prime sub is available to support the stream for free. Let's go into Beyond vs. Zaun. Oh, I forgot. Zaun's called freaking Classic on the... yeah, Zaun's called Classic on the... PTR. I completely forgot this. This is so dumb. I hate this. Hang on. I'm gonna have to add a text thing in. Alright. In the top right, not Classic, our Red Protoss player here is Zaun. And in the bottom left, blue Terran player is Bjorn as we get into another round of 8 matchup of this Olimoleague. Semifinals and finals to come after this one. Looking good. I guess it's going to be a PvP on the top side for Hero. We know that much, as it is Trap and actual Classic playing on the top quarterfinal. And on the bottom quarterfinal, it's Shin and Dark. The winner of that plays the winner of this series to make it ZVT or ZVP in the semis. So that's where we're at. That's where the day is going. That's what you've got to look forward to if you're going to stick around and stay with us for the remainder of the games in this Olimoleague cast. Yeah, good to be here, guys. Fun to be with you all. Excited to keep on bringing you guys some more games. That gateway will finish in just a second, as we will see where Zound wants to take this one. He's going to pop the cyber core down as well, and the reactor building on the barracks of Bjorn. So he's going to get that reactor started up currently. Depot building, Nexus coming through, and we have ourselves a few moments of getting ready. You thought Zound is in the military? He was. He returned about 2 months ago. Yeah, he returned about 2 months ago. So yeah, Zound making a return. And has looked, honestly, pretty darn good since he returned as well. It's definitely been a very fun player to follow. I mean, last week in the Olimoleague, he beat Clem. That was a ridiculous series. He went on a run last week. That was a lot of fun as well. If you missed that, definitely a series to go back and catch up on. Yeah, there's been some good results for Zound, honestly, so far in this return of his. Sentry on the way up. I mean, actually, I've got ourselves a fast reactor here, so a couple of Reapers on the way through from Bjorn. Going to be accompanied by a Hellion, so a lot of early game pressure units on the way from our Terran player. And we'll see what that Reaper Hellion can achieve. Going to go to 4 Reapers, so absolutely going to up that number and up the ante a little bit. Really get those units out and across the map and see what will happen. So 2 Reapers and a Hellion, 2 more and another Hellion. And Twilight Council, the choice here initially from Zound, so we'll get that Twilight Council beginning as the Warp Gate comes through. The Stalker continues in production. A couple more probes coming on by as the hallucination gets back across to the bottom. Hallucination just going to scout again, benefit of getting that sentry up early. We got the energy overcharge to hallucinate sooner than used to, and we will see the Reaper and the Hellion moving over from the bottom side. These other Reapers and Hellions moving up as well. We have Force Field available here too. Plus a wall. Oh, this is a very safe defense. Stalker's in the wall. If you get popped out of the way by a Reaper grenade, you can Force Field. The gun's not even trying grenade. I think he knows himself that this is not really going to go anywhere, so instead just peels to the side. That is a wall off, but he will scout the chrono boosted Twilight Council so you get some information. And you can chip away at the pylon. I mean, why not? Force your opponent to come out here and to fight this with at least something. May as well get some damage done where you can. It's actually only 1 Stalker. What we can do is we can actually jump that Reaper down and replace it with a different Reaper, so we're going to be able to get the pylon. Depowers Blink, and Zound in a little bit of trouble early as Blink is depowered. Wow, that's a move from Bjorn. That's cute. We'll see rebuild for the pylon here. We're going to try and go for it again. We're going to swap Reapers. Yeah, it's just very smart because obviously the Reaper goes to the low ground, regens. We're going to force the pylon to cancel. The blink gets so delayed. Oh my goodness. Bjorn is going to have that blink so late. As what a funny way for the Reaper Hellion to find damage. And look at the follow-up from Bjorn. Tanks, Banshees, we just saw how Oliveira was using this against Hero. Hero was able to carve a defense out, but a lot of that was down to the fact that he was able to, as he kills a Hellion to free up supply, I believe, because he's supply blocked. But a lot of that was also Hero having Blink ready to deal with this. I mean, I guess Zound is not far from Blink still, but Bjorn's not moving out yet. Siege and a tank at home, I think he's actually not going to go anywhere. I guess because the Reaper Hellion slows down the rest of the build order initially. A delay, but a delay that might not go much further. Robo Bay coming up, third Nexus starting. I was going to say, obviously, though, the potentially delays charge as well. Maybe the Robo Bay makes that less impactful because playing Blink, Stalker, Colossus would be a lot better. If you had Blink right now, dealing with this Banshee would be a lot easier, mind you, and 4 probes would maybe not be as high a number as, yeah, now this is Banshee's going to get in the main base. Get one more probe. We're going to try and run to the corner. The Stalker shots do not land. The Observer lost vision, so the Banshee lives in the corner. Fantastic start from Bjorn here on ley lines. It is all going his way as he starts to push out onto the map. More Stalkers warping in. Colossus coming through. The Nexus coming about. One Hellion goes down. Just going to be chasing that sentry full of energy. Does not want to lose that. More probes going down as this Banshee shows back up. This one in the natural. So Banshee in the natural. A few more probes dropping. Zaun continuing to have a rough time at the start of this series. Going to be seeing the Marines and the tanks gather up in the center, and the Stimpak and +1 coming through. Ray Marauder coming up. Losses production. Corona boosting along. Did he cancel the Stalker auto attack? What happens is that a Stalker attack is a projectile. So the projectile doesn't deal damage until it hits the unit. So when it fires at the Banshee, originally it could see the Banshee. But because the Banshee got out of observer range, it wasn't visible when the attack hit. The projectile can't hit something it can't see. And so the damage does not do anything because it doesn't actually hit the Banshee because it's cloaked. Well, just going to be seeing our Stalkers continue to come through. A few more probes going down. Charge and extend thermal lance coming up as well. Is it classic or Zaun? Well, I mean, first of all, I've been calling him Zaun ever since the game started. But second of all, do you think I would have written Zaun in big letters next to the name if it was just classic? Question mark? Do you not think if it was just classic, I would have just not gone through the effort of writing the, Zaun's name next to it? A little bit of deductive thinking, maybe, guys. Our tanks will siege, and our Stalker Colossus is going to take a little step back, and Marauder comes up. You are going to see that Marauder getting blinked on. Will go down. Widow Mine setting up as well as position's decent. Obviously, we can then jump into the main base. Dangerous spot to play in defensively from Zaun because the Terran can do so much from here. We drop into the main base. Battery is going to be healing up some of those probes to delay some of this damage being dealt. Battery will now go down. I don't love targeting the battery when you've already kind of traded a lot. Stalkers blink away. 8 probes down. Bjorn stims up one more time. Still they're going to fire some more take some more shots. Fire will continue to trade. The couple Stalkers still dropping. Zealot will go down also on the left-hand side. There's Bioforce trying to fight. Zaun is kind of continuing to go. And there's a couple of medevacs going to get pushed back up through the top side. He just joins the ad task. It's okay. I just thought it was a funny question from my point of view. I can appreciate if you just join. It might be confusing, but yeah, it is Zaun. Sometimes casters do it. Yeah, I mean, I write his name there because it shows you the name of who it is on the screen. But why would I do that if it wasn't his sound? But that's what I don't understand. The assumption should be if it's there, then it should be, then you should assume it's down, right? I get it's confusing. Butch Lunatic calls himself another professional pros player's name on the PTR. Yeah, funny joke. If I was Zaun, I would have made another account for the PTR at this point. Anyway, Stalker's going to come through. Orbital going to take a few hits. It's just going to be seeing our Orbital having to lift off. Sorry, excuse me, but Zaun is going to get a really good counterattack again. This Orbital tries to fly back over. Colossus is going to shoot. Zealot's going to charge up in front. Zaun on the counterattack is looking very good. For all the damage that Bjorn did initially, we are going to be able to kind of keep ourselves pushing through. Is Zaun actually just going to do this? He's going to completely turn this around, flip the script, and win the game. Gonna try to kill these Colossus a couple of times, and they went low, but they never died. That's huge, as one Colossus now falls, but both Vikings will go down. The Stalkers continue to chase, and Medevac drops as well. Bjorn in serious trouble after 22 SCVs have already died here. Now I'm gonna go after this depot, and we are just gonna go continue our way forward. This is looking as though Zaun has a game number 1. Bjorn. This game was so good for him. Just did not have an answer to the Colossus and lost a few units trying to get him. And just unable to ever deal with those Colossus really loses it for him. What a wild game to lose from Bjorn's point of view. Like, this game was so good for him. Like, this drop in the main base was good. You do some damage there, the Colossus. I mean, this is where it goes a bit wrong, because Colossus trade could pull back, we get rid of the tanks. Like, that was a good fight. And then, yeah, that was a good fight. And then you clean up in the main base because Bjorn didn't just back away. A couple of bad decisions from Bjorn, and then not having an answer to Colossus on the map is going to basically cost him the game because of those units lost. Damn. Sound taking game number 1 off of Bjorn, and a little bit of a shocking one, like I say. Definitely not quite the, just like 2 different fights lost, followed up by just not having the answer to the tech, and that is so costly. Yeah, GG's, Bjorn. Yeah, GG's, Bjorn. Not much else to add, honestly, guys. That was a surprising result in my eyes. Get ready for game 2. Alright, let's hop in. Let's see what's up. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player here is Classic. Taking on the blue Terran in the bottom right corner. It's not Classic, it's Sound. God damn it. You know what the problem is for me? I see Classic and I don't see the Sound part, right? So I just see Classic and then my brain goes into auto mode. It's not Classic, it's Sound. Okay, guys. Everyone may continue to ask whether it's Classic or Sound. Ay. He got me. Cracks in the refinery coming through, gating the gas in production. The probe journeying onto the map. Am I sure it's Bjorn playing? Ah, you're right. I didn't add the other name. Hang on. There we go. Now you guys actually know who's playing. It's actually me on both accounts. You guys caught me practicing my TVP. I thought I'd get away with pretending I was Zaun and Bjorn. Yeah, I get it, guys. This obviously is way too high-level gameplay for those guys. Caught red-handed once again. Nexus goes down. Command Center builds on the other side of the map. Let's just have the PC dropping, and the probe pulls back, and we get ourselves a couple of moments to see where we're gonna go. This map looks cool. This map is cool. I think El Dorado, one of my favorites from this selection of maps. Simulated about to finish. Reaper coming back over the left-hand side. The CC is building up. The Stalker's going to shoot. The Reaper takes damage. Let me take a couple of moments to see where El Dorado takes us. In our second game of what is our second quarterfinal covered here today. We'll be moving into the semifinals after this as well, guys. So you can look forward to those once this round of 8 wraps up. Exciting times. Well, to be able to cover some Olimoleague, I'll take a moment to obviously say thank you. You know what? I'm so sorry. I didn't actually have the Olimoleague stuff turned on in game. Oh, only out of game. My apologies, guys. But yeah, shout out to Olimoleague for allowing us to have the replays and to bring you guys some coverage. And this is obviously sponsored by Chiswick, which is a Korean streaming platform, which is why we can't cover this live. If you cover this live, you have to stream on Chiswick, which is what the Cranky Ducklings did earlier. I'm not about that life, you know. I'm just, you know, I'm excited about streaming on YouTube now. Streaming on a Korean platform doesn't seem like it's the vibe for me. So shout out to the Olimoleague for actually getting me some replays so that we can actually cast this and still give you guys some coverage if you can't catch it on the Korean platform. As the Reaper hops up, Stalker shoots, and the Reaper hops back down. +1 attack is on the way. All the Marines all coming out, the orbital command continuing through. Reaper sits into the center as the 3rd CC morphs into an orbital. The Phoenix and the Warp Gate building as well. Gateway in production, and we're seeing the Phoenix build come to life here on El Dorado. +1 on the way about. Just gonna have ourselves the Phoenix patrolling on the bottom side. The Reaper is gonna pull back into the center. Something about this map feels strange, but you're not sure what. I mean, it is a strange map, you know. The bottom portion of the map is completely locked off until you go through minerals or rocks. Yeah, you know, it is a strange map. It's different. The base locations are kind of a little bit kind of weird as well, but it's kind of okay because you get so many choices of how you could expand. It's kind of what happened with Golden Wall. People found out their way to make the map work for them. There's a lot of unique different ways to play on the map. This map really is the spiritual successor to Golden Wall in that regard, and I think it's very cool. I love it. I think it's nice to have a Golden Wall-esque map. To me, Golden Wall almost kind of was good enough to kind of set the standard of that kind of a map, right? Where it's, you know, where I would not be upset if we constantly had a Golden Wall-esque map in the map pool that more or less copied the layout of Golden Wall with a few changes, which is what this is, right? I'm not against that at all, because Golden Wall was that good of a map, it was that interesting of a map. You could bring Golden Wall back, it was that good of a map, right? I don't think anyone would be upset. So yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with copying the homework of Golden Wall and kind of putting it back into the map pool under a different name. Concussive Shells, Combat Shields, +1 armor coming up, Missile Turrets finishing. It'll take a few moments as the Phoenix get to work on a few more SCVs. Immortal and Phoenix production continues. The Twilight will be the next step on the tech tree. So interestingly, we are going to have the Robobay up. No Colossus on the way just yet. Twilight already building. I was going to say, expect that Colossus to start soon. We'll start Thermal Lance straight away. As Björn has a bio army beginning to move across. He's going to stop. He's going to turn. Try to intercept the Phoenix, but they will be too quick to get rid of. Didn't Golden Wall prove to be pretty unplayable for TVZ once people figured it out? I don't think so. Not from my memory. It was a very cool map where... The thing is, it's like, if it was very good for Terran in one way, it became very good for Zerg when they just played it differently as themselves. Maybe a little bit, like, Terrans became very good at kind of pushing through the bottom side, but it was also a very good big map, so... I don't really remember that. Maybe I'm just being biased, though, in my memory. It's very possible. I mean, Björn set off across this map an age ago. It feels like it's taken him eternity to get to the other side. Gets an SCV. As the third of Björn is up, the third of Zan is on the bottom. I don't think we're going to get anywhere here as Björn. I think he's not too silly to just turn away and just let this game go on to the next stage. Trying to attack into a defensively placed Protoss is probably not the best use of your units. So yeah, probably good to stay away from that concept if you can, as the bio pulls back over to the right. First Academy about to finish. Vikings Marauders on the way. +1 armor will be done very soon. Our Phoenix is still sitting out the front. Look at Zan go. He's going to take the gold base on the bottom of the map as well. Phoenix get back in the center. Marines are going to be there. Going to dive up. They are going to go and jump onto a couple of SCVs. Manson in the top right going to be jumped on as well, so we're able to grab that too. Playing +1, Disruptor building. We do have ourselves, obviously, the additional tech choices coming in then. Can Zan get away with taking this very forward gold base through the bottom? Like right now, Björn is not putting any attention to the bottom of the map, so for now, yes. How long does that last? Is that going to be something that really sticks? Those are some good questions that we await the answers to. Pulling away one more time. Couple of Phoenix getting shot back. Some more damage being done again. Go back and forth. And +1 and Blink coming through. The couple of disruptors are building. Templar Archives. We actually have a little bit of a fight here. It's a scary position because you might know a couple of patches, but it's a pretty narrow area. There's also these rock towers to knock down that can affect things. Don't forget these rock towers as well. That was a really fun moment from Bjorn Rogue the other day, where Bjorn killed some Banes near the rock tower, and those Banes blew the rock tower up. It actually ended up letting Bjorn kill the gold base. I literally actually just made that YouTube short today. If you're interested in seeing the moment, it was a pretty exciting one. As the ship weapons comes up, the 2-2 upgrades continue through, and the army of Bjorn continues back into the center. A Zealot will get jumped on by the bio. Disruptor shot firing. And another disruptor shot. Not quite going to land just yet, or again. 2-2 still building up as we do see the bio on the left side. Going to get rid of a pylon, now getting an assimilator. Bio on the left pushing through, EMPs go down, another disruptor shot. Lands to the top portion of that, the Colossus goes down. Disruptors getting jumped on again. We actually have to lift up in the end. The Vikings are going to get blasted. Supply overall is going to be pretty close coming out of this. Obviously the Vikings still in the sky, going to be good if any new Colossus are around. Could even help fight the Phoenix a little bit. As Bjorn has to back it up, this gold still mining bottom center of the map. Of course, Mazam could also take this base here, work off 2 gold bases, and really have a pretty insane economy for the workers he has active. Bjorn just continues to expand upwards. He's taking the boring route. It's just up the right-hand side. Finally, a forward base comes down. But yeah, a very safe pattern of expansion on this map. Safe and steady. To try and win the race, perhaps. Usually it's slow and steady, but Bjorn's going to play safe and steady. The Stalkers step forward and they get one Viking, the other Vikings take some shots and get pushed away. Well, disruptor shots coming through. We actually deny that disruptor. Base gets cancelled, but the next disruptor getting denied allows the bio to kind of stand there, and Zan will just back it off a little bit. Not going to commit through to that for the moment. We do see +2 attack, +1 armor, continuing in for the moment as well. Vikings going to delete the Colossus. Now the Vikings will just work their way through the Phoenix. Nothing wrong with that. Get rid of their potential in the future. Vikings will own the sky. Now the Prism will be a target as well. It has to dodge from a disruptor again. It will land. Next disruptor shot going to be a very similar story. Zealots, disruptors, +2, +1, all building the 3-3 upgrades on the way through on the engineering base as well. Cannon pylon now. The Nexus taking a lot of shots. Zealot's going to go in on both sides, and that Nexus will go down, but Bjorn's going to lose his whole army for this. The Medivacs get out. Oh, the disruptor shot comes through. Some of those Marauders live. That's one of those moments where I kind of like the disruptor change. Yeah, okay, I love this. Is exactly why I love the disruptor change, because it forces Zaun to really take a fight to take advantage of the good disruptor shot. And I don't think that's a bad thing. For a disruptor shot out of nowhere to actually, you know, require the pros to commit in to kind of capitalize on it, I think that's okay. I personally kind of like that. And Zaun did that. Of course, the rocks going down made it a bit awkward. He could not continue to chase with the rest of his army. Finally freeing himself, but he knocked down the left set of rocks, and the gap is built on the right side, so he has to knock down the other set of rocks. Okay, there's a slight gap there. Another disruptor shot comes through. A couple of Marauders are going to get clipped in it. The shots continue around. Fifth base of Bjorn is now going to float forward into position instead of building on location. Another disruptor shot connects. And that's a few Marauders getting clipped and a few Marines going down as well. Continue to try to press on through. Bjorn about to finish the 3-3 upgrades, by the way, so his army is going to be incredible on anything that is affected by upgrades. Disruptors don't really care about upgrades, but everything else, Bjorn's going to take very good trades. Those disruptor shots need to be good for Zaun to really stay in this. That disruptor kind of hits a split army, so does not quite land as good as it could have done, maybe. Get back to the right side. Stalker, Disruptor, Archon. Going to come up through the center here. The 5th base going to be under fire straight away. Disruptor shot fires. Couple Marauders going down across the board. Planetary Fortress will go down. We'll see a few more Disruptors being hit. Stalker's getting struck. Units all over the place, continuing to drop. Zealots are taking damage. We are just going to have Zan able to knock down the 5th. Is Bjorn able to follow up? I think if Bjorn wins the fight here, it's simply because of upgrades. Yeah, I mean, if a fight continued, but that's not happening, Zaun is going to make the getaway, so he's able to escape out of here. Zaun is away for the moment, so Zaun gets out. And a couple Colossus and a few Stalkers continue to produce. Medivacs, Marines, and Marauders all underway as well. That production continues now as we have Nexus building on the top side. Scanning here, there, and scanning everywhere. As the Bio, Medivacs, and Viking join up together, the few Stalkers and the Zealots peel back over to the left. A couple more units warp in. High Templars morphing into Archons straight away. The Stalkers are going to get jumped on. And get rid of the Zealot on the bottom side. On the far left, these Medivacs are going to boost into the back of the Natural. And Gun's going to start pulling Zaun apart a little bit, but 2 Colossus are going to spawn out these Robos. Maybe they can help the defense. They don't take a step towards it just yet, though. Go to the bottom. We're actually going to see the recall into the bottom side of the base. Disruptors don't really do much. Pylon goes down, canceling the warp, and that means that these units have kind of just teleported into trouble. Yeah, Bjorn's going to step in. Those Disruptors will die. This will get cleaned out. We're still dropping in the main base now. The drop is going unanswered. Probes are absolutely being murdered. And Bjorn is ahead about 70 supply here on El Dorado. And Stalkers will blink for 1 full medevac, so that's a big pick-off. But probably not big enough to make a true impact here, as it looks as though Bjorn is probably going to have this game number 2. Just outlasted Zaun in the multitasking game, and eventually Zaun couldn't really deal with the units being everywhere. Still kind of surprised at the upgrades as well. The fact it's like 3-3 to 2-1. Why didn't Zaun continue upgrading, you know? Kind of wild as well. The Disruptor shot goes down. Continue through. Nexus will be in trouble. Archon will fall. Colossus are still firing away. We take a step back. Now we take a step forward. The Stalkers will continue to get dropped here. I mean, Disruptors are landing, but they're never doing enough. And Bjorn is going to take it to a 1-1 tied-up series. And we are going to go all the way to a third and final map of this one. Yeah, no upgrades for Zaun was kind of wild. The fact he sat behind on upgrades for so long. Genuinely a little bit surprised by that. I just don't feel like there was any real need for it or anything. Yeah, interesting one. Interesting one. Alright guys, we're going to keep the games moving as we get into game number 3 of Bjorn and Zaun here in Olimoleague 230. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player getting the tie-up. This is Young. In the top right, our blue Protoss is Zaun. Introduced him correctly this time. As we go into one final map between these two. Can Bjorn get rid of this silly naming situation by moving into the semis? Will Zaun continue to terrorize our broadcast by calling himself Classic? So many questions. Never heard anyone say the Disruptors are better in this patch until today. Are they that much worse? They have a radius increased again, right? So they've got a higher range, higher reach, and there's a handful of units they don't one-shot anymore. Does that genuinely make them worse? From my point of view, I actually think the Disruptors are honestly like 9 times out of 10 when they connect, the damage decrease doesn't matter because units were already hurt. Like, there was a few times in that last game where Marauders ended up being low HP and they just died straight after anyway. I honestly think it's fine. I feel like this was one of those changes where people are very against it because it's like, oh, you nerf the damage. What does the range matter? But like I say, it's a select few units where that damage decrease really has an impact. Marauders, for example, you know, is one of those examples. But there's still a lot of very good units that are around Marauders that still got one shot. Ghosts still get one shot as well. And you're gonna hit more of those units because of the radius increase, right? I don't know. I think the more I continue to see from the disruptors, I think I actually do think they're better in this patch. Is that a hot take? Is that a hot take? I don't know if it is. I don't think they're any worse, honestly, because from the games we've seen where the disruptors are active, they're still absolutely doing what disruptors do. Spicy? Yeah, maybe. Especially I'm contradicting Twitch chat. That's the spicy part. I'm literally picking a fight as we go, apparently. Is this Classic or Zown? This is Zown. He's called himself Classic for some reason on the PTR. But it is Zown. That's why we wrote his name on the screen. Probably's coming across. Starport building, Twilight Council coming through. Twilight Council will build. Cross players still haven't figured them out. I mean, what's to figure out? It's just a disruptor. You just fire it into your opponent's units and try and hit them. No? It's a hot take. You think disruptors are kind of built to handle high Marauder count Terran armies? I mean, they still do. I mean, yes, they don't insta-kill Marauders, but if you say you're in a fight, and say you're taking a fight against a lot of Marauders, if you hit the Disruptor onto the Marauders and you're in a fight, the Marauders will die because they'll already have been stimmed. Or they'll be extremely close to death, so if you're fighting, they're going to die in like one hit. It's still way more effective than a Storm on a Marauder. You know? Because it's still that instantaneous damage. So I don't know if it really hurts them that much in that regard. Just because they don't one-shot the Marauders, I don't think it's like... I mean, maybe, like I said, it may actually be worse overall, but I feel like the way a lot of people talk about it, it's as though they just don't do any damage to Marauders. But having units brought down to low HP, like that low HP as well, it's like, that's a big deal. You know, that is something that takes a while to recover from. Yeah, Terrans have loads of medevacs, stuff gets healed up instantly, but like, you know, so basically TLDR, disruptors are worse when you're landing disruptor shots not in a fight, which to be fair is a fair amount of time with disruptors as well. So I guess you could take that argument too. Fine with the disruptor change if they revert the supply change. Yeah, but I mean, that just goes backwards, right? Then we're just going backwards into just massing even more disruptors. Obviously, it's difficult because I think we're in a scenario where Protoss could definitely do with some help. But I think we're also in a scenario where this patch has done a pretty good job of trying to approach some of the issues with the game. And stuff like disruptors costing a bit more supply, I think, is generally healthy. I think massing lots and lots and lots of disruptors is one of the things that's less interesting to watch as a viewer, versus having a few disruptors in the army trying to hit their shots, you know? I mean, this is obviously, again, a pretty in-depth debate to go back and forth on, but, yeah, interesting unit. I suppose we will see over time how much those disruptors continue to be used, but I wouldn't say we've seen pros players, like, shy away from using the disruptors as well. Marines and tanks going to make their way to the center, going to go toward the watchtower. Medevac in the top, couple Widow Mines inside. Thermal Lance and Stargate building. And a couple of tanks are going to get over here and siege. It's an interesting position because you kind of cover into the natural. You don't hit any mineral lines. But you cover behind... Oh, you do? Oh, that's disgusting. Oh yeah, I see it now. That does reach that little corner. Okay, that's slightly disgusting. That shouldn't... that tank should not be able to siege that. It should siege one hex back. I don't think you should be able to hit the mineral line. Don't love that. As the tank's going to step forwards here. I don't hate the fact that it hits the wall off. I think hitting the wall off is kind of fine. You know, that's a choice you make if you want to wall off or not. You know, and on this map, maybe you don't wall off, right? That's I think that's okay, but hitting the actual mineral line is pretty rough. Especially because breaking these positions isn't something you can really do immediately. As the medevacs come out into the center, over to the right. Stalkers, Colossus, and the Sentry gather in. Marauder, Medevac, Widow Mine coming through. As we are going to see Classic sorry, not Classic, Zound. Going to try and make a breakthrough here. Lifts a single siege tank for a second with that Phoenix to try and minimize the damage. Marines will get slaughtered by Colossus. Second tank goes down on the right side. We knock a pylon. We're going to go for the Nexus. That third base is going to go down. What a weird place for the base as well. I'm not sure what happened there, actually. I was kind of caught up talking about Disruptors in chat. Who else has moved through? Ghost Academy coming online. Couple Vikings. Twilight Council finishing up from Classic as the Colossus will Chrono Boost. The charge is on the way. You like the Disruptor this way, but Protoss can't beat Marauders with it? I mean, but you can beat Marauders. Like, I don't agree with this. I just don't agree with this at all. Like, you still do a lot of damage to Marauders. Just because you don't insta-kill them doesn't mean you can't beat Marauders. It just means you can't rely on just a Disruptor shot to kill Marauders, right? I honestly, like, I kind of agreed with what a lot of what's being said when the PTR was first announced. Like, that's just not true. Like, from what I've seen on the PTR, I've seen Disruptors be absolutely fine against Marauder armies. You know? Terran should be forced to tech up to beat Disruptors. I mean, you have to go into, like, Liberators to beat Disruptors, though. Like, just because the Marauders don't insta-die to a Disruptor doesn't mean that they instantly beat Disruptors. A lot of the time to beat Disruptors, you gotta have Ghosts, and if there's a lot of Disruptors, usually you gotta get into the Liberators too, no? Like I said, I really feel like my opinion's coming from having just watched a lot of these patch games so far, and my opinion's definitely changed after watching the games, because I thought pros were going to be in a terrible spot, and that's just not been the case, really, but... Hallucination going to pop up, and we're going to see ourselves, the Bioforce, the Medevacs gathering together, just going to see the couple units continuing through, as Disruptors, Gateways, +1 attack. Coming about, Medevacs coming over the right side as well. We'll just have ourselves the combat shield, couple of Vikings, the armory all building as well. Again, armory coming through, command center building up, a couple more SCVs on the way. Bio and Vikings going to get to the top. Disruptor shot lands, good bit of Bio going down already, Disruptor going down as well, Vikings still trying to fight. Protoss army is going to be able to push that Terran force away. However, dropping the main base is going to be an issue. Sentries go down. Colossus is going to try and clean up. Marauders will close the gap there. That Colossus will fall. GG's. Ryoung is going to take it 2-1 in this best of 3. By the third game, we spent the full time arguing about Disruptors. I don't know. I really just... The more games I watch, the more I really feel like the Disruptors are fine. Like... I guess I will continue to watch games and see if my opinion changes. Alright guys, let me update our very beautiful paint bracket for us here. Just gonna check the other scores. Show you guys what we got coming up. Cool. Perfect, I think that's what it looks like. So, this is what the bracket apparently is right now after the round of 8. So apparently Trap 2-1 against Classic. And Dark 2-0 Shin. So we get Trap Hero PvP and Beyond Dark TVZ. So that's what's going on. PvP and TVZ coming up. We're going to head into that Trap Hero PvP in just a couple moments. We'll get the ads playing. Stepship, thank you so much for the gift of sub to Optimus Prime. Appreciate it. And yeah, we'll take a couple of moments to kick into this next series. Is going to be Hero versus Trap. Then we're going to go into Beyond versus Dark. And then we have our finals. I guess I'll just take a quick moment to update the bracket commands, guys. Give me a second. Alright. Let me open this YouTube stream up right over there as well. My message too long for YouTube? I think it is. Hang on. Too many games casted, apparently. There we go. Beautiful. Alright. Let's get into this Trap Hero PvP, guys. We'll do the PvP first. It is on the top of the bracket, so... yeah, we'll do the PvP first. It is guaranteed then a non-mirror matchup final as well. Either Hero or Trap taking on Dark or Beyond in the finals. That'll be a best of 5 as well. Let's keep the games rolling. Let's go PvP it up as we go into Amygdala, the map number 1 of the series. Let's kick this off. Mayhem on the tier 3 resub. Always happy to see your content. Thank you so much. Tier 3 for 71 months. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the big resub. Keeping us going. The road back to 1K started again today, guys. If you're enjoying the content, if you're enjoying the stream, do consider supporting the channel by subscribing, liking, following, etc. It goes a long way. I really appreciate if you have the chance to do this, so. As we have in the top right corner of this semi-final, this is going to be the red Protoss. This is Trap. And in the bottom left, our blue Protoss player is Hero. Game number 1 of the series. Away we go. So game number 1 of the match as we get this up and running. Hero go with the most ballsy opening of them all. A Nexus first in this PvP. Hero! Surely you can't do this. Nexus first should just die to pressure Trap. When he scouts this, can probably just 4-gate to kill him. I guess let's see. Any idea when the patch is coming to live servers? No, we have no idea. Absolutely no clue. No one has told anyone anything. I'm kind of hoping it's within the next week or so. I think that would not be a too crazy kind of assumption or anything. That's how a couple of gates come online from Hero. So Nexus first into the couple gates. I bet you right now Trap is like, this might work because I feel like Trap's going to be like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I bet he's just like, Trap's like, I don't know what to, like, sometimes you just don't know what to do against Nexus Fest. You're like, I think I can kill him, but does he not have a plan if I just try to kill him? And then you second guess yourself a little bit, can be an issue. Pro's going about, Adepts are on the way up. They're going to pop and they are going to go running out on the map. The probe's going to get chased a little bit for just a few moments. We get a grab in the corner. A couple stalkers coming through. Robo facility from the trap. Proxy. Yeah, I mean, absolutely the correct idea. I mean, you should never let Hero get away with this, right? As far as I'm concerned, this is not something you get to do as Hero. Trap should absolutely be looking to punish this, and this is exactly, so far, what he seems to be trying to do. Well, Adept's getting to the mineral line already, so Hero's already losing some of the economy. He's rushed to build up. 2 probes go down. That Adept taking a few more shots is going to get forced to shade away. That could have been a lot worse as Hero continues into 2 more Stalkers. Remember that because his Cybercore's late, he's on Stalker production only for a while, but those Stalkers do build a little faster than before. I don't think 3-second Stalker build time buff is going to make this a much more holdable scenario, but I guess we're going to find out. Adept shades. The Stalkers actually do a great job of dealing damage to the Stalkers. Now Immortal pops out. We're going to just chase forwards. That Stalker will go down. That's super low. I'm surprised we didn't target that one instead of going for the other for a little bit. I'm still chasing it here. We're going to actually maybe lose the Stalker. Trap has to be a little bit careful. Second Immortal building from him is going to go 2 Immortals before Prism. Extra gate finishing soon. Our Warpins will start on this side of the map very shortly as well. Shots going about. A couple of Immortals are going to be there to fire back the other direction. Again, the robo facility coming through. Gateway building. 2 Immortals are so powerful right here, but the Prism is going to make it even better. That micro potential is absolutely huge. Again, a lot of batteries. Hero getting his own robo facility up and running. I almost, like, am I crazy in thinking that Hero almost got given too much time? I feel like I feel like Proxy Robo might not be the right call. This is just a straight up pure 4 gate. Prism there, as you do see a few sentries. Obviously, there's a lot of potential. The 2 Immortals are still very powerful. There's a lot of time for them to still deal damage here, but let's see what they can do. We get forward, we do knock down a Stalker. That sentry tanking a lot of damage on the top side. Save the Immortal, we do that as well. Hero on his way to his own Immortal. Chrono boosting along, energy overcharge on the battery to try and keep a little bit more healing available here on Amygdala as Hero tries to hold the natural. The Prism has to step backwards, so Stalker goes down. Lift up a couple units there. One of the Immortals very low. Got to protect that. You do not want to let that DPS be lost out on. Ideally, you kind of get rid of the opponent's Immortal very quickly. Trap did not continue to build an Immortal of his own either. A third Immortal. He took a little while before starting Immortal number 3 up. I think that could have happened a little bit sooner, perhaps. As the Immortal drops on the bottom side, Stalker's gonna get the Prism. Trap, what are we moving that Prism towards the units for? That was a little messy. He basically stepped the Prism toward the Stalkers, but I do not think he needed to. He is going to lose one Immortal. The Prism from Hero will give him micro potential. Second Immortal on the way up, but his first Immortal is now taking a bit of a beating. The battery's out of energy, and maybe Hero just doesn't quite have enough to hold on here in the end. I think Trap made a couple of mistakes doing this, but maybe the Immortal proxy is just good enough anyways. I guess Hero caught up in army supply, but the power of a couple of Immortals. It was just he caught up in army supply and had an Immortal of his own on the way. I really felt like he was on his way to maybe making this work, and right now with no Prism, Trap's in a bit of danger because the force fields can trap those Immortals in, and then if you lose those, that's a little bit rough for you as well. Immortal goes down, continue to fight. The Adepts putting damage in. Adepts will have access into the main base. Immortal has a barrier available. That barrier will save it. We try and come forward again. We go backwards once more. Back and forth continues between Trap and Hero. The Adepts are going to step through as well. Get to the front line. Trap's just barely not got enough to keep going, I don't think. Honestly, losing the Prism for Trap was so bad. If he's able to micro some more of these units, the difference that makes is huge. Adept's going to force the recall in the main, come back down to the natural. Third Immortal about to pop. I think Trap should build another Prism. I think the Prism would be more helpful than anything else. Well, that's big. Getting a Robo depowered. Maybe 3 Immortals is just fine at the end of the day. This hero will load up, go back to his main, but no new immortal production. He will be able to go after those adepts. They're going to try and shade away again. Rope facility will go down. Trap's going to do it in the end, but man, it was much more of an effort than it felt like it should have been. Kind of makes me feel like there's almost hope for Nexus first build orders, but I'm not completely convinced. We fight again here. One of the immortals went down. Again, the Prism Micro is such an addition, but surely there's just no way you can keep it going forever. And there's the Prism available now from Trap as well. That should be able to give you big damage going the other way. As we load up, we jump into the main. Prism will take a few more shots. The probes pull forward. Yeah, kind of your last-ditched effort here, right? As the Micro continues, we're going to get rid of a lot of probes. Obviously, it's one base to one base now, so Trap is kind of fine any which way. He's doing good damage. He will be completely fine to win this one out. 24 probes to the 11. Amygdala comes down to a battle over that natural. Trap will get the advantage, though. Another immortal actually ready to play for him as he gets another couple warpins going. Hero pushes back a little, but again, the moment he loses that immortal, this entire attempt of continuing to attack just disappears. The adept step forward as well. They're going to be able to put a good damage out. The immortal has to go hiding. Credit to Hero, his micro has been very good. It really has extended the length of time he's been able to stick around in this. I mean, both players having a micro that puts off with the immortals and the Prism. Hero especially, though, have been on less units throughout. It's pretty incredible when you look at it. He's killed 4 immortals. He'd only lost 1 up until that moment. Finally, his second immortal goes down. But the moment that immortal goes down, it's just going to be too much. GG's, and Trap is going to take game number... Sorry, Hero is going to take game number 1 of this best of 3. Get my Protoss players mixed up. Hero gets off... No, Trap. Trap is going to take game 1 of the best of 3. Why did I... For some reason, I said Trap, and then I saw Hero say GG, and for some reason I went backwards. Trap takes game 1 of the best of 3. Hero messes it up. Plays aggressively economical, if that makes sense. Greedly is the easier way to say it. As we kick off into Whispers of Gold for map number 2. In the bottom right corner of the map, we have our red Protoss player who is not... No, why am I struggling with this so much? It's like I didn't watch the game. Trap is leading. He's in the bottom right. He's our red Protoss from Genji. Yeah, myself in a kerfuffle here. Top left, our blue Protoss player is Hero. Alright, game number 2. I'm actually kind of interested because obviously Hero plays the Nexus first in game 1. I do not expect a game 2 to have a Nexus first, so maybe more of a normal PvP this time around. Two gates. Just gonna build. Simulator coming through. So normal versus normal this time around. Away from the crazies for a couple of moments at the very least. A big major positive on that one at least. Start before producing. The second gateway coming online. We get all of that ready to rumble. Give ourselves a few moments. Sentry building on both sides. The warp gate coming up. Probe is going to turn around and nibble. Islands go down, get settled in. Two Stalkers building on both sides. The Robo facility stops from Trap. Trap, if you guys, a little spoiler here. Cover your ears if you don't want to be spoiled from yesterday's WardiTV Monday. Beep boop, beep boop. Okay, spoiler time. Trap looked great in WardiTV Mondays yesterday as well. What a victory that was for him in the finals. Great to see Trap being competitive. He's still not got the consistency there. I think his early game puts him in a bit of trouble too often. But he's definitely on the right track. His improvement in his track to kind of get better and better here so far has been great to watch. It's going to be a Robo versus Twilight. Trap goes Robo, Hero Twilight, both of them expanding. Sentries on the way out currently from Trap, but there's already 3 out from Hero, so different ways of getting set, but similar units in terms of Stalkers and the Sentries, and then obviously different techs with the Twilight versus Robo. Twilight finishes in a moment or two. The Nexus about to come online here as well. That will be Blink starting up from Hero as well. Get that underway. First model pops out. The hallucination gets to see it, so Hero is pretty well aware of everything that's going on currently. Prism still chrono boosting along. Next is about to finish. Our Stalker Sentry Immortal heads up to the top. Again, Blink coming through. A couple of probes are going to fire. Sentries are going to shoot as see a couple of Stalkers going down. So one Stalker falls, a couple of Sentries go the other way. Again, Guard and Shield is up as this is going to turn into an interesting fight. Trap commits. Horrible choice because he's going to get force fielded out. I understand the rest of your units are coming, but you needed the rest of your units. Force fields are extremely good here from Hero. He's going to dive forwards. He's going to take advantage of this. Forces the Immortal to lift up already. The Prism has to start kiting backwards, and Hero takes a massive swing early on Whispers of Gold. We load back up. We drop back down. Blink still coming through, finishing in just a few moments. Immortal gets killed, the Prism gets taken out, and the Stalker gets taken out as well. It's going to be seeing that charge and our Nexus continue to come about. The extra probes are on the way. GG says Trap as Hero is going to take game number 2. I mean, yeah. You can't run into the fight like that and just expect to come out on the other side comfortably. Alright, we're going to go into game number 3, which is going to be on ley lines. So a deciding map between Hero and Trap here in the semifinals. Let's keep it going, because we got another best of 3 and best of 5 to get through tonight after this as well. So that is all still on the way. In the bottom left-hand side, the Protoss is going to be Hero. And the top right, the red Protoss is going to be Trap. Game number 3 of our series. Here on ley lines. What's up, Dark as the Void? Sorry, just catching back on Twitch. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. It's coming up. Assembler's coming through. Just joined. Clem was not the real Clem, or Bjorn played really well. Bjorn is beaten Clem a couple of times now in TVT recently. I do not think TVT with the old Cyclone is Clem's favorite matchup. I think he's going to have to do some adjusting to get back on track in that matchup that he'd made so much progress in over the last year. Definitely something to work on in that regard. As our Gateway and Cybercore continuing to play. Probe's coming up as we speak. Little probe of Trap goes around that bottom right-hand corner, so scouting around to see a little bit of what is up and what is going on, seeing if there's anything exciting happening for the early stages. The Adepts building from Trap, 2 Stalkers, a building from Hero. Probe continues down to the bottom left-hand side for a couple of moments. Is Maru done with SC2? Why is that? This is a question people are asking every day lately. No, I'm pretty sure Maru is just not playing in all the tournaments he would not usually play in, and we just haven't had a bigger tournament in a while, so I'm pretty sure that's just the case. I'm pretty sure we're just kind of... Maru's just waiting for the big tournaments to come back. It's not unusual for him to not play in events like this, so... We're going to have the proxy from Hero, then the Stargate to be a bit of aggression for him in these early stages. Probe chases through. Whoa, a little bit of a shader error there. As a Stalker just get to the top, the Probe will go down. That's going to try and get on the other side. They are going to be walled out, though, so they cannot go anywhere. No hope on that one just yet, as the couple of Adepts is going to continue to whack. Again, batteries coming through. The Nexus producing. Warp Gate coming through as well. As you see our Stalker going to try and fight. Oh, nice force field from Trap. Going to get that Stalker hurt. Ah, that's the worst case scenario. You drop a second force field and still don't get it. You should probably just go and... get it then as a couple of gates continue through. The Probe continues up. Nexus is on the way as a couple of Stalkers will warp in also. And the Oracle of Hero is about to pop and move into the main. Now there's a battery on the way up, but this Oracle's going to arrive quickly enough that it's going to get a few shots off before the battery is ready. So this is going to be some damage done. Activate, get the probes on the gases. That's not a bad choice. 5 work is actually very good damage very quickly in this game. Pushing the front with the Adepts and Stalkers. More Stalkers coming up. The other units from Hero coming back around. I see the Adept trying to shade forward a little bit, trying to see what we can do there. And so there's not much just yet. This Twilight Council on both sides. We actually do with double Oracle end up getting 3 more probes though, so that's going to be a very good deal. We take that. As that final Adept will go down there as well. One more kill. A little bit more being dealt over there. And let's just see the couple of Oracles continue to come through. Obviously, nice to have these up because they've already done good damage, and now they get to continue to stay on the map and get even more done as well. Hallucination firing. Stalkers will play cleanup. Hallucination will drop, and again the Blink building from Hero. Right now, Trap should be able to do the same. He also has the Twilight Council, just needs to put the money into it. That should happen in the next little while. Stalkers, sentries pushing the Oracles back away down the right-hand side. Hallucination going to be there as well. A couple of probes continue over. And Blink on the way on both sides of the map currently. Going to clean up this pylon. That's one step in the right direction and getting back on track. Currently, just going to be seeing the Blink on the way on both sides. Obviously, Heroes is fast, as we mentioned. He started that just a little bit sooner, and it's obviously a nice little benefit, nice little bonus. Nexus on the way, the couple pylons building up, robotics facility from Trap is coming through as well, so we continue to get that going as the couple of adepts are going to shade. The Stalker's going to be quick to find those adepts, so some damage going to be done there pretty much immediately as well. Oracle's activating, one adept goes down already. Couple more hits again, the blink is about to be done. Hero, with that worker damage done, he's maintained a worker lead throughout this game, and stuff like building a third base and being able to be in position right now is all benefits of that early lead. Neither of those volleys result in a kill though. Coming forward again right now, stepping up a little bit. Stalkers will start a drop. Couple more going down again. One Stalker on the top side drops as well. Stasis Ward was nice to obviously take some of the Stalkers out of the equation, as Hero currently just outnumbering Trap in a big way Stalker-wise. He'll get blinked on, a couple of units will go down, but Hero's now up by 13 workers. And charge coming up, the Observer on the way, a couple more gates coming through. Stalkers warp on that prism. And charge coming about, the gates and the Stalkers coming over, Forge and the battery coming through as well, currently from Hero. 98 to 76 supply. As Trap comes across the map to try and do something, but I mean, he knows for a fact he's down a base, right? So he knows he pretty much has to do something. He blinks forward aggressively, battery gets an energy overcharge to have some more healing. Now we blink forward aggressively. The Prism does not take the one big volley I thought it was going to. As that is going to be the Oracle's activating as well. Just everything necessary for Hero to defend, just to make sure it's a one-sided defense. That's all he needs to survive, and this game is his. He knows that, so he's not afraid to throw away the Oracles, throw away whatever he needs to. And this semi-final looking as though it's going to get wrapped up with Hero advancing through into the finals. Prism is finishing soon from Trap. The Nexus and the Assimilator both in production to try and get going once again in this game, but I think we're a long way off a tale of success, unfortunately, here for Trap in this semi-final. One more units warp in, a couple of adepts get there. Having a Maul here now from Hero as well. Trap isn't even going to see the end of the battle. GG. And Hero takes this one 2-1. It was a pretty convincing showing from Hero, and we definitely knew towards the end there that that was starting to go that way. I mean, Trap took that first map. Felt as though that was very much so Trap, doing the Trap for the taking advantage of the Hero attempt to play. And Hero's attempt to play the Nexus first. Otherwise, that was very convincing. GG's. Alright, guys. Coming up in a moment. It's going to be Dark versus Bjorn for our second semi-final. And after our second semi-final, we're going to head into the grand finale, which will be either Dark or Bjorn taking on Hero. Both of those sound like fantastic finals to me, so yeah, excited to get into it. I think we should not waste any time. Let's we got some ads playing. Let's just get into it though. It's turn into a long one. I keep doing this, so I keep casting too much of Olimoleague and making the stream longer than I kind of intended it to be, but that's okay. We'll get through. A best of 3 and a best of 5 remain today as we enter the second semi-final. In the bottom left-hand corner, our blue Zerg player here is going to be Dark. So cool to see him back doing well. He took out Shin in the ZVZ round of 8 that we did not see on our stream, but he did take out Ryoung earlier. Looked good and pretty comfortable in some of those games. There was that game he took a bit too much damage early and then consistently was just behind against the mech. Still made a heck of a game out of it, though. Top right, Red Terran is Bjorn from the Shopify Rebellion as we get this underway. Max Gas coming through, CC coming up. Got ourselves the semi-final up and running. Thank you for joining us for our Olimoleague coverage tonight, everybody. Again, we do have StarCraft planned for the next couple of days as well. Tomorrow and Thursday are going to be open qualifiers for the WardiTV November event, which will be starting officially on Sunday. So you guys can look forward to that. That'll be a lot of fun, I think. Yeah, looking forward to that, absolutely. That'll be our next couple days of content. We only put the sign-up links up earlier for the qualifier. Already got a few guys signed up. I'm sure that number will stack up across the course of the night and tomorrow through the day for the Koreans as well. He's going to hit that Overlord as Bjorn is going to start chatting. Zergling and Sierra are waiting for this Marine to get baited forwards, and now the Lings can make a play. Dark trying to be a little bit sneaky, and the Lings will get around the back of the Marine, so the Marine in some trouble. Going to put itself in the mineral line to minimize damage taken, but it will still die, and the SCV will go down too. Dark is on his way to the Roach Roar, and so Dark doing Dark things, already being a very aggressive player at the start of this semi-final. I mean, would you expect a Dark game to look any different? Not really. This really is kind of Dark in a nutshell, as he has those Lings causing trouble. Kind of punishing the Marine-based opening of Bjorn as well. Yeah, I mean, just makes it difficult for Bjorn to know what's up. Across the map, we do have the SCV that was scouting now getting killed off by a couple Lings as well, so that will fall as the Barracks moves off to the side. Tech Lab will start. The Roaches are arriving here in a moment. I'm surprised we didn't build Marines out that reactor, but I don't think Bjorn really is aware of just what Dark is about to show up with. The fact Roaches are about to run up this ramp, and there's no wall off. There's 2 Marines and a Hellion. And Bjorn says, oh, oh, you've actually continued with the Roach Ravager portion of this. Interesting. He will use Beyond the Tech Lab to build a Marauder, and his SCVs must pull here. There's just no choice about that. Corrosive Bile actually lands for 2 of those SCVs already. The Roaches are putting serious work in. The Ravager may be trapped on the high ground, but I mean, this is 9 workers killed, and Dark, who is already droning back at home, is up to very soon an 11 worker lead and counting. And he still has a Roach Ravager here, right? And that's why I say I'm counting, because this is far from being done. These SCVs will continue to drop in a heavy way before we're finished with this. The Viking could land, perhaps, as the Marauder gets chased. Actually focusing units a little bit more than we're focusing the SCVs. I don't know if that was necessarily a mistake or not by Dark, who clicked the refinery one time during that as well. Gun definitely in trouble. SCV's AFK as he's just been busy defending the main base as well, so a lot of things falling apart for Bjorn early in game number 1. This is now going to be 19 to 37 workers. Make it 20 to 37 in favor of Dark. I mean, the thing is, Bjorn doesn't really have anything to kind of follow up with either, right? Sometimes when Terrans take damage like this, it's like, huzzah, here's my counterattack, but, well, we have got a couple of Banshees on the way. I mean, the Banshees will come through eventually, it's just they're a long way off. At least the Viking will be able to go for some Overlords, so something will be done, some damage will be dealt. Queen steps up, the Viking taking hits. King Speed coming through, the Lair and the Overlord on the way, the Queen also producing. Dragon keeps moving around. Again, the Banshee and the Cloak in production. There's the way back in this from Beyond. It's kind of by having, I guess, some Banshees deal some serious damage. Dark is on his way to Lair and Overlord speed. This almost feels like we're just going to see a Drop a Lord Ling Roach Queen attack or so. Maybe just try and close this up quickly. Would not be surprised. Again, definitely on brand for Dark. Gets around that bottom right hand side again. The Overlord speed will finish soon. A few Roaches coming up. The Drop a Lord is producing. And the Marauder will try and fight a couple of Lings, which is just trying to be a scout. And altogether, this just does not look like a pretty situation. As the 18 Lings and the Queens coming through. There's the Drop a Lord of Queens. That will help against the Banshees. That allows everything else to be dangerous, as the Banshees will see it coming as they're cloaked up. There is an Overseer with this, so detection is available. What will the Banshees do? They're just going to commit. That means they're not across the map to play defense at all, though. And now Bjorn turns around. Yeah. Not to really be super kind of excited about this, because this kind of feels like Bjorn just dies. He has no units. He really has nothing. The damage done early was super serious. As Queens and our Lings continue through and continue to push up in towards the main. Lings trying to play the wraparound. Step back will finish shortly. That doesn't matter if you've got no units. There is a siege tank there that will just siege, but you got to do so much right now. So much to turn this around. The Marines are going to be there. Lings are going down. Overlord's coming back over the side. Ravagers continue to morph in. The Lings, Roaches, Ravagers continue to set up. Old Command continues to take a bunch of damage as Banshees do go for the Queen. Another Queen taking some damage. Queens continue to push away there. Banshees are gone. GG, says Bjorn. And Dark is going to take game number 1 of this best of 3. I will say, like I said, kind of unexcitingly, because we just saw how much damage Bjorn took early, and there wasn't really seemingly any comeback from that point. GG's. That one will be that one. Alright guys, into a game number 2. We're going to go to El Dorado to see whether Bjorn can bring it back. Bjorn seems to like El Dorado. Lost the first game to Zaun. Picks El Dorado for map 2. Picks it here for map 2 against Dark. Straight into the action, guys. Going to keep the games rolling from here on out, as we do have in the bottom left-hand corner a blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion. We have Bjorn. Taking on the red Zerg in the bottom right corner of the map. We have Dark. Game 2 of our best of 3 El Dorado fun map. Dark on this map earlier kind of played up the right-hand side, just expanded in that line against Ryoung. It'd be interesting to see if he plays any differently against Bjorn. I do think against Ryoung it was not a bad call, expecting maybe like an aggressive 8-racks kind of play from him or so, took that option away. Or made it more difficult to execute if he wanted to go for it. I wonder if, like I said, the approach is any different against Bjorn. So far, just going to take the third hatch in a linear manner, not going to try and rush the gold or anything. So no shockers just yet from Dark as our Reaper continues up. Hatcheries, a couple drones, cool. And we take a few moments. It is gasless from Dark, so no Ling speed or anything for quite a while. So that's going to be a funnel factors. Our Reaper moves out onto the map, so just going to go out the other direction for a few moments here. Here we're going to fight. Ling going to take some damage. Ling's coming the other direction as well. Coming about. Queens are going to come through. And drones, hatchery, all coming around for a few moments. I'm going to be there. Going to drop the grenade. The Reaper is and pop that queen around. The creep tumor goes down. A few more drones coming up. Orbital command center producing. Bjorn is building a third CC in a forward position, by the way, near the gold base. We'll obviously have to mine out the minerals there to put it on location, so that is going to be his choice. This is something Bjorn has done before. Take the middle of the map against the Zerg, expand towards the Zerg, put on the pressure. These are things that Bjorn loves to do, and these are things which just make a lot of sense to do as well on this map. It does give you ways to do that. As Bjorn's Reaper kind of dies. Doesn't happen a lot. Dark question marks to Bjorn's sad. Can be seen how Queen's going to come to the front again. It's going to be a orbital command on the way through over there as well, so we get that up and running. Hellions get over that right-hand side. A couple Queens are going to be there straight away. Stimpack, Interference Matrix coming through. The Hellions trying to hit the Queens. And we will see one Hellion going down. I mean, he gets the Creep Tumor, which I think was the goal. Trying to aim for that, but again, losing a Hellion worthwhile. We have 5 Hellions still on the map, so I guess not the end of the world, but interesting moment. Orbital lifts off, gets in proper position now. Those minerals are mined out, can land properly onto that gold location. Look to utilize that over the next few moments. As again, the lair and a couple of drones building up on the side of Dark. Hatchery still building through. Spores on the way. And the Hellions getting across that right-hand side here. Get up the ramp. It's going to be Queens in position. The Hellions have to turn back around immediately. Creep tumors will drop. Just going to be seeing the couple of barracks and the stim coming through. Bane Nest is producing. The evolution chambers coming by as the Hellions hit the Queen for a second or so. Again, Evo chambers, hatcheries, Ling speed, and melee upgrade all producing. Baneling Nest is building from Dark as well as our Hellions get back to the center. 1-1 upgrades on the way from Beyond. The stim pack about to finish. A couple of additional barracks on the way out as well. Drones move over again, just going to scan as a couple of those Crypt Tumors get knocked down immediately. Just going to get up to the top. There's another couple of Crypt Tumors going down immediately, so good cleanups there. Again, the Baneling speed is coming up. The melee upgrades are coming out. Infestation Pit on the way through. Additional drones. All kind of being left to kind of get into the longer game. That 4th base top right again going to be further away from the Terran as far away as it possibly can be. Makes it difficult for Beyond to really come through and to try and chase that and hit that. Banshees get to the top. Again, the melee upgrades come through. The Bane speed coming up. Infestation Pit finishing shortly. Ling Bane producing as Marines are going to pick off a Zergling. That Zergling goes down. Banshees in the upper right. What was our plan going to be? Is the little dance party in the top right corner of El Dorado. around the campfire, cheering on those Banshees, see if they can get any drones. Anyways, Hellions are moving into Hellbats, beyond preserving these from earlier. Has the armory ready for 2-2. Now may as well move the Hellbats in there. Are the Banshees. They're going to go for 3. Maybe could have had more if they got a little bit closer. Quick pull away from Dark allows the escape there. Otherwise, that could have been troubling. There's a Queen and an Overlord go down in the center. Hellbats looking to play the tanking game, and they do absorb a bunch of Baneling hits initially. Medivacs now load up the Marines, retreat back up into the center. Banshees come back to the top right. They might be able to get another drone. They might be able to cancel the Spore Crawler that's on the way up. There's a drone. There's the Spore. Actually, a kill on the Spore Crawler as well. Nice job by the Banshees as they are able to pick that off. Again, the Hive is producing the +2 melee and additional Lings all on the way out. We scan up one more time, continue to see what else is happening. SCV's mining up on the gold base. The Lings coming all the way across the left-hand side. Again, Command Center and 2-2 upgrades producing at the same time now as the Lings run past the Watchtower, and a few Banelings will begin to morph in. A couple Widowmine shots firing, Ling Bane taking big shots, Widowmine will drop. Marines continue across as again, Drilling Claws and 2-2 coming up, Widowmine still settling. The Lings are going to look for their wraparound on those Marines though, and that is going to go in their favor. These next Widowmine is going to try and burrow, nothing blows them up in time. Come back the other direction, bang bang, the Marines continue to trade up with the rest of the Ling Bane. Just going to load back into the Medivacs once again as our 2-2 upgrades, Drilling Claws continues on the side of the Terran. 2-2 on the side of Dark as well. He only lost 4 drones during this. Once again, Banshees being very annoying just consistently in this game, consistently coming back through, getting some more damage done. Love how active they have been able to kind of be in this match so far. Because now we're going to have a drop into the top right-hand side as well, so expecting that to potentially deal damage. The Banshees are not done yet. Into another mineral line. The Spore Crawler is just not well positioned to deal with this as the Marines drop in a corner. That will allow them to fight for a few moments, but not forever. In the center, Beyond will get rid of the Banelings before the Lings show up. Widowmine onto the Overseer. A couple Lings get caught in the splash. Will drop to the high ground. Beyond continue to play a very active game. Didn't care that Dark expanded away from him this entire time. Going to continue to take advantage of anything that he can get his hands on at this current point. Medivacs load up again, reposition. We are about to hit the Ultra Cavern from Dark, so a little bit of a tech up that will give him maybe something of an advantage here, something he can work with. Marines unload, we pick back up. Marines unloading, Medivacs healing. Another Widowmine shot that's going to go off here or there. Ling Bane getting smashed. Another Widowmine going off on a few Lings as well. We step forward once more. Widowmine still pressing through. Marines are stepping forward. Those couple of Banes get knocked down again. The Lings actually continue to just get absolutely blasted. Finally, the Banes showing up. We needed those because we needed to force these Marines to split backwards, but Bjorn, I think, has already done too much. The drones are dropping. This hatchery is full, and the 5th base at the very least is going to go down here. Ultras might buy Dark a little bit of time. Beyond's army is not really made to really deal with Ultras at all right now. We have like 2 Marauders, and the rest of it's Marines. So the Ultras might buy you some time. A Ling counterattack trying to set off during this. Bjorn will try and do some damage right here and now. There are the Ultras. The Ling counterattack will get blown up by mines for the most part. Bjorn's a little bit busy elsewhere. Apparently did not really micro against these Ultras at all. Didn't really stutter step when he could have done. And just couldn't tank them. Will finally lift up and back away. That's actually a lot of supply lost for Bjorn that he maybe didn't need to initially. Yeah, those Lings actually I mean, there was like 5 or 6 Lings left. I didn't think they were going to be a big deal, but they actually go for quite a few SCVs. They finally get some alone time on the mineral line, and they take full advantage of it. They waste no time there, getting a bunch of damage dealt. +3 armor on the way up from Bjorn. Marauders still coming out. Marine as well. A couple Widow Mines. SCV's producing. As Bjorn tries to reset himself. A couple Queens are going to continue for the Medivacs. Knock down one Overseer. We're going to knock down another. The Spore Crawler will push the Medivacs away. Going to unload back onto this 3rd base on the right-hand side. Drones will begin to drop again. 13 SCVs going down. A few drones as well. Sorry, 13 drones going down. A few SCVs as well. 4 SCVs. That CC gets killed, not even cancelled, as Bjorn kind of getting caught up in the speed of the game a little bit. I mean, he's extremely far ahead supply-wise. Just, like I say, needed a better answer to Ultralisk, which we're starting to get to There's also no 3-3 on the way for Dark, so yeah, he has ultras, but no +3 carapace. When +3 attack is done from Bjorn, they're going to melt even more quickly. As the Lings try and run by. Bane's still getting SCVs. Do not get me wrong, Dark is making a go of this. He's going to make this as difficult for Bjorn as he possibly can at this point. They're going to stim down. Lings are potentially going to get scanned again. Like I say, Dark is just saying, well, you know what, if I'm not really in a great position overall, let's just cause chaos. Maybe I can force you to make mistakes, and it definitely seems like it's kind of happening a little bit. Base goes down the front as well, so Bjorn loses his 4th. It's going to knock you down to 3 bases against the 4. It's going to give Dark a little bit of a chance, at least. Ultra's chasing down SCVs, Marines, and everything. What a great time they're having. A little bit of a push down the bottom side as Bjorn tries to find himself something during all of this. These couple ultras are still alive as well. There's not been a way for Bjorn to clean those up yet. The Lings running through to try and play cleanup here. I don't know if that's going to be enough. It looks like it might be. Dark is somehow making this game look as though the supplies are even, when the supplies are extremely Bjorn favored. Like, this should have never been a challenge for Bjorn, but that's the beauty of what Dark can do. He's such a good player, and he really excels in weird, less than ideal scenarios. He is making the most of a pretty terrible position. It probably isn't going to change the outcome. It's got to be a little bit disheartening for Bjorn to have such a difficult time. A couple of Widow Mines still getting absolutely blasted here as well as the Lings and the Ultras continue through. Bio is still stepping through the middle of the map. A couple of Queens will go down. They're going to get picked off as well. Overseer going to drop also, as we now have Bane Ultra continue to push forward. Marines in the top right going to go after a few more drones. These Banelings in the front going to get picked away at as well. We continue to step forward. Baneling Nest now going to be maybe in some trouble as well. A few more Lings going down. Bane Nest falls. It's an issue for Dark. Obviously, you kind of need some Banelings, right? Most likely to deal with this army. We didn't really think Dark was going to deal with this army, but if there was going to be a chance, a Baneling Nest was probably a pretty important part of it. Still trying to cause chaos as Bjorn has very little mining left at home. If Dark could kill enough, maybe he could somehow find a way to clean the army up as well, but like I say, I think it's becoming less and less realistic and more likely that we should probably just be saying GG's and let's look ahead to a Game 3 of this semi-final. I don't think there's much to stick around in this one for. Dark is going to tap and give Bjorn a Game 2 victory. So we get completely tied up, and we are going to go to a third map on Whispers of Gold. Dark's map pick going to pick a bit of a smaller, more attracted map. It's exactly what he did when he played against Ryoung earlier, and it came down to that third and final game, so he will pick that one. We'll get this ready to rumble. Game number 3 of this series, guys. Thanks for joining us for some Olimoleague coverage. Thank you so very much for being here. Keep the games rolling on through. Today, in the top left, we are going to have ourselves the red Zerg player. This is going to be Dark, and he is going to try and get back off to a better start, as it was just the mid game that really started to go wrong for him. He took a lot of damage. He was really exposed to a lot of attacks. In the bottom right, our blue Terran player is Bjorn. Good play from him. Really enjoyed watching that game. And having some fun with Dark. I don't know what the heck any of that means, but like he's having a great time. Third game here of our second semi-final. After this, our grand finals. It's Hero waiting in the grand final. Will it be Hero Dark? Will it be Hero Bjorn? Both fantastic series. Very happy to cast either one of those. It will be best of 5 to round the day out. Coming up after this best of 3. Is this live? I am live. These games were played earlier today. We're not allowed to cast Olimoleague live because it's limited to a Korean streaming platform. But they send us the replays so we can provide a full English cast for you guys once the tournament is wrapped up live. So it's kind of as live as it gets without watching it on the other platforms. Fans ended building up, a couple of hatches in the pool on the way. It's once again no gas from Dark, so playing that gasless style early. Going to be a little something to note, so similar to what we just saw on El Dorado. Yeah, been a fun one, guys. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the games. We do get our reactor coming up on the barracks, the factory coming through as well. Get that underway. Get this settled down. Factory going to swap onto the reactor, give us access to some of those early game Hellions. Overlord's popping. Actually have 3 overlords on the way from Dark as he hits a supply block on 42. It's a very dark thing to have happen to you, hitting the supply block on 42. You know, not be perfect with your early game mechanics, your builds are a bit off, but that's just the beauty of Dark playing StarCraft to you. He doesn't play by the rules, he doesn't play by the exactness of the game. That's one of the things that's so impressive about Dark over all this time, is that he's able to play at such a high level without those perfections early on. In a world where people would have you believe that perfection early is kind of a necessity in the game of StarCraft. We're going to be there, popping the Hellions around a little bit. Obviously, this is still a no gas opener, as an armory comes up. Hellbat opening here from Ryoung, going to try and deal damage against someone that doesn't have gas. The problem with that is that no gas is a thing. Sure, there's not going to be link speed, but there's still going to be a lot of queens. And so a lot of queens should mean that you can really deal with something like a Hellbat attack fairly simply. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, there's going to be Cloak Banshees with this as well. Spores will start up. That detection is going to be necessary. I don't know why my brain and mouth froze on D. It's just like, detection. I legitimately just froze for a second. I was like, I don't know what I'm saying. And I was like, nope, I do remember exactly what I was saying. Picked it back up. Hellions gathering, lab building, a couple of evolution chambers and the Rotron coming online, drones and lings still producing as the engineering bays, barracks, and all the rest coming up and about. We're going to see our creep, just going to spread further forward as well. Banshee's Cloak just going to step forward a little bit. Link speed, 1-1 upgrades, Overseer reducing for the moment. Do have the I think it's going to take a little bit of a beating to start out with. Yeah, the Hellbats. I mean, every queen you lose is obviously pretty rough because you're kind of relying on those to help you with the Hellbats right now. As Banshee's going to go for another queen. The Overseer helping provide that protection that's needed to push these Banshees back. So we do start to push away right now. Hellbat's still active. 2 drones going down. Gunner already has Stim behind this. He's on his way to tanks. The only issue I have is that this was a delayed 3rd CC. He went, you know... Oh, no, that's his 4th base. Oh my goodness, Bjorn is macroing. I thought he delayed his 3rd CC. I was like, kind of a weird build. Because it wasn't even that early of an attack. I was like, no, that's actually just his 4th base. I'm completely caught off. 1-1 combat shield coming through, +1 vehicle weapons coming up. Roach speed is producing. The Roach is going to hit this orbital command. We do have a Marine stepping up. The Roach will take some damage. Going to get taken out here. Up on the top, a couple of those Hellions go down as well. The Ling's able to get a wrap around, able to clean that up. That is a pick off as the Marines stem forward. Another Roach goes down. This map feels very Zerg favored. What do you like about it so much for Zerg? Genuinely curious. Because just to hear some opinions, I feel like it's pretty nice for Terran because it's actually very close base to base. You can do all of it on the high ground, don't have to push up. I feel like it's very good for pushing, although, yeah, there's obviously some good positions to put tanks in as well. Is that good for Zerg? There is a lot of pathways, and that's usually good for Zerg counterattacking and so on. You can see a Roach attack here from Dark right now, going to come running through. This is what he did against Ryoung on this map earlier too. Yeah, it is a pretty open third base, I guess. So I guess defending here, but you can also have defense on the high ground to help defend your third, right? So that should help a little bit if that's the thought. Roach Ravager dropping those corrosive valves. Beyond Micro's a tank to the high ground here. Loses 12 SCVs. Ryoung is, sorry, not Ryoung. Dark is going to start up the 2-2 upgrades behind this, so we'll get that going. Orbital command going to take damage again. Corrosive Valve's going to bring it low. As Beyond will hold on. The 1-1 upgrades will finish, so he evens the upgrades for the moment. Those Roach Ravager attacks are always very scary. But we are going to survive through this one as begun. For now, we're not done yet as the Roach Ravager tries to come through again. I do think those couple of tanks on the high ground are going to make it difficult, but it's also going to be tough because if that's where your defense is, you don't really have an easy way to hold on to the third base at the same time. It's kind of a little bit rough for you at the moment as our Roach Ravager gathers up. A couple of Vikings overhead. Infestation Pit will start on the side of Dark as the 2-2 upgrades coming about. Tractor building. Here we go. Roach Ravager is going to dive forward once more right now. Marines are going to stim. A lot of Lings already beginning to go down. We do lift the tanks. We pull those further away. Roach Ravager will keep on diving. Bile, and it's goodbye to a siege tank. More shots coming through. We lift the orbital once again. The Vikings going after the Overseer in the main base. Yeah, maybe defending that third base really is a bit too much of a challenge. It's quite open from the top side. Like I said, I think the tanks in the main help you defend it, but then you've got to be able to take it back, right? And that's kind of the issue Bjorn's been facing, although now he finally is able to push through, chase those units down. 13 SCVs lost. Probably time to turn the rest of those SCVs away. No, oh my god, we're eating corrosive vials. We pull all the way back. I don't think the SCVs had to be there for this chase. Now we're going to see some Lings showing up as Dark. Building a hive behind this, by the way. Still on his way to 2-2 upgrades. Feels as though he can keep on being aggressive despite that tech he's been investing into. And he's going to continue to trade with those Marines. The orbital command getting lower and lower. Going to have to start repairing that more seriously here with the workers. Marines try to step forward, but there's just not good enough numbers. Tutu about to finish. Melee upgrade and the Groove Spines on the way up. The hive continuing to produce as the Baneling Nest sets up. Ravagers will start to drop in a few more corrosive vials. A couple medevacs going down already as well. Most importantly, though, Bjorn is alive, right? He didn't die. I think the problem is that Dark has done a very good job of just transitioning. Because he's been so dominant on the map, he's now transitioning through to the Ultra Cavern, to the Lings, the Baneling Nest, +3 Carapace, melee upgrade, Hive is done obviously for the Ultra Cavern to be on the way. You know, you name it, and Dark's kind of on the way to it. He's even getting 4 Dropper Lords, so I think Dark is going to take complete control of this game very soon. Bjorn's not done well enough to really contest with that level of tech coming out from his opponents. Step up, Marines load back into the medevac, adrenal glands coming through. Obviously Dark I love that he's going to have some Ling dropper lords coming around this right-hand side. There we go. Unloading begins. Ling's going to get rid of a siege tank. Another siege tank going to take some damage. Those Lings get into action as we are going to be seeing the attempt to attack onto the 4th base bottom side is deflected for the moment. So Dark, honestly, not really succeeding too much with this initial round of drops. But he's obviously rich as well. 81 drones, mining off of 4, going into 5 and 6 bases. He is very well set up for the game. He can build up. Keep on building up. More corrosive vials coming about. We do have the Ravagers. Just going to open up a set of rocks. Marines around the right side. Actually going to get a nice little catch. Corrosive vials do land for the siege tank, however. That will go down. Candace playing about a complete +3 carapace finishing. Burrow is on the way up as well. Yeah, Ling's diving forward. The Ravagers on the left side going to eat a tank shot initially, but the Ultras are such a good charging forward, headbutting unit. And they're going to do exactly that, lead the charge into this Terran side of the map. This may not look like a huge success for Dog, but he's able to rebuild off the back of it. He takes down a bunch of defensive tanks. And Bjorn is building 3 tanks at a time. I think Bjorn's in just full on, like, I'm going to try and hold with tank mode, and then eventually maybe I can afford ghosts and go from there, but no, his priority right now is just trying to stay alive, having to just do whatever he can in that scenario. Trying his absolute best currently. Extra Bane's morphing in. There is the Ghost Academy attempt from Bjorn right now, so he's going to get that on the way. As we dive forwards, Lings, Ultras, once again leading the charge. The Ravagers behind. Their job is just to dial down as many tanks as they can do so. The more tanks that drop here, the easier the next attempted bust is going to be, as Dark, he ain't doing it in a pretty way. He's doing it in a full-on brute force kind of way. And that's the power of Bjorn as well, right? He's one of the players that can sit in these deficits and sometimes turn games around. He's forcing Dark to make this messy if Dark truly wants to end it, which Dark does. The danger of just trying to end it quickly as well, right? And as the Ultras do break through that base as well. Another tank or two going to end up going down. The success of this push just continues to grow, I think, as Dark's supply is now a significant amount ahead, and Bjorn will admit defeat. GG's to set us up into a ZVP Dark versus Hero Grand Final coming up next right here on WardiTV and our coverage of the Olimoleague Edition 230. Guys are going to run us straight into ads. I'm going to get us hosted straight in towards the game as, yeah, been getting some long games, especially these series. They keep going to game 3. We will be heading into Dark Hero, like I say, for the finals. As we have one final beautiful update from our bracket, guys. So just in case you've been wondering how everything's been going today, look at this. It's so beautiful. Yes, you can see how we started the day off covering Beyond 2-0 and Clem, then Dark 2-1 to Ryoung. Obviously, we watched the middle TVPs in the round of 8, but look at all the 2-1s as well. We casted like everything apart from the Clem Beyond series that we casted went to game 3. It's really been the reason we've been getting up a nice long stream here. So yeah, we're going to get Hero versus Dark. PvZ, man, you know what? Hero Dark at one point was kind of like a Hero Dark again, because they played so often in the ESL Cups and other tournaments last year. They were playing multiple times a week, and it was just like, man, like, Hero Dark's a great matchup, but like, how many times can you watch it before it's like, oh, we've seen these guys so much. And now I don't even know when the last time Hero Dark played. I definitely haven't cast it in a hot second myself. And so for the first time in kind of a while, it sounds ridiculous to say, but I'm actually kind of excited for Hero Dark because, yeah, that's just not something I've seen for a while. They actually haven't played since June. They haven't played since June. Now, to put it in perspective, in June they played 4 times. In May they played 3 times. And in April they played 4 times again. March they played 4 times. In February, they played 6 times. In January of this year, they played 5 times. Like, these guys played a lot. But now they've not played each other for 5 months in an official series. That is kind of crazy. That is why we should go in game and enjoy Whispers of Gold for game number 1 of Dark vs. Hero. Our grand finals coming up. Let's get this underway. Thank you so much for joining us today across the YouTube and Twitch streams, guys. I appreciate you. Our grand final begins on Whispers of Gold here in Olimoleague, edition 230. In the bottom right corner, our red Zerg player playing his first official series against his opponent in 5 months. That's amazing. And we got to catch this one now. It is Dark in the bottom right, and this is a best of 5 ZVP, as his opponent in the top left is going to be Hero. And we kick off and get underway. Whispers of Gold played on the most recent PTR version. Grand final, best of 5, like I say, getting straight into it. No time to waste. Let's enjoy some games of SC2 as we wrap up the day of Olimoleague coverage. Like I say, let's hope for a good best of 5. I would have said, you know, I feel like Dark has not been kind of playing as much, and do you feel as though Dark's the one who's kind of stepped back a little bit compared to, like, Hero, who has been kind of playing in most things still? We'll see what that means for this series. We'll see if Dark is truly an underdog or if Hero can look good. Probe is going to get across, but the hatchery's already down on the natural, so no surprises in terms of blockages or anything. Just going to have ourselves the hatch, gas, and pool all building on the side of Dark. So hatch, gas, and pool coming up, the gateway building as well. At the front from Hero, he's going to get a Nexus down on the natural expansion and get that straight underway. Thought Dark was going to the military. Yeah, no one really knows when Dark is going. No one really has that information outside of Dark, I imagine. So, yeah, we don't know. We keep assuming we've seen the last of Dark, but clearly he's not gone yet. He's still playing some online events. He might not play another major tournament, but yeah, might be able to just keep on playing some online stuff for a little while longer still. Yo, Doc Mustaza, thank you so much for the Prime sub over on the Twitch. Appreciate it. Welcome to the family. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for supporting the stream today. Yeah, guys, have been enjoying. Do consider doing all the things, following the Twitch channel, liking and subscribing on the YouTube is really amazing. Helps us out a whole bunch. Obviously, you can be like Doc and Prime sub on Twitch as well. Want to support for free. All of it allows us to keep on casting events and also running our own tournaments. Not selling out as much today, but tomorrow it's WardiTV tournament time again. So don't worry, we'll be selling out a little bit again tomorrow. Fear not. Fear not. Dark Stony Zerg in a lot of tournaments. Yeah, Shin's been pretty good lately, though. I'm pretty consistent. It really is going to be like Shin and Solo waving the Korean Zerg flag if Dark is gone. And Rogue, I guess, as well. Rogue kind of returning does help with that whole thing. Oracle building on the Stargate here initially. The Warp Gate is producing. Adept on the way. Link Speed Queen and a few drones in production. We get ourselves an early game, which obviously just takes a few moments to settle into because, well, early game PvZ. Oh, it's the typical Wardy comment. Early game PvZ, nothing happens. But it doesn't, right? Not much happens early in this matchup a lot of the time. In this case, we are going to move ourselves in toward a, you know, a couple of adepts. The Oracle count is going to go most likely up to 3. And obviously, is a world here where you play only the the one Oracle into tech, but the second Oracle is already building. I think we're in a world where if you build 2 Oracles, 3 Oracles is very likely just going to be worthwhile as well. As a couple of Adepts continue down to the bottom side, a few drones are coming up, Creep Humors on the way, Spore Crawlers producing. These Adepts are going to shade into the natural as the Creep Tumor in the front goes down. The Lings looking to wrap around on those Adepts, but the Adepts don't commit. And Oracle 3 is indeed on the way up. Yeah, Hero's kind of wild enough to maybe go a bit further than that as well. 4 Oracles is not outside of the question, I would imagine. As the Queen continues to push the Oracle over the right-hand side, so they get pushed over the edge. Blair, Overlords, Drones, and the Queen continue to produce a few more Lings coming out. Twilight Council, Forge, and Nexus building on the side of Hero as the Oracle will finish. That's Oracle number 3 completing. A couple of Adepts still on the way. And we do have ourselves Dark moving into the middle of the map with a few units. Again, Overlord Speed is producing as we speak. A couple of Extractors coming through. The Spore Crawler in production. Adepts are going to go shading about. And go straight in toward the natural. Going to commit there. As the Lings do find a bit of a wraparound, and Oracles will activate. They're taking a lot of damage. I'm scared for how much damage those Oracles are taking. First Oracle already taking a bit of a beating, especially on low HP. We get through for what, 3 drones? 4, a little bit of lost mining time into the main base. We find 5 and 6 workers. It's 7. It should be 8. Maybe more, actually, as this Adept is going to get out of the surround. Target fire is good for 9. That went very wrong very quickly as Hero is regenerating some HP on these Oracles. Takes hits on the healthiest ones. They're all in the orange and red. He's going to recall those out of trouble as we are going across the map as Dark. Lings moving across, still in production with Lings as well. Bane Nest building, and Queens are on the way too. So we are sending it here as Dark thinks he is going to be able to capitalize going across the map and just trying to hit Hero where it hurts the most. Overlord Speed, and the Overlord is ready to drop. And the Oracle's obviously looking to be a big part of this defense. Battery not ready on the 3rd base. We're going to try and get the Stasis Ward down. Dark doesn't do anything about that just yet. A couple Lings maybe going onto that would be nice. Ling's going to peel toward the natural. As the Queen's just hitting whatever they can. We pull back here towards the rest of these units. Banes will start to morph in. We're going to set another Stasis Ward up. Doesn't look like anything will target fire that. We have 6 Queens here right now. Oracles are going to start dropping pretty quickly. And when these Lings pop out of stasis, I mean, honestly, it's not too bad that they've been caught because they're going to be able to team up with their other units. Banes go through. They bust down a few of the probes there as well. Stalker count holding on as we are closing in on Blinken +1. That would do a lot for Hero right now, but until then, these Stalkers are going to remain in trouble, especially as the Lings look to wrap around them. Going to get a couple more kills at the very least. Those Lings on the top side continue to get those Stalkers. Continue to do very well as we do dive in and we do play a bit of cleanup. Over here now on the 3rd base, we are still dealing damage to this base. Can that be saved at all? I'm not too sure. Just going to get rid of this pylon at the same time, though. So pylon will fall. Hero going to be now able to blink, and that's going to give him the efficiency to probably play cleanup without losing much else. Obviously, the Nexus goes down. The Dropper Lord is going to live for a couple more seconds. We play lift up on the Queens, but then they die anyway. The Lings, though, because the Stalkers blink forward, actually capitalize, and a lot more Stalkers go down. Dark able to find a little bit more value at the end there as the Stalkers thought they could blink aggressively, but not able to make the most out of that. Dark has creep here as well, as these Queens will do what they can. A few Lings showing up, but they actually back away pretty quickly. We're trying to make a Dropper Lord as though he was going to get the Queens out of there, but cancels that. Revelation to clean up the creep tumor. All said and done, Hero, well, he's on 2 bases. Resources lost favors Dark, actually, so he's been able to trade efficiently. And he's built up 3 bases and 56 drones behind this, so I think this is okay for Dark. He's going to be on his way to melee upgrades as well, so he's got some tech on the army, more so than just the fact that this is Ling Queen. He's got, obviously, the Baneling Nest, at least. He has a lair, so he could get Baneling speed as well from here. He's actually just making another Dropper Lord. So 56 drones and now unit production again. I think Dark is ready to go for round 2. Operation Never Let the Zerg have a 3rd base. But he also drops an Infestation Pit. Interesting choice when you're building purely units in this moment. To then be like, hey, yeah, I'm going to go get the, the Infestation Pit and play into the future tech and some future options. That's a little bit of a surprise. Infestation Pit coming through, melee upgrades and the Bane speed coming up. Again, +2 attack on the way from Hero. The Oracle on the way up. Robobay producing. A few Lings get to the center and they're going to be able to perhaps play a wrap around on those few Stalkers as well. Going to try and run across. Wrap around, we manage. Rest of the Lings coming over as well. Sentries are going to get grabbed also here. So a couple sentries go down. Oh, Dropper Lord. Dropping the Banes into this mineral. I'm going to find a bunch of damage. So 12 probes dead. The Baneling drop is going to be successful as these Lings are still surrounding and killing Stalkers over here. Oracle going to activate. The sentries are going to be left behind. They can't blink away like the Stalkers can. And Dark continues to find value with the Zerglings as he chases down every Stalker possible. Maybe he has to back away here as reinforcements show up, but man, the damage is being done. Now on his way to Hive. 2-2 upgrade. Still only 54 drones as he heads to Hive. Obviously has gotten a 4th base up. He's building a 5th hatchery now as well, so those are important additions and important notes because it means that he's really set up for the longevity of this game rather than this just being a here and now situation. Wouldn't it be better to warp in Zealots or Adepts? Not really. It's kind of rough because the Zealots and Adepts, they're tiered good against the Lings, but in theory the Stalkers still trade better if you can keep them alive. I think there's definitely an argument to be made for it, but the Zealots also... Zealots and Adepts right now would struggle with mobility between the bases too, and I don't know if that's a major factor. I also think that if you build Zealots and Adepts, then Doc just stops, morphs in Banelings, and then crashes into you, and then you're in a lot of trouble. Whereas before he hadn't, until now he didn't really stop to morph in the Banes, but he could have done that if he saw Zealots being warped in. So I think that's probably part of the reason why we just don't, because Hero knows he kind of needs a Stalker count to be okay for the rest of this game. Because it's not just about surviving here and now. There's no point in living if you're then just going to be on a terrible army, right? So... yeah. You could probably argue it the other way as well. Like maybe there's just a misread from here and he should have gotten something else. But, I mean, it's been a tough scenario. He only has Blink as his upgrade. Nothing else off the Twilight Council so far. Couple Zealots. Yeah, maybe like 2-3 Zealots to like play the tanking game for some of the Stalkers too. I don't really disagree. I think there's probably logic behind only building the Stalkers from Hero as well, to be fair. Viper's on the way up. +2/+2 melee upgrades as we obviously have that Hive fully operational. Hydrogen is available too. Obviously get some Hydra upgrades going. As the Adrenal Glands as well. Either Hydra upgrades or we start getting the Lurker Den ready. Pick your Poison Dog. Choose how you're going to play out this game. Zealots and Chokes. Yeah, but the problem is the Zealots can't... The problem is Zealots and Chokes are amazing, yes, but how... If you put the Zealots in the choke points, the Lings just aren't going to be in the choke points to fight them. Not where the Zealots need to actually be helping. I think that's the issue. That's maybe the issue as well. Ultra Cavern on the way. Adrenal Gland still building as Dark is looking to make sure that he can clean up this army. The Dropper Lord is good for a few probes again. Dark build that Hydra Den is not going to do much with it. The Viper is very important right now. Abducting the Colossus through is likely going to do a lot for you as we do save the Colossus with the Prism there. However, now the Prism gets abducted. Now the Colossus is going to take damage again. Ling's trying to play the wrap around here. The Banelings, everything is stacked up. As the Force Fields expire, these Banes are going to crash through into a lot of clumped up Protoss. We do blink back across the Force Fields. The Banes still connect. I mean, they don't do major damage to the Stalkers, but the Lings will capitalize on the splash that was dealt as they chase those Stalkers down. Darkcroft dropping creep in the middle of the map to speed up some of his units. Supplies are going to come out still. Dark ahead on Workers, but actually Hero ahead on Army. He's going to kill a bunch of Overlords right now. It's going to not have an immediate impact, but nice to get something there. Punishing Dark for losing control of the center. He is still building Ling Bane. Ultra Cavern finished, right? So we could make Ultras, but they don't have Kiteness. And again, Stalkers don't even know if you really want to build Ultras because you're just inviting them to be kited all day. Building Counter Forces a recall. That will give Dark a bit of breathing room, but a short map. Doesn't take long for Hero to get back across the other side as game number 1 of this grand final. Definitely showing us the fun that Hero and Dark can provide in a series. This is going to be very exciting so far. Temple Archives and the Prism continue to come up. +3 melee builds from Dark as well. So getting that +3 melee upgrade on the way as well currently. 36 additional Zerglings in production. Chitinous plating is on the way out as well. Let's move to the top side. Stalkers and Zealots will be there to push the Lings back. Now we have some Banes going to show up around the left side as well. The Nexus building on that 4th base. A couple of Lings going to turn onto the Stalkers. Banes just keep rolling. Going to hit this pylon and enter this mineral line. Lings actually wrapped around the Morphing Archons currently. Already a lot of probes going down. We should finish off those Archons, absolutely. The Banes now just going to try and find anything they can. We kill the 4th base during this as well as Dark is everywhere. The swarminess of these Lings is becoming very impactful as, yeah, we have pretty much just done enough to get Hero out of this game finally. As Dark, it took a good few attempts to make Hero leave. Eventually, he did enough to absolutely be ahead and to win game number 1. Dark takes in the opening map of this Olimoleague Finals. Game 2 coming up in a couple of moments as I host us up into Ultra Love. Perfect, let's go into Ultra Love, guys. Keep the game is rolling here. Thank you for joining us. Are the finals best of 5? Yes, they are. Single elim? Yes. Let's head into game number 2, as we have got in the bottom left-hand corner. Down a map, our blue Protoss player unable to really recover from the Ling, Queen, Bane, consistent pressure and aggression, commitment. This is Hero in the bottom left corner of Ultra Love. In the top right, our red Zerg Dark. Man, it is a pleasure to cast these guys again. It's so much fun watching these two play. Like I say, I was a bit jaded on this matchup because we probably cast it like 15 times earlier this year and it lost its charm a little bit. But, you know, only because sometimes like the games went like super good. You could tell they'd been kind of using up all their strats against each other. You give kind of a fresh Hero Dark, fresh patch. Man, these two are so good. Scrappy games. Hero has a chance until the end. His army honestly looks a little bit terrifying for a good chunk of that game as well. So, yeah, I think a lot of excitement here to continue this series as Dark has that 1-0 lead. The best of 5. Extract starts. Cool on the way. Hatch on the 3rd location. Next on the Cybercore building up currently, just gonna have ourselves the hatch in the pool. Coming about, probe, nibbling up on some minerals. Cybercore Nexus, all coming about. Again, a hatchery in the front, settling in. Overlord gonna chill. Few Queens, and Ling Speed, all coming about as that probe sets up. Drone moves over to the 3rd base, which is of course the natural, but it's the 3rd base location. And it's a Stargate opening again here from Hero. So 2nd game now, where that Stargate is going to be the choice. Warp gate building on the Cybercore. As the Adept shades out onto the map. And let's see what Hero gets up to over these next few moments. See if the Adept can find some damage. 2nd Adept will come up as well. Moving about, Ling Speed coming through. Oracle is building on the Stargate. Chrono boosting that along. The Adept going to try and hit this mineral line. 2 drones taking some big hits there straight away as the Adept shades back a different direction. Ling Speed drones and the Queen producing through on the side of Dark as a few Zerglings of Dark will head to the bottom left side of the map. On the Warp Gate coming up, couple probes and the pylons coming in. I think it's going to wrap around. They're actually going to get this Adept, so Adept will go down. Nice catch from Dark, already active on the map with some Lings. Going to try and find a pylon. The other adept coming over from Hero, so that's 2 adepts down for 3 Lings. Fantastic start. It's Dark. Again, we'll have to defend the Oracles, though. They were an issue last game. Dark took damage early on. Obviously, the Oracles and Adepts combined to kill, what, was like 9 drones or so? It was pretty serious, and that's what instigated him going into the Ling Queen pressure. Drones going down immediately over there as the Oracles fly straight in. 5 workers drop right from the get-go. So damage done very early. And now the Oracles activate. Spore gets cancelled. Again, Lair building through. A couple of Overlords and the Queen producing. The Gates and Nexus and the Probes all coming about as well. So all of that is on the way in now. Additional gateways building up on the side of Hero. So those get built as the Oracles fly in toward the main and then back over to the side. It's just going to continue through. The Oracles back away. As we do have the Lair building. That's about to finish up from Dog. Let's see what he wants to do off the Lair here on Ultra Love. See what his choice will be. Twilight Council and Forge producing in from Hero. Oh, there we go. Nidus Network on the way up as Dark is going to try to Nidus. Our boy Hero right here. Overseer coming online. The Twilight Council, Forge, and Oracle producing from Hero. 24 Zerglings in production. Oof. Okay, here we go. Nidus is not going to be able to go anywhere in the main base. It will just be a Nidus outside the front of the third. We're currently energy overcharging the Oracles. Give those some more energy, more stasis wards, more ability to just kind of fight during this. This Hero will get ready to defend. These are the sort of attacks that you're concerned about as a Protoss player in this day and age with no battery overcharge. The units do see it though, so the Nidus getting spotted by these units just wandering forward is massive. We're going to get the Queens out. We do not get the transfusion. The first Queens did not have energy to transfuse. Disaster for Dark. Lings run in, and they're going to get a good surround on the Stalkers, but it's going to come at the cost of all of those initial Queens. The Oracles have energy for days because of energy overcharge. And the next Nidus goes down. Well, this is a shutdown already. Hero, comfortable defense so far. Try to Nidus into the natural. The rest of the Lings pull back the other way. Ling Queen continues through. Nidus goes down, back into the center. Just going to be seeing the Lings into the top left side. Here is setting a 99 supply to the 96 of Dark currently. It's come about. Stalker's going to get turned around. +1 blink. Oracle, Gates, Forge, Probes. Hero just so cozy at the moment. Dark on his way to that Hydra Den, going to try and get to Hydras, but you commit to a Ling Queen Nidus all in, and you don't do anything. Like, this should not be a good game for you. And now these Oracles again, still full of energy as well, some of them, so they can chase these Lings down, get some damage dealt. Find a Creep Team Reservoir at the front. And we're now on Blink and +1, so these Oracles are now going to become protection for the Stalkers against the Lings, and the Stalkers can trade out throughout. Get back around the other side. Hydra still producing, Groove Spines on the way. Charge and armor upgrade producing in as well. As we do see the Stalker's going to start poking into the third. Stasis Ward catches 2 of those Lings. We go back around the right side. Overlord will go down. The Stalkers of Hero going to step up. Creep Teamer goes down. The other Queens are getting chased away. 5 additional Hydras building up currently. The Overlords are coming out as we speak. Back through the center, a couple more Creep Teamers now, an Overlord. I mean, again, Hero utilizing the fact that he's got Blink Stalkers that can kind of dodge and dart around as much as possible, and they can really try and avoid and keep themselves out of trouble. Moving to the top, another Overlord goes down, jumping onto the 4th base. And Stasis Wards for days to start protecting here. The Zerglings will start to drop the Lings. Got to be careful what runs in. There's so many Stasis Wards too. We do a pretty decent job of setting them off. Now those Stasis Wards kind of act as a bit of a force field. Will funnel units through. And the Stalkers continue to play the escaping game. We're up to 5 Oracles at the moment. We've gone from Oracle to Moracle. And Apparently we're going to stop there for the moment, at least, as we do have the Hydra Link getting pushed back a little bit. Kind of funny, because Hero can retake the Watchtower with those Stalkers. Still got +2 attack and +1 armor on the way now. +2 armor has +1 finishes. As Hero's upgrades looking fantastic as well. Dark is working to Hive off of a low drone count. You know, the most dangerous Dark is a Dark with, you know, an economy you expect him to lose the game with usually. Stalkers and the Oracles come back around the right. As the Storm starts for him as well. Oh, Storm's obviously just a great addition. We'll see what we actually want to do off of the... Actually, very interested what we do off of the Hive immediately as Dark. Like, he's not set up on a Lurker Den. That's the Hive. The Hydra is coming through. The +1 missile's coming over. Hydra coming back through. Dash on the way up. Dark's had some really fun moments with the Hydra Dash. I can't believe we've gone to Hive just for Hydra Dash, but nothing else is coming online just yet from the Hive, so... Storm finishes, +3, +2 on the way up. Oh, what was that Storm? Not sure. Misclick maybe? Anyway, Stalker's pushing in with the Storm support. We're going to start hitting these Lings. We're going to start hitting these Hydras. Damage being done. Lings pushing through. Stasis Ward's catching across the board. The Queens are going to turn back around. A couple more Lings dropping. Hydras still taking shots as our Stalkers blink over. Hydra's still taking damage. That's a good little set of rocks getting knocked down. Just going down. Road Hydra going to come try play a wrap around. Storm's going down. A lot of Lings getting stuck. Lings getting caught in a Stasis Ward as well. Hydra still taking damage. As the Roach speed comes through, the +2 missiles comes in. A little dash as we try and work our way across the map to make something happen or surround on this army. I mean, Dog's got to make some serious plays at the moment. There we go, from two different sides. A couple of Storms go down. The Hydras have to step away. The Lings are going to run through. We Hydra dash to try and close the distance. I feel like Dog was trying to set us into a very cool kind of initial move, an initial surround, but he just couldn't manage it. We're now trying and brute force our way in, but this is a choked up situation. You know, with Storm still available, you know, he's right to dash away. Still love the dash. Honestly, I feel like that dash is a very fun ability. I like it. I just will. Get another Storm. We dash backwards. We try and kite. This is not an army from Dark that's really meant to fight an army that's as teched up as Heroes. He tried to stay in this game. The fact Heroes on his way to a Mothership and a Tempest is kind of just rubbing salt in the wound. Dark is never going to be that much of a threat in this game, as that is going to be Dark. Going to drop a Nidus here as well, just in case Heroes stop chase. I've got no idea what's going on at this point. Do not think that was the play, as the +2 missiles comes up on the Evo chamber. This whole army of Dark works back into the center of the map. I just dash forwards, try and see what they can do. I mean, this is still not an army that works or does anything. We're going to kill the Oracles. They're just kind of fighting and A-clicking. I don't blame Hero. He will win this no matter what. That's going to be GG's. It is called as well as Dark taps out. And we are going to tie up 1-1 in this best of 5 final, sorry. Fiskers, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. As we ready ourselves into map 3, it's going to be ley lines. And Dark and Hero are going to be at the point where they're all tied up. Who will take the advantage? Who will move on to a match point situation here? Let's find out as we load into ley lines in just a moment. Game number 3, as we kick off in the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player. This is Hero. Taking on our red Zerg in the bottom left, we have Dark. figure out who will take the lead in this one. Dark had the lead originally. Hero now evens it up. Can Dark retake a lead? Can Hero take a lead for the first time? Play lane's our map. Game number 3. Best of 5. Take a moment to breathe a little bit, guys. Been a fun series, been a fun day. We've actually, I actually think out of all the, I don't think we've casted a bad series today. I think the worst series we casted might have been Beyond Clem. A little bit inactive, pretty quick one-sided games for the most part. I legitimately think that might have been the most, the worst game of the day. Like, Dark Ryoung was really good. It just got better and better. Beyond Zan was good. Oliveira Hero was good. It's been a good day. It has been a good day. What is live replay casting? It means I'm live, but it also means that usually when I say live replay cast, I mean we're treating it as though it's live because the games were played at a very recent amount, or very recently. So it is replay casting, but these games were played just a little bit earlier on today. And they are fresh, they're not old or anything. They're not like weeks old, they are fresh, new. Like I say, pretty much usually when I say it's like the first time people see the replays, but in this case, obviously Olimoleague was broadcast, it was just broadcast on Chiswick. This is the first time it's broadcast outside of that Korean streaming platform, so it's not quite the same, admittedly, but like, yeah, take for it what you will. Yeah. Just means a little bit of everything in that regard. It's a very exposed cybercore. You guys chatting about the wall. It's not super pretty, is it? Hero struggles to wall at the best of times. Never mind on new maps, okay, guys? Leave Hero alone. It's difficult being a Protoss. Well, you having to wall off every game. Held to perfection every time, otherwise you get punished for it. Ay. Link speed is building up. The Queen's drones on the way through. Overlord producing as well. As we have first few moments on lane lines are not going to be all that hectic. Just the Adepts hanging out the front. Obviously, a couple Lings got in. The Adept dealt with that, and we do have our Stargate finished, and the Oracle will begin. So Oracle begins to produce. On we go. He's going to shoot. Oracle will take some damage. Drones will take a few shots in return. That Rotron still building from Dark. So he is going to get the Rotron up. That Oracle takes a lot of damage. Only 7 HP remaining on it. That time frame from when the PTR rolls over onto live? No, we have no idea. Personally, I was kind of expecting this week or next week, or like within a week from now. But that was really just a guesstimate based on how long it usually takes. We don't actually have any official information on that, unfortunately. Pilot Council still building through here. The Nexus is halfway done. Rotron, Overlord, Spores, all producing on the side of Dark as we just have the Roaches on the way off of 36 drones, which kind of means that he's going to send it, right? Going to be aggressive. Roaches producing, Dark. Always loved a good old Roach attack at the best of times. Now Protoss has no battery overcharge. Probably feel pretty good about these things. It is triple Oracle, which means you do have some defensive capability with the Oracles. Those being at a number of 3 definitely helps. President Enclave is going to start, so that is going to be Hero's follow-up. That doesn't really help you against the Roach section of this, but it would be great on a counter-attack, so maybe some possibility of something happening there. couple stasis wards continue into place. As some roaches move their way over. The few lings are gathering up. Plenty of overlords on the way from Darkers. We actually had another oracle in as well. I see the stasis catching a few lings already. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna say activate these oracles, cancel some of these ravagers. The queens are kind of a little bit split up. I feel like maybe we could have dove on that first queen and then the second before the other three catch up. I mean, the adepts are gonna do kind of the same thing right now. Obviously, no creeps, so the queens can't transfuse. Here are the... We actually get... Well, that's actually great. We kill a queen and we shade back before we lose an adept. Love that move. Glaives is not far from being done. I'm actually a big believer all of a sudden that Glaives is going to be pretty impactful here, as I don't actually think there's a way to fight this as Dark. He's going to lose the queens very quickly to 4 oracles. And actually going to be even seen Hero microing back effectively, so keeping that oracle in the front alive. Going to maybe come back in. Glaives is going to finish soon. Battery overcharge. Sorry, energy overcharge used on the battery, as the batteries will keep the oracles alive currently through this queen damage. 1 oracle goes down, but all the queens will fall. And the Roach Ravager that remains is really not going to be enough. Dark gets turned away with his aggression on ley lines, and he's going to give the game up right there. He knows that this needed to do more than what it did. He did not even scratch the surface of that third base. And we are going to see Hero taking the lead in the grand finals, a map away from closing this out. Will he do it on Amygdala as we go into map number 4? Let's get straight into it, guys. Quick third game. It means we do not have to stop to give the ads a bit of time or anything along those lines. We can just go, and see if this man in the top right can tie us up and take us to an ace match. In the top right corner, our blue Zerg player is Dark. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss player is Hero. Game 4 of this best of 5 grand final, Olimoleague 230. So good to have Olimoleague back. Thank you again to Olimoleague for sending us the replays today and letting us once again provide you some coverage of these matches after they originally happened. I really appreciate it. In quite the day. One hell of a day. Alright, well, gas all settled in, probe moving about, hatch gas on the way up. Here on Amygdala. What other tricks does Dark perhaps have up his sleeve? Probe gonna nibble. Drone gonna take some damage. Cybercall will be done soon. We can see if Hero does any sort of movement away from the Stargate. Maybe a Twilight-based opener. You could also go Stargate like 1 Oracle into Glaives if he wants to try and mix it up a little bit further. Options and possibilities. Settling speed continues through. It's 2-1 for Dark. It is not. It is 2-1 for Hero. It's been a long day. I don't think it's been so long that we got the score. Pretty sure. If it is 2-1 for Hero, someone if it is 2-1 for Dark, please someone please slap some sense into me. Throw some water over me and wake me up. Look at that forge, by the way, from Hero. Super fast forge. He's gonna go for a fast upgrade, maybe like a fast +1 kind of attack. Hallucinates here to push the Overlord away, get that kill early. Will supply block Dark for a couple seconds. Think speed finishing very shortly as the +1 attack again continues through the warp gate. Building, there's the Twilight. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking maybe like a +1 charge attack. Maybe even like +1 charge lot Archon. It's a very interesting build. It's definitely very different from the Stargate. I said maybe here I'll try something a bit different. Well, he is going to try something extremely different with this. I mean, Dark's been very aggressive. He's been attacking a lot, so we'll wait to see what exactly Dark wants to crank out into this match as well. Pro drone dropping down from him. About 335. Yeah, a little on the early side of things. Nexus drops onto the third base, so we're just going to take a Nexus. Dark Shrine, okay. Just going to go +1 with DT. I don't know if I've ever seen this one before. I mean, the fast forge is something in itself anyway, right? As you see a couple lings coming over, Sentry and the Stalker coming back through, the +1 attack on the forge still building. Got Dark Shrine building, battery on the way up, 7 roaches. Producing as well, so all 7 of those roaches just continue into play. The Overlords are producing, another Stalker finishing. And that Blink is on the way, so Blink coming up. Blink's moving across, just going to be seeing the Nexus there. And Dark Shrine still coming through, the couple of gates are building, the Hallucination will take more hits as the Queen fires back. What a weird build from Hero. Dark, lab building, he's making a lot of lings, he's morphing in Ravagers. Dark has got nothing but aggression on his mind. I do not think Hero has the slightest clue that this is happening. I mean, I guess Dark could just, I mean, I guess DTs do defend this until an Overseer arrives. Maybe Hero doesn't know what he's doing. Let's see if the +1 attack saves you, as we do have the DTs warping in. I mean, what's our nearest Overlord? I think it's in the middle of the map right now. We'll have to morph into an Overseer. Hallucinated Colossus gets piled down. Again, Blink coming through. There is the Overseer morph, and we just need to deal with the DTs. There's not really anything in this game for Hero apart from 2 DTs, and as soon as they're visible, I do not know what the plan is at that point. And third base will go down. Can we get a Ravager at least with the DTs? There's the Overseer. No, we cannot. So both the DTs die. Maybe move towards the natural. More batteries going down. I mean, more DTs on this third as well. They get biled. Ugly build for Hero, especially with what Dark does. Dark just comes up across with a build that just absolutely kills the man. Yeah. We'll get back onto the Nexus. Ravager's going to keep on clearing up. The DT has been doing some damage on the other side, but I mean, I don't see what stops Dark from just winning this game. And I love the Spire. It's like a, you know, you're far enough ahead where a Spire is going to be nigh on impossible to realistically deal with. 8 probes going down. The Ling Ravager continues through. The Stalkers are dropping. Solid probe. All in trouble here as we just make our way all the way in, and this should be good enough. A cheeky little GG's. And Dark is going to take game 4 and push us all the way through to a 5th and final game here tonight in the Olimoleague. I was a little bit perplexed by the game. What a build from Hero. Would have loved to maybe see what it did if he didn't just die, you know? Yeah, would have been kind of cool to see what he would have done if he didn't just die, I guess. Final game, we're going to El Dorado. What a map to end it on. Let's see what happens between the two legends of StarCraft 2 in this grand final. In the bottom right hand corner, our red Protoss player, this is Hero. He takes on the blue Zerg in the bottom left corner of the map, Dark. Dark have upgrades? No. It was just a very quick Ling Ravager attack, no? Don't think he had any time for any upgrades. I mean, the game ended at like 7 minutes, I guess it ended at 7 minutes. He was ready to attack at like 5, so... Archons keep Blinkstalker safe from Lings. Push with Archon Blink +1. Yeah, I think it's just, I mean, whenever you get a Forge quickly, it almost always points to a timing, but like... Yeah, I guess we just didn't really get to see it come to fruition. It would have been cool to see what happens, like I say, if he doesn't die. I just don't know if Dark is the correct player to use a build like that against, you know? I just don't know if Dark is the correct player to use that kind of build against, because you die a lot of the time. Double gate going down from Hero. He builds a Zealot. Will start the Cybercore. Builds the Zealot before the Cybercore too, so he really wants to get that out quickly. Hero will see the hatchery of Dark, so he knows about that. Forge building, Zealot coming through, Cybercore and the gateway coming up as well. Get all of that ready. MaxPax pool producing, just going to get the hatch on the left side. There's a pylon behind the third base as the drone transfers over. Pylon completes, probe moves about, just going to try and drop the cannon down. Drones transfer across again, flings. Queen in the spine, all coming up. We are going to see the drones going to try and get across, so we are straight up just cannon rushing this base. Drones have pulled, obviously, because we have gone 2 gates, right? So we are going to have the Zealot support. They have to run from across the map, though. As Zealot goes down, Dark has a wrap on the cannons. He's going to go for this bottom one because it's closer to being done. Now goes for the top cannon. And this just fails. This just completely flops. Heh. What a weird little position we end up in. I mean, Dark is now building Lings and a lot of Lings. Ling speed coming up. He does still have 2 gates of units to contend with. Hero is yet to expand. Stargate building. So Hero is still on 1 base. Depths are going to shade. Lings, drones, what do you want to do? Make your choice right now, as that Stargate is going to finish very shortly. The Adepts get back down toward the bottom. A couple of Adepts still building. The Ling speed building up. Lings and Queen on the way through as well. Adepts are going to shade into that main base, or at least threaten to. Yo, these Lings are just dying without Ling speed. They're just getting caught. 5 Adepts currently. And because Dark is kind of split, like, it's a bit awkward trying to move the Queens around to help the defense. Queen will go. Adepts take some damage, but like I say, we're losing a lot of Lings. The Adepts are being quite frustrating so far. Can I shade back into this main base, potentially? I don't think there's many Lings here. You're going to commit to that shade. You're going to get a few drones. Dark is only 26 to 23 works. I mean, Hero's only just now expanding, though. Adepts peel off to the side. We shade down to the low ground. The Lings get turned around again. The Lings get picked off. Still got Lings in production. The Queen going to take some damage. Obviously, finally expanding Hero. I mean, now he just shades back into the main with these Adepts. How does the Cannon Rush flop so hard? And Dark mishandles the Adept play so much. That's kind of wild, no? He's actually going to GG out as well. Game's just over. Tournament is just over. Hero with the complete flop of a Cannon Rush into just winning the game with the Adepts. That was not how I thought today was going to end. I thought El Dorado was going to be wild, but not like that. That was, I don't even know where to begin to start on that last series, on that last game. It's a very Dark Hero game, to be honest. I mean, if you want to encapsulate these two players playing against each other, that's Dark and Hero, right there. Take that game, put it in a picture frame, you could label it Dark versus Hero. That was That was something. All right, guys. It's been a long evening for me. We're back in about 14 hours with WardiTV $2,500 November qualifiers. That's open to everybody, so hopefully we get some fun signups for tomorrow. So we'll get that up and running. Should be a ton of fun. And yeah, I'm not going to do too much of messing around. If you want some information on the November event, I'll throw the link in the chat so you guys can check that out if you're interested on the Twitch. And yeah, thanks so much for watching. Don't forget to do all the usual: follow, like, and subscribe. Donate, cheer, support, allow us to run more tournaments, and so on. Check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. If you want to support the tournaments directly as well and get access to replays. And have a great rest of your day. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your night. Like I say, I'll be back in 14 hours for some open qualifier action. More StarCraft 2 coming your way. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. I'll run a set of ads on Twitch and YouTube before we go offline. On Twitch, we will eventually raid someone in about 3 minutes' time. So if you want to stick around for that, feel absolutely free. And otherwise, I wish you guys, like I say, a wonderful evening. And I will see you guys next time. You guys have a great rest of your day. So long, farewell, and good night. And thank you to Olimoleague for giving us the replays again. Really appreciate that.